Preface to History of Animals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. History of Animals by Aristotle. Translated by D'Arcy Wentworth Thompson. Preface. It was the desire of the late master of Balliol, Dr. Benjamin Jowett, as formulated in his will, that the proceeds from the sale of his works, the copyright in which he bequeathed to Balliol College, should be used to promote the study of Greek literature, especially by the publication of new translations and editions of Greek authors. In a codicil to his will, he expressed the hope that the translation of Aristotle's works, begun by his own translation of the Politics, should be proceeded with as speedily as possible. The college resolved that the funds thus accruing to them should, in memory of his services to the college and to Greek letters, be applied to the subvention of a series of translations of the works of Aristotle. Through the cooperation, financial and other, of the delegates of the University Press, it has now become possible to begin the realization of this design. By agreement between the college and the delegates of the press, the present editors were appointed to superintend the carrying out of the scheme. The series is published at the joint expense and risk of the college and the delegates of the press. The editors have secured the cooperation of various scholars in the task of translation. The translations make no claim to finality, but aim at being such as a scholar might construct in preparation for a critical edition and commentary. Wherever new readings are proposed, the fact will be indicated, but notes justificatory of conjectural emendations or defensive of novel interpretations will, where admitted, be reduced to the smallest compass. The editors, while retaining a general right of revision and annotation, will leave the responsibility for each translation to its author. John Alexander Smith and William David Ross. This book has been compiled at various times and at long intervals during very many years. The translation, which owes much to my father's helping hand in years long gone by, is based upon the text of Becca, but in subsequent revisions I have included all that seemed to me most useful and appropriate from the texts or textual annotations of Schneider, Ober and Wimmer, Piccolos and Dittmeier. To the emendations proposed by these commentators, I have added some few of my own, which will be found brought together in a brief appendix. Many of these suggestions of mine are admittedly venturesome, and but very few of them have been adopted in my translation. But they all relate to passages where the text, as it at present stands, is, in my opinion, faulty, and where conjecture may be a help towards further consideration and ultimate emendation. The so-called 10th book of the Historia Animalium has not been translated. It is spurious beyond question, and its contents have neither general nor particular interest. My editors have been liberal in allowing me greater scope of annotation than was contemplated in the outset for the volumes of this series, but nevertheless I have felt constrained to omit much that I had written, especially on the zoological side of my commentary. To annotate, illustrate, and criticize Aristotle's knowledge of natural history is a task without an end. Many friends and colleagues have given me abundantly of their knowledge and advice, and my editors have been assiduous in all manner of help and counsel. D'Arcy Wentworth Thompson. Prefatory note. In the following notes I have taken little account of matters of geography, but it seems worthwhile to call attention to the frequent reference in this book, and in certain other Aristotelian writings, to the island of Lesbos, and to places in and near it. Thus, for instance, we have mention made of Lesbos, Antissa, Arginusa, Lectum, Mytilene, Pordocelene, Proconnesus, Pyrrha, and the Piraean Euripus. And I think it further not improbable that Malea should be Malea, the southeastern promontory of Lesbos. We know that Aristotle spent 2 years in Mytilene when he was about 40 years old, that is to say, some 3 years after the death of Plato, just after his sojourn with Hermias of Atarneus, just prior to his residence at the court of Philip, and some 10 years before he returned to Athens to begin teaching in the Lyceum. Throughout the natural history, references to places in Greece are few, while they are comparatively frequent to places in Macedonia and to places on the coast of Asia Minor, all the way from the Bosphorus to the Carian coast. I think it can be shown that Aristotle's natural history studies were carried on, or mainly carried on, in his middle age, between his 2 periods of residence in Athens, that the calm, landlocked lagoon at Pyrrha was one of his favorite hunting grounds, and that his short stay in Euboea during the last days of his life has left little, if any, impress on his zoological writings. Then it would appear that Aristotle's work in natural history was antecedent to his more strictly philosophical work, and it would follow that we might proceed legitimately to interpret the latter in the light of the former, and remembering that Speusippus also, as a naturalist, to whose writings on fish and shellfish Athenaeus bears abundant testimony, we might permit ourselves to surmise that inquiries into natural history were in no small degree to be reckoned with as a cause of the modification of Plato's doctrine, alike, though not identically, at the hands of Aristotle and of the later Academy. End of Preface and Prefatory Note. Book 1, Chapters 1 to 3 of History of Animals by Aristotle. Translated by D'Arcy Wentworth Thompson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 1. Of the parts of animals, some are simple, to wit, all such as divide into parts uniform with themselves, as flesh into flesh. Others are composite, such as divide into parts not uniform with themselves, as, for instance, the hand does not divide into hands, nor the face into faces. And of such as these, some are called not parts merely, but limbs or members. Such are those parts that, while entire in themselves, have within themselves other diverse parts, as, for instance, the head, foot, hand, the arm as a whole, the chest, for these are all in themselves entire parts, and there are other diverse parts belonging to them. All those parts that do not subdivide into parts uniform with themselves are composed of parts that do so subdivide. For instance, hand is composed of flesh, sinews, and bones. Of animals, some resemble one another in all their parts, while others have parts wherein they differ. Sometimes the parts are identical in form or species, as, for instance, one man's nose or eye resembles another man's nose or eye, flesh, flesh, and bone, bone. And in like manner with a horse, and with all other animals, which we reckon to be of one and the same species. For as the whole is to the whole, so each to each are the parts severally. In other cases the parts are identical, save only for a difference in the way of excess or defect, as is the case in such animals as are of one and the same genus. By genus, I mean, for instance, bird or fish. For each of these is subject to difference in respect of its genus, and there are many species of fishes and of birds. Within the limits of genera, most of the parts, as a rule, exhibit differences through contrast of the property or accident, such as color and shape, to which they are subject, in that some are more, and some in a less degree, the subject of the same property or accident, and also in the way of multitude or fewness, magnitude or parvitude, in short, in the way of excess or defect. Thus, in some, the texture of the flesh is soft, in others firm. Some have a long bill, others a short one. Some have abundance of feathers, others have only a small quantity. It happens further that some have parts that others have not. For instance, some have spurs and others not. Some have crests and others not. But as a general rule, most parts, and those that go to make up the bulk of the body, are either identical with one another or differ from one another in the way of contrast and of excess and defect. For the more and the less may be represented as excess or defect. Once again, we may have to do with animals whose parts are neither identical in form, nor yet identical save for differences in the way of excess or defect, but they are the same only in the way of analogy, as, for instance, bone is only analogous to fish bone, nail to hoof, hand to claw, and scale to feather. For what the feather is in a bird, the scale is in a fish. The parts, then, which animals severally possess are diverse from, or identical with, one another in the fashion above described, and they are so furthermore in the way of local disposition. For many animals have identical organs that differ in position. For instance, some have teats in the breast, others close to the thighs. Of the substances that are composed of parts uniform or homogeneous with themselves, some are soft and moist, others are dry and solid. The soft and moist are such either absolutely, or so long as they are in their natural conditions, as, for instance, blood, serum, lard, suet, marrow, sperm, gall, milk in such as have it, flesh and the like, and also in a different way the superfluities, as phlegm and the excretions of the belly and the bladder. The dry and solid are such as sinew, skin, vein, hair, bone, gristle, nail, horn, a term which, as applied to the part, involves an ambiguity, since the whole also, by virtue of its form, is designated horn, and such parts as present an analogy to these. Animals differ from one another in their modes of subsistence, in their actions, in their habits, and in their parts. Concerning these differences, we shall first speak in broad and general terms, and subsequently we shall treat of the same with close reference to each particular genus. Differences are manifested in modes of subsistence, in habits, in actions performed. For instance, some animals live in water and others on land, and of those that live in water, some do so in one way, and some in another. That is to say, some live and feed in the water, take in and emit water, and cannot live if deprived of water, as is the case with the great majority of fishes. Others get their food and spend their days in the water, but do not take in water, but air, nor do they bring forth in the water. Many of these creatures are furnished with feet, as the otter, the beaver, and the crocodile. Some are furnished with wings, as the diver and the grebe. Some are destitute of feet, as the water snake. Some creatures get their living in the water and cannot exist outside it. But for all that do not take in either air or water, as for instance the sea nettle and the oyster, and of creatures that live in the water, some live in the sea, some in rivers, some in lakes, and some in marshes, as the frog and the newt. Of animals that live on dry land, some take in air and emit it, which phenomena are termed inhalation and exhalation, as for instance man, and all such land animals as are furnished with lungs. Others again do not inhale air, yet live and find their sustenance on dry land, as for instance the wasp, the bee, and all other insects. And by insects I mean such creatures as have nicks or notches on their bodies, either on their bellies or on both backs and bellies. And of land animals, many, as has been said, derive their subsistence from the water. But of creatures that live in and inhale water, not a single one derives its subsistence from dry land. Some animals at first live in water, and by change their shape and live out of water, as is the case with river worms, for out of these the gadfly develops. Furthermore, some animals are stationary, and some are erratic. Stationary animals are found in water, but no such creature is found on dry land. In the water are many creatures that live in close adhesion to an external object, as is the case with several kinds of oyster. And, by the way, the sponge appears to be endowed with a certain sensibility, as a proof of which it is alleged that the difficulty in detaching it from its moorings is increased if the movement to detach it be not covertly applied. Other creatures adhere at one time to an object, and detach themselves from it at other times, as is the case with a species of the so-called sea nettle. For some of these creatures seek their food in the night time, loose and unattached. Many creatures are unattached but motionless, as is the case with oysters and the so-called holothuria. Some can swim, as for instance fishes, mollusks, and crustaceans, such as the crawfish. But some of these last move by walking, as the crab, for it is the nature of the creature, though it lives in water, to move by walking. Of land animals, some are furnished with wings, such as birds and bees, and these are so furnished in different ways, one from another. Others are furnished with feet. Of the animals that are furnished with feet, some walk, some creep, and some wriggle. But no creature is able only to move by flying, as the fish is able only to swim. For the animals with leathern wings can walk, the bat has feet, and the seal has imperfect feet. Some birds have feet of little power, and are therefore called apodous. This little bird is powerful on the wing, and, as a rule, birds that resemble it are weak-footed and strong-winged, such as the swallow and the drapanis, or alpine swift. For all these birds resemble one another in their habits and in their plumage, and may easily be mistaken one for another. The apus is to be seen at all seasons, but the drapanis only after rainy weather in summer, for this is the time when it is seen and captured, though as a general rule it is a rare bird. Again, some animals move by walking on the ground as well as by swimming in water. Furthermore, the following differences are manifest in their modes of living and in their actions. Some are gregarious, some are solitary, whether they be furnished with feet or wings, or be fitted for a life in the water, and some partake of both characters, the solitary and the gregarious. And of the gregarious, some are disposed to combine for social purposes, others to live each for its own self. Gregarious creatures are, among birds, such as the pigeon, the crane, and the swan. And, by the way, no bird furnished with crooked talons is gregarious. Of creatures that live in water, many kinds of fishes are gregarious, such as the so-called migrants, the tunny, the pelamis, and the bonito. Man, by the way, presents a mixture of the two characters, the gregarious and the solitary. Social creatures are such as have some one common object in view, and this property is not common to all creatures that are gregarious. Such social creatures are man, the bee, the wasp, the ant, and the crane. Again, of these social creatures, some submit to a ruler, others are subject to no governance, as for instance the crane and the several sorts of bee submit to a ruler, whereas ants and numerous other creatures are every one his own master. And again, both of gregarious and of solitary animals, some are attached to a fixed home, and others are erratic or nomad. Also, some are carnivorous, some graminivorous, some omnivorous, whilst some feed on a peculiar diet, as for instance the bees and the spiders. For the bee lives on honey and certain other sweets, and the spider lives by catching flies, and some creatures live on fish. Again, some creatures catch their food, others treasure it up, whereas others do not so. Some creatures provide themselves with a dwelling, others go without one. Of the former kind are the mole, the mouse, the ant, the bee. Of the latter kind are many insects and quadrupeds. Further, in respect to locality of dwelling place, some creatures dwell underground, as the lizard and the snake. Others live on the surface of the ground, as the horse and the dog. Some make to themselves holes, others do not so. Some are nocturnal, as the owl and the bat. Others live in the daylight. Moreover, some creatures are tame and some are wild. Some are at all times tame, as man and the mule. Others are at all times savage, as the leopard and the wolf. And some creatures can be rapidly tamed, as the elephant. Again, we may regard animals in another light. For whenever a race of animals is found domesticated, the same is always to be found in a wild condition, as we find to be the case with horses, kine, swine, men, sheep, goats, and dogs. Further, some animals emit sound, while others are mute, and some are endowed with voice. Of these latter, some have articulate speech, while others are inarticulate. Some are given to continual chirping and twittering. Some are prone to silence. Some are musical, and some unmusical. But all animals, without exception, exercise their power of singing or chattering chiefly in connection with the intercourse of the sexes. Again, some creatures live in the fields, as the cushat, some on the mountains, as the hoopoe, some frequent the abodes of men, as the pigeon. Some, again, are peculiarly salacious, as the partridge, the barn-door cock, and their congeners. Others are inclined to chastity, as the whole tribe of crows, for birds of this kind indulge but rarely in sexual intercourse. Of marine animals, again, some live in the open seas, some near the shore, some on rocks. Furthermore, some are combative under offense, others are provident for defense. Of the former kind are such as act as aggressors upon others, or retaliate when subjected to ill usage. And of the latter kind are such as merely have some means of guarding themselves against attack. Animals also differ from one another in regard to character in the following respects. Some are good-tempered, sluggish, and little prone to ferocity, as the ox. Others are quick-tempered, ferocious, and unteachable, as the wild boar. Some are intelligent and timid, as the stag and the hare. Others are mean and treacherous, as the snake. Others are noble and courageous and high-bred, as the lion. Others are thoroughbred and wild and treacherous, as the wolf. For, by the way, an animal is high-bred if it come from a noble stock, and an animal is thoroughbred if it does not deflect from its racial characteristics. Further, some are crafty and mischievous, as the fox. Some are spirited and affectionate and fawning, as the dog. Others are easy-tempered and easily domesticated, as the elephant. Others are cautious and watchful, as the goose. Others are jealous and self-conceited, as the peacock. But of all animals, man alone is capable of deliberation. Many animals have memory, and are capable of instruction, but no other creature except man can recall the past at will. With regard to the several genera of animals, particulars as to their habits of life and modes of existence will be discussed more fully by and by. Chapter 2. Common to all animals are the organs whereby they take food, and the organs whereinto they take it. And these are either identical with one another, or are diverse in the ways above specified, to wit, either identical in form, or varying in respect of excess or defect, or resembling one another analogically, or differing in position. Furthermore, the great majority of animals have other organs besides these in common, whereby they discharge the residuum of their food. I say the great majority, for this statement does not apply to all. And, by the way, the organ whereby food is taken in is called the mouth, and the organ whereinto it is taken the belly. The remainder of the alimentary system has a great variety of names. Now, the residuum of food is twofold in kind, wet and dry, and such creatures as have organs receptive of wet residuum are invariably found with organs receptive of dry residuum, but such as have organs receptive of dry residuum need not possess organs receptive of wet residuum. In other words, an animal has a bowel or intestine if it have a bladder, but an animal may have a bowel and be without a bladder. And, by the way, I may here remark that the organ receptive of wet residuum is termed bladder, and the organ receptive of dry residuum intestine or bowel. Chapter 3. Of animals otherwise, a great many have, besides the organs above mentioned, an organ for excretion of the sperm, and of animals capable of generation, one secretes into another, and the other into itself. The latter is termed female, and the former male. But some animals have neither male nor female. Consequently, the organs connected with this function differ in form. For some animals have a womb, and others an organ analogous thereto. The above-mentioned organs, then, are the most indispensable parts of animals, and with some of them, all animals without exception, and with others animals, for the most part, must needs be provided. One sense, and one alone, is common to all animals, the sense of touch. Consequently, there is no special name for the organ in which it has its seat. For in some groups of animals the organ is identical, in others it is only analogous. End of chapter 3. Book 1, chapters 4 to 10 of History of Animals by Aristotle. Translated by D'Arcy Wentworth Thompson. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Every animal is supplied with moisture, and if the animal be deprived of the same by natural causes or artificial means, death ensues. Further, every animal has another part in which the moisture is contained. These parts are blood and vein, and in other animals there is something to correspond. But in these latter the parts are imperfect, being merely fiber and serum or lymph. Touch has its seat in a part uniform and homogeneous, as in the flesh, or something of the kind, and generally with animals supplied with blood, in the parts charged with blood. In other animals it has its seat in parts analogous to the parts charged with blood, but in all cases it is seated in parts that in their texture are homogeneous. The active faculties, on the contrary, are seated in the parts that are heterogeneous, as, for instance, the business of preparing the food is seated in the mouth, and the office of locomotion in the feet, the wings, or in organs to correspond. Again, some animals are supplied with blood, as man, the horse, and all such animals as are, when full grown, either destitute of feet, or two-footed, or four-footed. Other animals are bloodless, such as the bee and the wasp, and of marine animals, the cuttlefish, the crawfish, and all such animals as have more than 4 feet. Chapter 5. Again, some animals are viviparous, others oviparous, others vermiparous, or grub-bearing. Some are viviparous, such as man, the horse, the seal, and all other animals that are hair-coated, and of marine animals, the cetaceans, as the dolphin, and the so-called selachia. Of these latter animals, some have a tubular air passage and no gills, as the dolphin and the whale. The dolphin with the air passage going through its back, the whale with the air passage in its forehead. Others have uncovered gills, as the selachia, the sharks and rays. What we term an egg is a certain completed result of conception out of which the animal that is to be develops, and in such a way that in respect to its primitive germ It comes from part only of the egg, while the rest serves for food as the germ develops. A grub, on the other hand, is a thing out of which in its entirety the animal in its entirety develops, by differentiation and growth of the embryo. Of viviparous animals, some hatch eggs in their own interior, as creatures of the shark kind. Others engender in their interior a live fetus, as man and the horse. When the result of conception is perfected, with some animals a living creature is brought forth, with others an egg is brought to light, with others a grub. Of the eggs, some have egg shells and are of two different colors within, such as birds' eggs. Others are soft-skinned and of uniform color, as the eggs of animals of the shark kind. Of the grubs, some are from the first capable of movement, others are motionless. However, with regard to these phenomena, we shall speak precisely hereafter when we come to treat of generation. Furthermore, some animals have feet, and some are destitute thereof. Of such as have feet, some animals have two, as is the case with men and birds, and with men and birds only. Some have four, as the lizard and the dog. Some have more, as the centipede and the bee. But all soever that have feet have an even number of them. Of swimming creatures that are destitute of feet, some have winglets or fins, as fishes, and of these some have four fins, two above on the back, two below on the belly, as the gilt head and the bass. Some have two only, to wit, such as are exceedingly long and smooth, as the eel and the conger. Some have none at all, as the murina, but use the sea just as snakes use dry ground. And, by the way, snakes swim in water in just the same way. Of the shark kind, some have no fins, such as those that are flat and long-tailed, as the ray and the stingray. But these fishes swim actually by the undulatory motion of their flat bodies. The fishing frog, however, has fins, and so likewise have all such fishes as have not their flat surfaces thinned off to a sharp edge. Of those swimming creatures that appear to have feet, as is the case with the mollusks, these creatures swim by the aid of their feet and their fins as well, and they swim most rapidly backwards in the direction of the trunk, as is the case with the cuttlefish, or sepia, and the calamari. And, by the way, neither of these latter can walk as the pulp or octopus can. The hard-skinned or crustaceous animals, like the crawfish, swim by the instrumentality of their tail parts, and they swim most rapidly, tail foremost, by the aid of the fins developed upon that member. The newt swims by means of its feet and tail, and its tail resembles that of the sheatfish, to compare little with great. Of animals that can fly, some are furnished with feathered wings, as the eagle and the hawk. Some are furnished with membranous wings, as the bee and the cockchafer. Others are furnished with leathern wings, as the flying fox and the bat. All flying creatures possessed of blood have feathered wings or leathern wings. The bloodless creatures have membranous wings, as insects. The creatures that have feathered wings or leathern wings have either 2 feet or no feet at all, for there are said to be certain flying serpents in Ethiopia that are destitute of feet. Creatures that have feathered wings are classed as a genus under the name of bird. The other 2 genera, the leathern-winged and membrane-winged, are as yet without a generic title. Of creatures that can fly and are bloodless, some are coleopterous, or sheath-winged, for they have their wings in a sheath or shard, like the cockchafer and the dung beetle. Others are sheathless, and of these latter some are dipterous and some tetrapterous. Tetrapterous, such as are comparatively large or have their stings in the tail. Dipterous, such as are comparatively small or have their stings in front. The coleoptera are without exception devoid of stings. The diptera have the sting in front, as the fly, the horsefly, the gadfly, and the gnat. Bloodless animals, as a general rule, are inferior in point of size to blooded animals, though, by the way, there are found in the sea some few bloodless creatures of abnormal size, as in the case of certain mollusks. And of these bloodless genera, those are the largest that dwell in milder climates, and those that inhabit the sea are larger than those living on dry land or in fresh water. All creatures that are capable of motion move with 4 or more points of motion. The blooded animals with 4 only, as for instance, man with 2 hands and 2 feet, birds with 2 wings and 2 feet, quadrupeds and fishes severally with 4 feet and 4 fins. Creatures that have 2 winglets or fins, or that have none at all, like serpents, move all the same with not less than 4 points of motion, for there are 4 bends in their bodies as they move, or 2 bends together with their fins. Bloodless and many-footed animals, whether furnished with wings or feet, move with more than 4 points of motion, as for instance the dayfly moves with 4 feet and 4 wings. And, I may observe in passing, this creature is exceptional, not only in regard to the duration of its existence, whence it receives its name, but also because, though a quadruped, it has wings also. All animals move alike, 4-footed and many-footed. In other words, they all move cross-corner-wise, and animals in general have 2 feet in advance. The crab alone has 4. Chapter 6. A very extensive genera of animals, into which other subdivisions fall, are the following: 1. Of birds, 1. Of fishes, and another of cetaceans. Now, all these creatures are blooded. There is another genus of the hard-shell kind, which is called oyster, another of the soft-shell kind, not as yet designated by a single term, such as the spiny crawfish and the various kinds of crabs and lobsters, and another of mollusks, as the 2 kinds of calamari and the cuttlefish. That of insects is different. All these latter creatures are bloodless, and such of them as have feet have a goodly number of them, and of the insects some have wings as well as feet. Of the other animals the genera are not extensive, for in them one species does not comprehend many species. But in one case, as man, the species is simple, admitting of no differentiation, while other cases admit of differentiation, but the forms lack particular designations. So, for instance, creatures that are quadrupedal and unprovided with wings are blooded without exception, but some of them are viviparous and some oviparous. Such as are viviparous are hair-coated, and such as are oviparous are covered with a kind of tessellated hard substance, and the tessellated bits of this substance are, as it were, similar in regard to position to a scale. An animal that is blooded and capable of movement on dry land, but is naturally unprovided with feet, belongs to the serpent genus, and animals of this genus are coated with the tessellated horny substance. Serpents in general are oviparous. The adder, an exceptional case, is viviparous, for not all viviparous animals are hair-coated, and some fishes also are viviparous. All animals, however, that are hair-coated are viviparous, for, by the way, one must regard as a kind of hair such prickly hairs as hedgehogs and porcupines carry, for these spines perform the office of hair, and not of feet, as is the case with similar parts in sea urchins. In the genus that combines all viviparous quadrupeds are many species, but under no common appellation. They are only named, as it were, one by one, as we say, man, lion, stag, horse, dog, and so on, though, by the way, there is a sort of genus that embraces all creatures that have bushy manes and bushy tails, such as the horse, the ass, the mule, the jennet, and the animals that are called Hemione in Syria, from their externally resembling mules, though they are not strictly of the same species, and that they are not so is proved by the fact that they mate with and breed from one another. For all these reasons, we must take animals species by species, and discuss their peculiarities severally. These preceding statements, then, have been put forward, thus in a general way, as a kind of foretaste of the number of subjects, and of the properties that we have to consider, in order that we may first get a clear notion of distinctive character and common properties. By and by, we shall discuss these matters with greater minuteness. After this, we shall pass on to the discussion of causes. For to do this, when the investigation of the details is complete, is the proper and natural method, and that whereby the subjects and the premises of our argument will afterwards be rendered plain. In the first place, we must look to the constituent parts of animals, for it is in a way relative to these parts, first and foremost, that animals in their entirety differ from one another, either in the fact that some have this or that, while they have not that or this, or by peculiarities of position or of arrangement, or by the differences that have been previously mentioned, depending upon diversity of form, on excess or defect in this or that particular, on analogy, or on contrasts of the accidental qualities. To begin with, we must take into consideration the parts of man. For just as each nation is wont to reckon by that monetary standard with which it is most familiar, so must we do in other matters. And, of course, man is the animal with which we are all of us the most familiar. Now, the parts are obvious enough to physical perception. However, with the view of observing due order and sequence, and of combining rational notions with physical perception, we shall proceed to enumerate the parts, firstly the organic, and afterwards the simple or non-composite. Chapter 7. The chief parts into which the body as a whole is subdivided are the head, the neck, the trunk, extending from the neck to the privy parts, which is called the thorax, 2 arms and 2 legs. Of the parts of which the head is composed, the hair-covered portion is called the skull. The front portion of it is termed bregma, or sinciput, developed after birth, for it is the last of all the bones in the body to acquire solidity. The hinder part is termed the occiput, and the part intervening between the sinciput and the occiput is the crown. The brain lies underneath the sinciput. The occiput is hollow. The skull consists entirely of thin bone, rounded in shape and contained within a wrapper of fleshless skin. The skull has sutures, one of circular form in the case of women, in the case of men, as a general rule, three meeting at a point. Instances have been known of a man's skull devoid of suture altogether. In the skull, the middle line where the hair parts is called the crown or vertex. In some cases the parting is double, that is to say, some men are double crowned, not in regard to the bony skull, but in consequence of the double fall or set of the hair. Chapter 8. The part that lies under the skull is called the face, but in the case of man only, for the term is not applied to a fish or to an ox. In the face, the part below the sinciput and between the eyes is termed the forehead. When men have large foreheads, they are slow to move. When they have small ones, they are fickle. When they have broad ones, they are apt to be distraught. When they have foreheads rounded or bulging out, they are quick-tempered. Chapter 9. Underneath the forehead are two eyebrows. Straight eyebrows are a sign of softness of disposition, such as curve in towards the nose, of harshness, such as curve out towards the temples, of humor and dissimulation, such as are drawn in towards one another, of jealousy. Under the eyebrows come the eyes. These are naturally two in number. Each of them has an upper and a lower eyelid, and the hairs on the edges of these are termed eyelashes. The central part of the eye includes the moist part, whereby vision is affected, termed the pupil, and the part surrounding it called the black. The part outside this is the white. A part common to the upper and lower eyelid is a pair of nicks or corners, one in the direction of the nose, and the other in the direction of the temples. When these are long, they are a sign of bad disposition. If the side toward the nostril be fleshy and comb-like, they are a sign of dishonesty. All animals, as a general rule, are provided with eyes, excepting the ostracoderms and other imperfect creatures. At all events, all viviparous animals have eyes, with the exception of the mole. And yet, one might assert that though the mole has not eyes in the full sense, yet it has eyes in a kind of a way. For, in point of absolute fact, it cannot see and has no eyes visible externally. But when the outer skin is removed, it is found to have the place where eyes are usually situated, and the black parts of the eyes rightly situated, and all the place that is usually devoted on the outside to eyes, showing that the parts are stunted in development, and the skin allowed to grow over. Chapter 10. Of the eye, the white is pretty much the same in all creatures, but what is called the black differs in various animals. Some have the rim black, some distinctly blue, some grayish blue, some greenish, and this last color is the sign of an excellent disposition and is particularly well adapted for sharpness of vision. Man is the only, or nearly the only, creature that has eyes of diverse colors. Animals, as a rule, have eyes of one color only. Some horses have blue eyes. Of eyes, some are large, some small, some medium-sized. Of these, the medium-sized are the best. Moreover, eyes sometimes protrude, sometimes recede, sometimes are neither protruding nor receding. Of these, the receding eye is in all animals the most acute, but the last kind are the sign of the best disposition. Again, eyes are sometimes inclined to wink under observation, sometimes to remain open and staring, and sometimes are disposed neither to wink nor stare. The last kind are the sign of the best nature, and of the others, the latter kind indicates impudence, and the former indecision. End of chapter 10. Book 1, chapters 11 to 15 of History of Animals by Aristotle. Translated by D'Arcy Wentworth Thompson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. Furthermore, there is a portion of the head whereby an animal hears, a part incapable of breathing, the ear. I say incapable of breathing, for Alcmaeon is mistaken when he says that goats inspire through their ears. Of the ear, one part is unnamed, the other part is called the lobe, and it is entirely composed of gristle and flesh. The ear is constructed internally like the trumpet shell, and the innermost bone is like the ear itself, and into it at the end the sound makes its way, as into the bottom of a jar. This receptacle does not communicate by any passage with the brain, but does so with the palate, and a vein extends from the brain towards it. The eyes also are connected with the brain, and each of them lies at the end of a little vein. Of animals possessed of ears, man is the only one that cannot move this organ. Of creatures possessed of hearing, some have ears, whilst others have none, but merely have the passages for ears visible, as, for example, feathered animals, or animals coated with horny tessellates. Viviparous animals, with the exception of the seal, the dolphin, and those others which after a similar fashion to these are cetaceans, are all provided with ears. For, by the way, the shark kind are also viviparous. Now, the seal has the passages visible whereby it hears, but the dolphin can hear, but has no ears, nor yet any passages visible. But man alone is unable to move his ears, and all other animals can move them, and the ears lie with man in the same horizontal plane with the eyes, and not in a plane above them, as is the case with some quadrupeds. Of ears, some are fine, some are coarse, and some are of medium texture. The last kind are best for hearing, but they serve in no way to indicate character. Some ears are large, some small, some medium-sized. Again, some stand out far, some lie in close and tight, and some take up a medium position. Of these, such as are of medium size and of medium position are indications of the best disposition, while the large and outstanding ones indicate a tendency to irrelevant talk or chattering. The part intercepted between the eye, the ear, and the crown is termed the temple. Again, there is a part of the countenance that serves as a passage for the breath, the nose. For a man inhales and exhales by this organ, and sneezing is effected by its means, which last is an outward rush of collected breath, and is the only mode of breath used as an omen, and regarded as supernatural. Both inhalation and exhalation go right on from the nose towards the chest, and with the nostrils alone, and separately, it is impossible to inhale or exhale, owing to the fact that the inspiration and respiration take place from the chest along the windpipe, and not by any portion connected with the head. And indeed, it is possible for a creature to live without using this process of nasal respiration. Again, smelling takes place by means of the nose. Smelling, or the sensible discrimination of odor, and the nostril admits of easy motion, and is not, like the ear, intrinsically immovable. A part of it, composed of gristle, constitutes a septum, or partition, and part is an open passage, for the nostril consists of two separate channels. The nostril, or nose of the elephant, is long and strong, and the animal uses it like a hand, for by means of this organ it draws objects towards it, and takes hold of them, and introduces its food into its mouth, whether liquid or dry food, and it is the only living creature that does so. Furthermore, there are two jaws. The front part of them constitutes the chin, and the hinder part the cheek. All animals move the lower jaw, with the exception of the river crocodile. This creature moves the upper jaw only. Next, after the nose, come two lips composed of flesh and facile of motion. The mouth lies inside the jaws and lips. Parts of the mouth are the roof or palate and the pharynx. The part that is sensible of taste is the tongue. The sensation has its seat at the tip of the tongue. If the object to be tasted be placed on the flat surface of the organ, the taste is less sensibly experienced. The tongue is sensitive in all other ways wherein flesh in general is so. That is, it can appreciate hardness, or warmth and cold, in any part of it, just as it can appreciate taste. The tongue is sometimes broad, sometimes narrow, and sometimes of medium width. The last kind is the best and the clearest in its discrimination of taste. Moreover, the tongue is sometimes loosely hung and sometimes fastened, as in the case of those who mumble and who lisp. The tongue consists of flesh, soft and spongy, and the so-called epiglottis is a part of this organ. That part of the mouth that splits into two bits is called the tonsils. That part that splits into many bits, the gums. Both the tonsils and the gums are composed of flesh. In the gums are teeth composed of bone. Inside the mouth is another part shaped like a bunch of grapes, a pillar streaked with veins. If this pillar gets relaxed and inflamed, it is called uvula, or bunch of grapes, and it then has a tendency to bring about suffocation. Chapter 12. The neck is the part between the face and the trunk. Of this, the front part is the larynx, and the back part the gullet. The front part, composed of gristle, through which respiration and speech is effected, is termed the windpipe. The part that is fleshy is the esophagus. Inside, just in front of the chine. The part to the back of the neck is the epimus, or shoulder point. These, then, are the parts to be met with before you come to the thorax. To the trunk there is a front part and a back part. Next, after the neck, in the front part is the chest, with a pair of breasts. To each of the breasts is attached a teat or nipple, through which, in the case of females, the milk percolates, and the breast is of a spongy texture. Milk, by the way, is found at times in the male, but with the male the flesh of the breast is tough. With the female it is soft and porous. Chapter 13. Next, after the thorax, and in front comes the belly, and its root the navel. Underneath this root, the bilateral part is the flank, the undivided part below the navel, the abdomen, the extremity of which is the region of the pubis, and above the navel, the hypochondrium. The cavity common to the hypochondrium and the flank is the gut cavity. Serving as a brace girdle to the hinder parts is the pelvis, and hence it gets its name, osphoos, for it is symmetrical, esophagus in appearance. Of the fundament, the part for resting on is termed the rump, and the part whereon the thigh pivots is termed the socket, or acetabulum. The womb is a part peculiar to the female, and the penis is peculiar to the male. This latter organ is external and situated at the extremity of the trunk. It is composed of two separate parts, of which the extreme part is fleshy, does not alter in size, and is called the glans, and round about it is a skin devoid of any specific title, which integument, if it be cut asunder, never grows together again, any more than does the jaw or the eyelid. And the connection between the latter and the glans is called the frenum. The remaining part of the penis is composed of gristle. It is easily susceptible of enlargement, and it protrudes and recedes in the reverse directions to what is observable in the identical organ in cats. Underneath the penis are two testicles, and the integument of these is a skin that is termed the scrotum. Testicles are not identical with flesh, and are not altogether diverse from it, but by and by we shall treat in an exhaustive way regarding all such parts. Chapter 14. The privy part of the female is in character opposite to that of the male. In other words, the part under the pubis is hollow or receding, and not, like the male organ, protruding. Further, there is an urethra outside the womb, which organ serves as a passage for the sperm of the male, and as an outlet for liquid excretion to both sexes. The part common to the neck and chest is the throat. The armpit is common to side, arm, and shoulder, and the groin is common to thigh and abdomen. The part inside the thigh and buttocks is the perineum, and the part outside the thigh and buttocks is the hypogluteus. The front parts of the trunk have now been enumerated. The part behind the chest is termed the back. Chapter 15. Parts of the back are a pair of shoulder blades, the backbone, and underneath, on a level with the belly in the trunk, the loins. Common to the upper and lower part of the trunk are the ribs, 8 on either side, for, as to the so-called seven-ribbed ligyans, we have not received any trustworthy evidence. Man, then, has an upper and a lower part, a front and a back part, a right and a left side. Now, the right and the left side are pretty well alike in their parts, and identical throughout, except that the left side is the weaker of the two. But the back parts do not resemble the front ones, neither do the lower ones the upper, only that these upper and lower parts may be said to resemble one another thus far, that if the face be plump or meagre, the abdomen is plump or meagre to correspond, and that the legs correspond to the arms, and where the upper arm is short, the thigh is usually short also, and where the feet are small, the hands are small correspondingly. Of the limbs, one set, forming a pair, is arms. To the arm belong the shoulder, upper arm, elbow, forearm, and hand. To the hand belong the palm and the 5 fingers. The part of the finger that bends is termed knuckle. The part that is inflexible is termed the phalanx. The big finger or thumb is single jointed. The other fingers are double jointed. The bending both of the arm and of the finger takes place from without inwards in all cases, and the arm bends at the elbow. The inner part of the hand is termed the palm, and is fleshy and divided by joints or lines. In the case of long-lived people, by 1 or 2 extending right across. In the case of the short-lived, by 2, not so extending. The joint between hand and arm is termed the wrist. The outside or back of the hand is sinewy and has no specific designation. There is another duplicate limb, the leg. Of this limb, the double knobbed part is termed the thigh bone, the sliding part the kneecap, the double boned part the leg. The front part of this latter is termed the shin, and the part behind it the calf, wherein the flesh is sinewy and venous, in some cases drawn upwards towards the hollow behind the knee, as in the case of people with large hips, and in other cases drawn downwards. The lower extremity of the shin is the ankle, duplicate in either leg. The part of the limb that contains a multiplicity of bones is the foot. The hinder part of the foot is the heel. At the front of it, the divided part consists of toes, 5 in number. The fleshy part underneath is the ball. The upper part or back of the foot is sinewy and has no particular appellation. Of the toe, 1 portion is the nail and another the joint, and the nail is in all cases at the extremity, and toes are without exception single jointed. Men that have the inside or sole of the foot clumsy and not arched, that is, that walk resting on the entire under surface of their feet, are prone to roguery. The joint common to thigh and shin is the knee. These, then, are the parts common to the male and the female sex. The relative position of the parts as to up and down, or to front and back, or to right and left, all this, as regards externals, might safely be left to mere ordinary perception. But for all that, we must treat of them for the same reason as the one previously brought forward. That is to say, we must refer to them in order that a due and regular sequence may be observed in our exposition, and in order that by the enumeration of these obvious facts, due attention may be subsequently given to those parts in men and other animals that are diverse in any way from one another. In man, above all other animals, the terms upper and lower are used in harmony with their natural positions, for in him upper and lower have the same meaning as when they are applied to the universe as a whole. In like manner, the terms in front, behind, right, and left are used in accordance with their natural sense. But in regard to other animals, in some cases these distinctions do not exist, and in others they do so, but in a vague way. For instance, the head with all animals is up and above in respect to their bodies, but man alone, as has been said, has in maturity this part uppermost in respect to the material universe. Next, after the head comes the neck, and then the chest and the back, the one in front and the other behind. Next, after these, come the belly, the loins, the sexual parts, and the haunches, then the thigh and shin, and lastly the feet. The legs bend frontwards in the direction of actual progression, and frontwards also lies that part of the foot which is the most effective of motion, and the flexure of that part. But the heel lies at the back, and the ankle bones lie laterally earwise. The arms are situated to right and left, and bend inwards, so that the convexities formed by bent arms and legs are practically face to face with one another in the case of man. As for the senses, and for the organs of sensation, the eyes, the nostrils, and the tongue, all alike are situated frontwards. The sense of hearing, and the organ of hearing, the ear, is situated sideways, on the same horizontal plane with the eyes. The eyes in man are, in proportion to his size, nearer to one another than in any other animal. Of the senses, man has the sense of touch more refined than any animal, and so also, but in less degree, the sense of taste. In the development of the other senses, he is surpassed by a great number of animals. End of chapter 15. Book 1, chapters 16 and 17 of History of Animals by Aristotle. Translated by D'Arcy Wentworth Thompson. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. The parts, then, that are externally visible are arranged in the way above stated, and as a rule have their special designations, and from use and wont are known familiarly to all. But this is not the case with the inner parts. For the fact is that the inner parts of man are, to a very great extent, unknown, and the consequence is that we must have recourse to an examination of the inner parts of other animals, whose nature in any way resembles that of man. In the first place, then, the brain lies in the front part of the head, and this holds alike with all animals possessed of a brain, and all blooded animals are possessed thereof, and, by the way, mollusks as well. But taking size for size of animal, the largest brain and the moistest is that of man. 2 membranes enclose it. The stronger one nearer the bone of the skull. The inner one round the brain itself is finer. The brain in all cases is bilateral. Behind this, right at the back, comes what is termed the cerebellum, differing in form from the brain, as we may both feel and see. The back of the head is with all animals empty and hollow, whatever be its size in the different animals. For some creatures have big heads, while the face below is small in proportion, as is the case with round-faced animals. Some have little heads and long jaws, as is the case, without exception, among animals of the mane and tail species. The brain in all animals is bloodless, devoid of veins, and naturally cold to the touch. In the great majority of animals it has a small hollow in its center. The brain caul around it is reticulated with veins, and this brain caul is that skin-like membrane which closely surrounds the brain. Above the brain is the thinnest and weakest bone of the head, which is termed bregma or sinciput. From the eye there go 3 ducts to the brain, the largest and the medium-sized to the cerebellum, the least to the brain itself, and the least is the one situated nearest to the nostril. The 2 largest ones, then, run side by side and do not meet. The medium-sized ones meet, and this is particularly visible in fishes, for they lie nearer than the large ones to the brain. The smallest pair are the most widely separate from one another, and do not meet. Inside the neck is what is termed the esophagus, whose other name is derived from its length and narrowness, and the windpipe. The windpipe is situated in front of the esophagus in all animals that have a windpipe, and all animals have one that are furnished with lungs. The windpipe is made up of gristle, is sparingly supplied with blood, and is streaked all round with numerous minute veins. It is situated in its upper part near the mouth, below the aperture formed by the nostrils into the mouth, an aperture through which, when men in drinking inhale any of the liquid, this liquid finds its way out through the nostrils. In betwixt the two openings comes the so-called epiglottis, an organ capable of being drawn over and covering the orifice of the windpipe, communicating with the mouth. The end of the tongue is attached to the epiglottis. In the other direction, the windpipe extends to the interval between the lungs, and hereupon bifurcates into each of the two divisions of the lung. For the lung, in all animals possessed of the organ, has a tendency to be double. In viviparous animals, however, the duplication is not so plainly discernible as in other species, and the duplication is least discernible in man. And in man, the organ is not split into many parts, as is the case with some vivipara. Neither is it smooth, but its surface is uneven. In the case of the ovipara, such as birds and oviparous quadrupeds, the two parts of the organ are separated to a distance from one another, so that the creatures appear to be furnished with a pair of lungs, and from the windpipe, itself single, there branch off two separate parts extending to each of the two divisions of the lung. It is attached also to the great vein, and to what is designated the aorta. When the windpipe is charged with air, the air passes on to the hollow parts of the lung. These parts have divisions composed of gristle, which meet at an acute angle. From the divisions run passages through the entire lung, giving off smaller and smaller ramifications. The heart also is attached to the windpipe by connections of fat, gristle, and sinew, and at the point of juncture there is a hollow. When the windpipe is charged with air, the entrance of the air into the heart, though imperceptible in some animals, is perceptible enough in the larger ones. Such are the properties of the windpipe, and it takes in and throws out air only, and takes in nothing else, either dry or liquid, or else it causes you pain until you shall have coughed up whatever may have gone down. The esophagus communicates at the top with the mouth, close to the windpipe, and is attached to the backbone and the windpipe by membranous ligaments, and at last finds its way through the midriff into the belly. It is composed of flesh-like substance and is elastic both lengthways and breadthways. The stomach of man resembles that of a dog, for it is not much bigger than the bowel, but is somewhat like a bowel of more than usual width. Then comes the bowel, single, convoluted, moderately wide. The lower part of the gut is like that of a pig, for it is broad, and the part from it to the buttocks is thick and short. The caul, or great omentum, is attached to the middle of the stomach, and consists of a fatty membrane, as is the case with all other animals whose stomachs are single, and which have teeth in both jaws. The mesentery is over the bowels. This also is membranous and broad, and turns to fat. It is attached to the great vein and the aorta, and there run through it a number of veins closely packed together, extending towards the region of the bowels, beginning above and ending below. So much for the properties of the esophagus, the windpipe, and the stomach. Chapter 17. The heart has 3 cavities, and is situated above the lung at the division of the windpipe, and is provided with a fatty and thick membrane, where it fastens onto the great vein and the aorta. It lies with its tapering portion upon the aorta, and this portion is similarly situated in relation to the chest in all animals that have a chest. In all animals alike, in those that have a chest and in those that have none, the apex of the heart points forwards, although this fact might possibly escape notice by a change of position under dissection. The rounded end of the heart is at the top. The apex is, to a great extent, fleshy and close in texture, and in the cavities of the heart are sinews. As a rule, the heart is situated in the middle of the chest in animals that have a chest, and in man it is situated a little to the left-hand side, leaning a little way from the division of the breasts towards the left breast, in the upper part of the chest. The heart is not large, and in its general shape it is not elongated. In fact, it is somewhat round in form. Only, be it remembered, it is sharp-pointed at the bottom. It has 3 cavities, as has been said. The right-hand one, the largest of the 3, the left-hand one, the least, and the middle one, intermediate in size. All these cavities, even the 2 small ones, are connected by passages with the lung, and this fact is rendered quite plain in one of the cavities. And below, at the point of attachment, in the largest cavity, there is a connection with the great vein, near which the mesentery lies, and in the middle one there is a connection with the aorta. Canals lead from the heart into the lung, and branch off, just as the windpipe does, running all over the lung parallel with the passages from the windpipe. The canals from the heart are uppermost, and there is no common passage, but the passages, through their having a common wall, receive the breath and pass it on to the heart, and one of the passages conveys it to the right cavity, and the other to the left. With regard to the great vein and the aorta, we shall, by and by, treat of them together in a discussion devoted to them, and to them alone. In all animals that are furnished with a lung, and that are both internally and externally viviparous, the lung is of all organs the most richly supplied with blood. For the lung is throughout spongy in texture, and along by every single pore in it go branches from the great vein. Those who imagine it to be empty are altogether mistaken, and they are led into their error by their observation of lungs removed from animals under dissection, out of which organs the blood has all escaped immediately after death. Of the other internal organs, the heart alone contains blood, and the lung has blood not in itself but in its veins. But the heart has blood in itself, for in each of its 3 cavities it has blood, but the thinnest blood is what it has in its central cavity. Under the lung comes the thoracic diaphragm, or midriff, attached to the ribs, the hypochondria, and the backbone, with a thin membrane in the middle of it. It has veins running through it, and the diaphragm in the case of man is thicker in proportion to the size of his frame than in other animals. Under the diaphragm, on the right-hand side lies the liver, and on the left-hand side the spleen, alike in all animals that are provided with these organs in an ordinary and not preternatural way. For, be it observed, in some quadrupeds, these organs have been found in a transposed position. These organs are connected with the stomach by the caul. To outward view, the spleen of man is narrow and long, resembling the self-same organ in the pig. The liver, in the great majority of animals, is not provided with a gallbladder, but the latter is present in some. The liver of a man is round-shaped and resembles the same organ in the ox. And, by the way, the absence above referred to of a gallbladder is at times met with in the practice of augury. For instance, in a certain district of the Chalcidic settlement in Euboea, the sheep are devoid of gallbladders, and in Naxos, nearly all the quadrupeds have one so large that foreigners, when they offer sacrifice with such victims, are bewildered with fright, under the impression that the phenomenon is not due to natural causes, but bodes some mischief to the individual offerers of the sacrifice. Again, the liver is attached to the great vein, but it has no communication with the aorta, for the vein that goes off from the great vein goes right through the liver, at a point where are the so-called portals of the liver. The spleen also is connected only with the great vein, for a vein extends to the spleen off from it. After these organs come the kidneys, and these are placed close to the backbone and resemble in character the same organ in kind. In all animals that are provided with this organ, the right kidney is situated higher up than the other. It has also less fatty substance than the left-hand one, and is less moist, and this phenomenon also is observable in all the other animals alike. Furthermore, passages or ducts lead into the kidneys both from the great vein and from the aorta, only not into the cavity. For, by the way, there is a cavity in the middle of the kidney, bigger in some creatures and less in others, but there is none in the case of the seal. This latter animal has kidneys resembling in shape the identical organ in kind, but in its case the organs are more solid than in any other known creature. The ducts that lead into the kidneys lose themselves in the substance of the kidneys themselves, and the proof that they extend no farther rests on the fact that they contain no blood, nor is any clot found therein. The kidneys, however, have, as has been said, a small cavity. From this cavity in the kidney there lead two considerable ducts or ureters into the bladder, and others spring from the aorta, strong and continuous. And to the middle of each of the two kidneys is attached a hollow sinewy vein, stretching right along the spine through the narrows. By and by, these veins are lost in either loin, and again become visible, extending to the flank. And these off-branchings of the veins terminate in the bladder. For the bladder lies at the extremity and is held in position by the ducts stretching from the kidneys, along the stalk that extends to the urethra, and pretty well all round it is fastened by fine sinewy membranes that resemble to some extent the thoracic diaphragm. The bladder in man is proportionately to his size tolerably large. To the stalk of the bladder the private part is attached, the external orifices coalescing. But a little lower down, one of the openings communicates with the testicles, and the other with the bladder. The penis is gristly and sinewy in its texture. With it are connected the testicles in male animals, and the properties of these organs we shall discuss in our general account of the said organ. All these organs are similar in the female, for there is no difference in regard to the internal organs, except in respect to the womb. And with reference to the appearance of this organ, I must refer the reader to diagrams in my Anatomy. The womb, however, is situated over the bowel, and the bladder lies over the womb. But we must treat by and by in our pages of the womb of all female animals viewed generally. For the wombs of all female animals are not identical, neither do their local dispositions coincide. These are the organs, internal and external, of man, and such is their nature, and such their local disposition. End of chapter 17 and end of book 1. Book 2, Chapter 1 of History of Animals by Aristotle. Translated by D'Arcy Wentworth Thompson. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. With regard to animals in general, some parts or organs are common to all, as has been said, and some are common only to particular genera. The parts, moreover, are identical with or different from one another on the lines already repeatedly laid down. For, as a general rule, all animals that are generically distinct have the majority of their parts or organs different in form or species, and some of them they have only analogically similar, and diverse in kind or genus, while they have others that are alike in kind but specifically diverse. And many parts or organs exist in some animals but not in others. For instance, viviparous quadrupeds have all a head and a neck, and all the parts or organs of the head, but they differ each from other in the shapes of the parts. The lion has its neck composed of one single bone instead of vertebra, but when dissected, the animal is found in all internal characters to resemble the dog. The quadrupedal vivipara, instead of arms, have 4 legs. This is true of all quadrupeds, but such of them as have toes have, practically speaking, organs analogous to hands. At all events, they use these 4 limbs for many purposes as hands. And they have the limbs on the left-hand side less distinct from those on the right than man. The 4 limbs then serve more or less the purpose of hands in quadrupeds, with the exception of the elephant. This latter animal has its toes somewhat indistinctly defined, and its front legs are much bigger than its hinder ones. It is 5-toed and has short ankles to its hind feet, but it has a nose, such in properties and such in size as to allow of its using the same for a hand. For it eats and drinks by lifting up its food with the aid of this organ into its mouth, and with the same organ it lifts up articles to the driver on its back. With this organ it can pluck up trees by the roots, and when walking through water, it spouts the water up by means of it. And this organ is capable of being crooked or coiled at the tip, but not of flexing like a joint, for it is composed of gristle. Of all animals, man alone can learn to make equal use of both hands. All animals have a part analogous to the chest in man, but not similar to his, for the chest in man is broad, but that of all other animals is narrow. Moreover, no other animal but man has breasts in front. The elephant certainly has 2 breasts, not however in the chest, but near it. Moreover, also, animals have the flexions of their fore and hind limbs in directions opposite to one another, and in directions the reverse of those observed in the arms and legs of man, with the exception of the elephant. In other words, with the viviparous quadrupeds, the front legs bend forwards and the hind ones backwards, and the concavities of the 2 pairs of limbs thus face one another. The elephant does not sleep standing, as some were wont to assert, but it bends its legs and settles down, only that in consequence of its weight it cannot bend its legs on both sides simultaneously, but falls into a recumbent position on one side or the other, and in this position it goes to sleep, and it bends its hind legs just as a man bends his legs. In the case of the ovipara, as the crocodile and the lizard and the like, both pairs of legs, fore and hind, bend forwards with a slight swerve to one side. The flexion is similar in the case of the multipeds, only that the legs in between the extreme ends always move in a manner intermediate between that of those in front and those behind, and accordingly bend sideways rather than backwards or forwards. But man bends his arms and his legs towards the same point, and therefore in opposite ways. That is to say, he bends his arms backwards with just a slight inclination inwards, and his legs frontwards. No animal bends both its forelimbs and hind limbs backwards. But in the case of all animals, the flexion of the shoulders is in the opposite direction to that of the elbows or the joints of the forelegs, and the flexure in the hips to that of the knees of the hind legs, so that, since man differs from other animals in flexion, those animals that possess such parts as these move them contrariwise to man. Birds have the flexions of their limbs like those of the quadrupeds, for, although bipeds, they bend their legs backwards, and instead of arms or front legs, have wings which bend frontwards. The seal is a kind of imperfect or crippled quadruped, for just behind the shoulder blade its front feet are placed, resembling hands, like the front paws of the bear, for they are furnished with 5 toes, and each of the toes has 3 flexions and a nail of inconsiderable size. The hind feet are also furnished with 5 toes. In their flexions and nails they resemble the front feet, and in shape they resemble a fish's tail. The movements of animals, quadruped and multiped, are crosswise or in diagonals, and their equilibrium in standing posture is maintained crosswise, and it is always the limb on the right-hand side that is the first to move. The lion, however, and the 2 species of camel, both the Bactrian and the Arabian, progress by an amble, and the action so called is when the animal never overpasses the right foot with the left, but always follows close upon it. Whatever parts men have in front, these parts quadrupeds have below, in or on the belly, and whatever parts men have behind, these parts quadrupeds have above, on their backs. Most quadrupeds have a tail, for even the seal has a tiny one resembling that of the stag. Regarding the tails of the pithecoids, we must give their distinctive properties by and by. All viviparous quadrupeds are hair-coated, whereas man has only a few short hairs excepting on the head. But so far as the head is concerned, he is hairier than any other animal. Further, of hair-coated animals, the back is hairier than the belly, which latter is either comparatively void of hair or smooth and void of hair altogether. With man, the reverse is the case. Man also has upper and lower eyelashes and hair under the armpits and on the pubes. No other animal has hair in either of these localities, or has an under eyelash, though in the case of some animals a few straggling hairs grow under the eyelid. Of hair-coated quadrupeds, some are hairy all over the body, as the pig, the bear, and the dog. Others are especially hairy on the neck and all round about it, as is the case with animals that have a shaggy mane, such as the lion. Others again are especially hairy on the upper surface of the neck from the head as far as the withers, namely such as have a crested mane, as is the case with the horse, the mule, and among the undomesticated horned animals, the bison. The so-called hippelopus also has a mane on its withers, and the animal called pardian. In either case, a thin mane extending from the head to the withers. The hippelopus has exceptionally a beard by the larynx. Both these animals have horns and are cloven-footed. The female, however, of the hippelopus has no horns. This latter animal resembles the stag in size, It is found in the territory of the Arakatai, where the wild cattle also are found. Wild cattle differ from their domesticated congeners, just as the wild boar differs from the domesticated one. That is to say, they are black, strong-looking, with a hook-nosed muzzle, and with horns lying more over the back. The horns of the Hippelopus, indeed, resemble those of the gazelle. The elephant, by the way, is the least hairy of all quadrupeds. With animals, as a general rule, the tail corresponds with the body as regards thickness or thinness of hair coating. That is, with animals that have long tails, for some creatures have tails of altogether insignificant size. Camels have an exceptional organ wherein they differ from all other animals, and that is the so-called hump on their back. The Bactrian camel differs from the Arabian, for the former has 2 humps, and the latter only 1, though it has, by the way, a kind of a hump below, like the one above, on which, when it kneels, the weight of the whole body rests. The camel has 4 teats like the cow, a tail like that of an ass, and the privy parts of the male are directed backwards. It has 1 knee in each leg, and the flexures of the limb are not manifold, as some say, although they appear to be so from the constricted shape of the region of the belly. It has a huckle bone, like that of kine, but meagre and small in proportion to its bulk. It is cloven-footed, and has not got teeth in both jaws, and it is cloven-footed in the following way. At the back there is a slight cleft extending as far up as the second joint of the toes, and in front there are small hooves on the tip of the first joint of the toes, and a sort of web passes across the cleft as in geese. The foot is fleshy underneath, like that of the bear, so that when the animal goes to war, they protect its feet, when they get sore with sandals. The legs of all quadrupeds are bony, sinewy, and fleshless, and in point of fact, such is the case with all animals that are furnished with feet, with the exception of man. They are also unfurnished with buttocks, and this last point is plain in an especial degree in birds. It is the reverse with man, for there is scarcely any part of the body in which man is so fleshy as in the buttock, the thigh, and the calf. For the part of the leg called gastrocnemia, or calf, is fleshy. Of blooded and viviparous quadrupeds, some have the foot cloven into many parts, as is the case with the hands and feet of man. For some animals, by the way, are many-toed, as the lion, the dog, and the pard. Others have feet cloven in twain, and instead of nails have hooves, as the sheep, the goat, the deer, and the hippopotamus. Others are uncloven of foot, such for instance as the solid-hooved animals, the horse and the mule. Swine are either cloven-footed or uncloven-footed, for there are in Illyria and in Paeonia and elsewhere solid-hooved swine. The cloven-footed animals have 2 clefts behind. In the solid-hooved, this part is continuous and undivided. Furthermore, of animals, some are horned and some are not so. The great majority of the horned animals are cloven-footed, as the ox, the stag, the goat, and a solid-hooved animal with a pair of horns has never yet been met with. But a few animals are known to be single-horned and single-hooved, as the Indian ass, and one, to wit the oryx, is single-horned and cloven-hooved. Of all solid-hooved animals, the Indian ass alone has an astragalus or huckle bone, for the pig, as was said above, is either solid-hooved or cloven-footed, and consequently has no well-formed huckle bone. Of the cloven-footed, many are provided with a huckle bone. Of the many-fingered or many-toed, no single one has been observed to have a huckle bone. None of the others any more than man. The lynx, however, has something like a hemiastragal, and the lion something resembling the sculptor's labyrinth. All the animals that have a huckle bone have it in the hinder legs. They have also the bone placed straight up in the joint, the upper part outside, the lower part inside, the sides called koa turned towards one another, the sides called kia outside, and the karae or horns on the top. This then is the position of the huckle bone in the case of all animals provided with the part. Some animals are at one and the same time furnished with a mane and furnished also with a pair of horns, bent in towards one another, as is the bison or aurochs, which is found in Paeonia and Mydica. But all animals that are horned are quadrupedal, except in cases where a creature is said metaphorically or by a figure of speech to have horns, just as the Egyptians describe the serpents found in the neighborhood of Thebes, while in point of fact the creatures have merely protuberances on the head sufficiently large to suggest such an epithet. Of horned animals, the deer alone has a horn, or antler, hard and solid throughout. The horns of other animals are hollow, for a certain distance, and solid towards the extremity. The hollow part is derived from the skin, but the core round which this is wrapped, the hard part, is derived from the bones, as is the case with the horns of oxen. The deer is the only animal that sheds its horns, and it does so annually after reaching the age of 2 years, and again renews them. All other animals retain their horns permanently, unless the horns be damaged by accident. Again, with regard to the breasts and the generative organs, animals differ widely from one another and from man. For instance, the breasts of some animals are situated in front, either in the chest or near to it, and there are in such cases 2 breasts and 2 teats, as is the case with man and the elephant, as previously stated. For the elephant has 2 breasts in the region of the axillae, and the female elephant has 2 breasts, insignificant in size and in no way proportionate to the bulk of the entire frame. In fact, so insignificant as to be invisible in a sideways view. The males also have breasts, like the females, exceedingly small. The she-bear has 4 breasts. Some animals have 2 breasts, but situated near the thighs, and teats likewise 2 in number, as the sheep. Others have 4 teats, as the cow. Some have breasts neither in the chest nor at the thighs, but in the belly, as the dog and pig, and they have a considerable number of breasts or dugs, but not all of equal size. Thus the shepherd has 4 dugs in the belly, the lioness 2, and others more. The she-camel also has 2 dugs and 4 teats, like the cow. Of solid-hooved animals, the males have no dugs, excepting in the case of males that take after the mother, which phenomenon is observable in horses. Of male animals, the genitals of some are external, as is the case with man, the horse, and most other creatures. Some are internal, as with the dolphin. With those that have the organ externally placed, the organ in some cases is situated in front, as in the cases already mentioned, and of these some have the organ detached, both penis and testicles as man. Others have penis and testicles closely attached to the belly. Some more closely, some less, for this organ is not detached in the wild boar nor in the horse. The penis of the elephant resembles that of the horse. Compared with the size of the animal, it is disproportionately small. The testicles are not visible, but are concealed inside in the vicinity of the kidneys, and for this reason the male speedily gives over in the act of intercourse. The genitals of the female are situated where the udder is in sheep. When she is in heat, she draws the organ back and exposes it externally, to facilitate the act of intercourse for the male, and the organ opens out to a considerable extent. With most animals, the genitals have the position above assigned, but some animals discharge their urine backwards, as the lynx, the lion, the camel, and the hare. Male animals differ from one another, as has been said in this particular, but all female animals are retramingent. Even the female elephant, like other animals, though she has the privy part below the thighs. In the male organ itself there is a great diversity, for in some cases the organ is composed of flesh and gristle, as in man. In such cases the fleshy part does not become inflated, but the gristly part is subject to enlargement. In other cases the organ is composed of fibrous tissue, as with the camel and the deer. In other cases it is bony, as with the fox, the wolf, the marten, and the weasel, for this organ in the weasel has a bone. When man has arrived at maturity, his upper part is smaller than the lower one, but with all other blooded animals the reverse holds good. By the upper part we mean all extending from the head down to the parts used for excretion of residuum, and by the lower part all else. With animals that have feet, the hind legs are to be rated as the lower part in our comparison of magnitudes, and with animals devoid of feet, the tail and the leg. When animals arrive at maturity, their properties are as above stated, but they differ greatly from one another in their growth towards maturity. For instance, man, when young, has his upper part larger than the lower, but in course of growth he comes to reverse this condition, and it is owing to this circumstance that, an exceptional instance by the way, he does not progress in early life as he does at maturity, but in infancy creeps on all fours. But some animals in growth retain the relative proportion of the parts, as the dog. Some animals at first have the upper part smaller and the lower part larger, and in course of growth the upper part gets to be the larger, as is the case with the bushy-tailed animals such as the horse, for in their case there is never subsequently to birth any increase in the part extending from the hoof to the haunch. Again, in respect to the teeth, animals differ greatly both from one another and from man. All animals that are quadrupedal, blooded, and viviparous are furnished with teeth. But to begin with, some are double-toothed, or fully furnished with teeth in both jaws, and some are not. For instance, horned quadrupeds are not double-toothed, for they have not got the front teeth in the upper jaw. And some hornless animals also are not double-toothed, as the camel. Some animals have tusks, like the boar, and some have not. Further, some animals are saw-toothed, such as the lion, the pard, and the dog, and some have teeth that do not interlock, but have flat opposing crowns, as the horse and the ox. And by saw-toothed we mean such animals as interlock the sharp-pointed teeth in one jaw between the sharp-pointed ones in the other. No animal is there that possesses both tusks and horns, nor yet do either of these structures exist in any animal possessed of saw teeth. The front teeth are usually sharp and the back ones blunt. The seal is saw-toothed, throughout, inasmuch as he is a sort of link with the class of fishes, for fishes are almost all saw-toothed. No animal of these genera is provided with double rows of teeth. There is, however, an animal of the sort, if we are to believe Ctesias. He assures us that the Indian wild beast, called the Marticorus, has a triple row of teeth in both upper and lower jaw, that it is as big as a lion and equally hairy, and that its feet resemble those of the lion, that it resembles man in its face and ears, that its eyes are blue and its color vermilion, that its tail is like that of the land scorpion, that it has a sting in the tail, and has the faculty of shooting off arrow-wise the spines that are attached to the tail, that the sound of its voice is something between the sound of a panpipe and that of a trumpet, that it can run as swiftly as a deer, and that it is savage and a man-eater. Man sheds his teeth, and so do other animals, as the horse, the mule, and the ass. And man sheds his front teeth, but there is no instance of an animal that sheds its molars. The pig sheds none of its teeth at all. End of chapter 1. Book 2, chapters 2 to 11 of History of Animals by Aristotle. Translated by D'Arcy Wentworth Thompson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. With regard to dogs, some doubts are entertained, as some contend that they shed no teeth whatever, and others that they shed the canines, but those alone. The fact being that they do shed their teeth like man, but that the circumstance escapes observation, owing to the fact that they never shed them until equivalent teeth have grown within the gums to take the place of the shed ones. We shall be justified in supposing that the case is similar with wild beasts in general, for they are said to shed their canines only. Dogs can be distinguished from one another, the young from the old, by their teeth, for the teeth in young dogs are white and sharp-pointed, in old dogs black and blunt. Chapter 3. In this particular the horse differs entirely from animals in general, for generally speaking, as animals grow older, their teeth get blacker, but the horse's teeth grow whiter with age. The so-called canines come in between the sharp teeth and the broad or blunt ones, partaking of the form of both kinds, for they are broad at the base and sharp at the tip. Males have more teeth than females in the case of men, sheep, goats, and swine. In the case of other animals, observations have not yet been made, but the more teeth they have, the more long-lived are they, as a rule, while those are short-lived in proportion that have teeth fewer in number and thinly set. Chapter 4. The last teeth to come in man are molars called wisdom teeth, which come at the age of 20 years. In the case of both sexes, cases have been known in women upwards of 80 years old, where at the very close of life the wisdom teeth have come up, causing great pain in their coming, and cases have been known of the like phenomenon in men too. This happens when it does happen in the case of people where the wisdom teeth have not come up in early years. Chapter 5. The elephant has 4 teeth on either side, by which it munches its food, grinding it like so much barley meal, and quite apart from these, it has its great teeth or tusks, 2 in number. In the male, these tusks are comparatively large and curved upwards. In the female, they are comparatively small and point in the opposite direction. That is, they look downwards towards the ground. The elephant is furnished with teeth at birth, but the tusks are not then visible. Chapter 6. The tongue of the elephant is exceedingly small and situated far back in the mouth, so that it is difficult to get a sight of it. Chapter 7. Furthermore, animals differ from one another in the relative size of their mouths. In some animals the mouth opens wide, as is the case with the dog, the lion, and with all the saw-toothed animals. Other animals have small mouths, as man, and others have mouths of medium capacity, as the pig and his congeners. The Egyptian hippopotamus has a mane like a horse, is cloven-footed like an ox, and is snub-nosed. It has a huckle-bone like cloven-footed animals, and tusks just visible. It has the tail of a pig, the knee of a horse, and the dimensions of an ass. The hide is so thick that spears are made out of it. In its internal organs it resembles the horse and the ass. Chapter 8. Some animals share the properties of man and the quadrupeds, as the ape, the monkey, and the baboon. The monkey is a tailed ape. The baboon resembles the ape in form, only that it is bigger and stronger, more like a dog in face, and is more savage in its habits, and its teeth are more dog-like and more powerful. Apes are hairy on the back, in keeping with their quadrupedal nature, and hairy on the belly, in keeping with their human form. For, as was said above, this characteristic is reversed in man and the quadruped, only that the hair is coarse, so that the ape is thickly coated both on the belly and on the back. Its face resembles that of man in many respects. In other words, it has similar nostrils and ears, and teeth like those of man, both front teeth and molars. Further, whereas quadrupeds in general are not furnished with lashes on one of the 2 eyelids, this creature has them on both, only very thinly set, especially the under ones. In fact, they are very insignificant indeed. And we must bear in mind that all other quadrupeds have no under eyelash at all. The ape has also in its chest 2 teats upon poorly developed breasts. It has also arms like man, only covered with hair, and it bends these legs like man, with the convexities of both limbs facing one another. In addition, it has hands and fingers and nails like man, only that all these parts are somewhat more beast-like in appearance. Its feet are exceptional in kind, that is, they are like large hands, and the toes are like fingers, with the middle one the longest of all. And the under part of the foot is like a hand, except for its length, and stretches out towards the extremities like the palm of the hand. And this palm, at the after end, is unusually hard, and in a clumsy, obscure kind of way resembles a heel. The creature uses its feet either as hands or feet, and doubles them up, as one doubles a fist. Its upper arm and thigh are short in proportion to the forearm and the shin. It has no projecting navel, but only a hardness in the ordinary locality of the navel. Its upper part is much larger than its lower part, as is the case with quadrupeds. In fact, the proportion of the former to the latter is about as 5 to 3. Owing to this circumstance, and to the fact that its feet resemble hands, and are composed in a manner of hand and of foot in the heel extremity, of the hand in all else. For even the toes have what is called a palm. For these reasons the animal is oftener to be found on all fours than upright. It has neither hips, inasmuch as it is a quadruped, nor yet a tail, inasmuch as it is a biped, except, by the way, that it has a tail as small can be, just a sort of indication of a tail. The genitals of the female resemble those of the female in the human species. Those of the male are more like those of a dog than are those of a man. Chapter 9. The monkey, as has been observed, is furnished with a tail. In all such creatures the internal organs are found under dissection to correspond to those of man. So much then for the properties of the organs of such animals as bring forth their young into the world alive. Chapter 10. Oviparous and blooded quadrupeds. And, by the way, no terrestrial blooded animal is oviparous unless it is quadrupedal or is devoid of feet altogether, are furnished with a head, a neck, a back, upper and under parts, the front legs and hind legs, and the part analogous to the chest, all, as in the case of viviparous quadrupeds, and with a tail, usually large, in exceptional cases small. And all these creatures are many-toed, and the several toes are cloven apart. Furthermore, they all have the ordinary organs of sensation, including a tongue, with the exception of the Egyptian crocodile. This latter animal, by the way, resembles certain fishes, for, as a general rule, fishes have a prickly tongue, not free in its movements, though there are some fishes that present a smooth, undifferentiated surface where the tongue should be, until you open their mouths wide and make a close inspection. Again, oviparous blooded quadrupeds are unprovided with ears, but possess only the passage for hearing. Neither have they breasts, nor a copulatory organ, nor external testicles, but internal ones only. Neither are they hair-coated, but are in all cases covered with scaly plates. Moreover, they are without exception saw-toothed. River crocodiles have pig's eyes, large teeth and tusks, and strong nails, and an impenetrable skin composed of scaly plates. They see but poorly under water, but above the surface of it with remarkable acuteness. As a rule, they pass the daytime on land, and the nighttime in the water, for the temperature of the water is at nighttime more genial than that of the open air. Chapter 11. The chameleon resembles the lizard in the general configuration of its body, but the ribs stretch downwards and meet together under the belly, as is the case with fishes, and the spine sticks up, as with the fish. Its face resembles that of the baboon. Its tail is exceedingly long, terminates in a sharp point, and is, for the most part, coiled up like a strap of leather. It stands higher off the ground than the lizard, but the flexure of the legs is the same in both creatures. Each of its feet is divided into two parts, which bear the same relation to one another that the thumb and the rest of the hand bear to one another in man. Each of these parts is, for a short distance, divided after a fashion into toes. On the front feet, the inside part is divided into 3, and the outside into 2. On the hind feet, the inside part into 2, and the outside into 3. It has claws also on these parts resembling those of birds of prey. Its body is rough all over, like that of the crocodile. Its eyes are situated in a hollow recess and are very large and round, and are enveloped in a skin resembling that which covers the entire body. And in the middle, a slight aperture is left for vision, through which the animal sees, for it never covers up this aperture with the cutaneous envelope. It keeps twisting its eyes round and shifting its line of vision in every direction, and thus contrives to get a sight of any object that it wants to see. The change in its color takes place when it is inflated with air. It is then black, not unlike the crocodile, or green, like the lizard, but black spotted like the pard. This change of color takes place over the whole body alike, for the eyes and the tail come alike under its influence. In its movements, it is very sluggish, like the tortoise. It assumes a greenish hue in dying, and retains this hue after death. It resembles the lizard in the position of the esophagus and the windpipe. It has no flesh anywhere except a few scraps of flesh on the head and on the jaws, and near to the root of the tail. It has blood only round about the heart, the eyes, the region above the heart, and in all the veins extending from these parts. And in all these there is but little blood after all. The brain is situated a little above the eyes, but connected with them. When the outer skin is drawn aside from off the eye, a something is found surrounding the eye that gleams through like a thin ring of copper. Membranes extend well nigh over its entire frame, numerous and strong, and surpassing in respect of number and relative strength those found in any other animal. After being cut open along its entire length, it continues to breathe for a considerable time. A very slight motion goes on in the region of the heart, and while contraction is especially manifested in the neighborhood of the ribs, a similar motion is more or less discernible over the whole body. It has no spleen visible. It hibernates like the lizard. End of chapter 11. Book 2, chapters 12 to 15 of History of Animals by Aristotle. Translated by D'Arcy Wentworth Thompson. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. Birds also in some parts resemble the above-mentioned animals. That is to say, they have in all cases a head, a neck, a back, a belly, and what is analogous to the chest. The bird is remarkable among animals as having 2 feet like man, only, by the way, it bends them backwards as quadrupeds bend their hind legs, as was noticed previously. It has neither hands nor front feet, but wings, an exceptional structure as compared with other animals. Its haunch bone is long like a thigh, and is attached to the body as far as the middle of the belly. So like to a thigh is it that when viewed separately it looks like a real one, while the real thigh is a separate structure betwixt it and the shin. Of all birds, those that have crooked talons have the biggest thighs and the strongest breasts. All birds are furnished with many claws, and all have the toes separated more or less asunder, that is to say, in the greater part the toes are clearly distinct from one another. For even the swimming birds, although they are web-footed, have still their claws fully articulated and distinctly differentiated from one another. Birds that fly high in the air are in all cases four-toed. That is, the greater part have 3 toes in front and 1 behind in place of a heel. Some few have 2 in front and 2 behind, as the wryneck. This latter bird is somewhat bigger than the chaffinch, and is mottled in appearance. It is peculiar in the arrangement of its toes, and resembles the snake in the structure of its tongue, for the creature can protrude its tongue to the extent of 4 finger breadths, and then draw it back again. Moreover, it can twist its head backwards, while keeping all the rest of its body still, like the serpent. It has big claws, somewhat resembling those of the woodpecker. Its note is a shrill chirp. Birds are furnished with a mouth, but with an exceptional one, for they have neither lips nor teeth, but a beak. Neither have they ears nor a nose, but only passages for the sensations connected with these organs, that for the nostrils in the beak, and that for hearing in the head. Like all other animals, they all have 2 eyes, and these are devoid of lashes. The heavy-bodied, or gallinaceous birds, close the eye by means of the lower lid, and all birds blink by means of a skin extending over the eye from the inner corner. The owl and its congeners also close the eye by means of the upper lid. The same phenomenon is observable in the animals that are protected by horny scutes, as in the lizard and its congeners, for they all, without exception, close the eye with the lower lid, but they do not blink like birds. Further, birds have neither scutes nor hair, but feathers, and the feathers are invariably furnished with quills. They have no tail, but a rump with tail feathers, short in such as are long-legged and web-footed, large in others. These latter kinds of birds fly with their feet tucked up close to the belly, but the small-rumped or short-tailed birds fly with their legs stretched out at full length. All are furnished with a tongue, but the organ is variable, being long in some birds and broad in others. Certain species of birds, above all other animals and next after man, possess the faculty of uttering articulate sounds, and this faculty is chiefly developed in broad-tongued birds. No oviparous creature has an epiglottis over the windpipe, but these animals so manage the opening and shutting of the windpipe as not to allow any solid substance to get down into the lung. Some species of birds are furnished additionally with spurs, but no bird with crooked talons is found so provided. The birds with talons are among those that fly well, but those that have spurs are among the heavy-bodied. Again, some birds have a crest. As a general rule, the crest sticks up, and is composed of feathers only, but the crest of the barn-door cock is exceptional in kind, for whereas it is not just exactly flesh, at the same time it is not easy to see what else it is. Chapter 13. Of water animals, the genus of fishes constitutes a single group apart from the rest, and including many diverse forms. In the first place, the fish has a head, a back, a belly, in the neighborhood of which last are placed the stomach and viscera, and behind it has a tail of continuous, undivided shape, but not, by the way, in all cases alike. No fish has a neck, or any limb or testicles at all within or without or breasts. But, by the way, this absence of breasts may be predicated of all non-viviparous animals, and in point of fact, viviparous animals are not in all cases provided with the organ, excepting such as are directly viviparous without being first oviparous. Thus the dolphin is directly viviparous, and accordingly we find it furnished with two breasts, not situated high up, but in the neighbourhood of the genitals. And this creature is not provided, like quadrupeds, with visible teats, but has two vents, one on each flank, from which the milk flows, and its young have to follow after it to get suckled, and this phenomenon has been actually witnessed. Fishes, then, as has been observed, have no breasts, and no passage for the genitals visible externally, but they have an exceptional organ in the gills, whereby, after taking the water in by the mouth, they discharge it again, and in the fins, of which the greater part have 4, and the lanky ones 2, as for instance the eel, and these 2 situated near to the gills. In like manner the grey mullet, as for instance the mullet found in the lake at Cephi, have only 2 fins, and the same is the case with the fish called ribbon fish. Some of the lanky fishes have no fins at all, such as the muraina, nor gills articulated like those of other fish. And of those fish that are provided with gills, some have coverings for this organ, whereas all the Selacians have the organ unprotected by a cover. And those fishes that have coverings or opercula for the gills have in all cases their gills placed sideways, whereas among Selacians the broad ones have the gills down below on the belly, as the torpedo and the ray, while the lanky ones have the organ placed sideways, as is the case in all the dogfish. The fishing frog has gills placed sideways, and covered not with a spiny operculum, as in all but the Selacian fishes, but with one of skin. Moreover, with fishes furnished with gills, the gills in some cases are simple, in others duplicate, and the last gill in the direction of the body is always simple. And again, some fishes have few gills and others have a great number, but all alike have the same number on both sides. Those that have the least number have 1 gill on either side, and this one duplicate, like the boarfish. Others have 2 on either side, one simple and the other duplicate, like the conger and the scarus. Others have 4 on either side, simple, as the elops, the synagris, the marina, and the eel. Others have 4, all with the exception of the hindmost one in double rows, as the wrasse, the perch, the sheatfish, and the carp. The dogfish have all their gills double, 5 on a side, and the swordfish has 8 double gills. So much for the number of gills as found in fishes. Again, fishes differ from other animals in more ways than as regards the gills, for they are not covered with hairs, as are viviparous land animals, nor, as is the case with certain oviparous quadrupeds, with tessellated scutes, nor like birds with feathers, but for the most part they are covered with scales. Some few are rough-skinned, while the smooth-skinned are very few indeed. Of the Selachia, some are rough-skinned and some smooth-skinned, and among the smooth-skinned fishes are included the conger, the eel, and the tunny. All fishes are saw-toothed excepting the scarus, and the teeth in all cases are sharp and set in many rows, and in some cases are placed on the tongue. The tongue is hard and spiny, and so firmly attached that fishes in many instances seem to be devoid of the organ altogether. The mouth in some cases is wide-stretched, as it is with some viviparous quadrupeds. With regard to organs of sense, all, save eyes, fishes possess none of them, neither the organs nor their passages, neither ears nor nostrils, but all fishes are furnished with eyes, and the eyes devoid of lids, though the eyes are not hard. With regard to the organs connected with the other senses, hearing and smell, they are devoid alike of the organs themselves and of passages indicative of them. Fishes, without exception, are supplied with blood. Some of them are oviparous and some viviparous. Scaly fish are invariably oviparous, but cartilaginous fishes are all viviparous, with the single exception of the fishing frog. Chapter 14. Of blooded animals, there now remains the serpent genus. This genus is common to both elements, for while most species comprehended therein are land animals, a small minority, to wit the aquatic species, pass their lives in fresh water. There are also sea serpents, in shape to a great extent resembling their congeners of the land, with this exception, that the head in their case is somewhat like the head of the conger, and there are several kinds of sea serpent, and the different kinds differ in color. These animals are not found in very deep water. Serpents, like fish, are devoid of feet. There are also sea scolopendras, resembling in shape their land congeners, but somewhat less in regard to magnitude. These creatures are found in the neighborhood of rocks. As compared with their land congeners, they are redder in color, are furnished with feet in greater numbers, and with legs of more delicate structure. And the same remark applies to them as to the sea serpents, that they are not found in very deep water. Of fishes whose habitat is in the vicinity of rocks, there is a tiny one, which some call the echinus, or shipholder, and which is by some people used as a charm to bring luck in affairs of law and love. The creature is unfit for eating. Some people assert that it has feet, but this is not the case. It appears, however, to be furnished with feet from the fact that its fins resemble those organs. So much then for the external parts of blooded animals, as regards their numbers, their properties, and their relative diversities. Chapter 15. As for the properties of the internal organs, these we must first discuss in the case of the animals that are supplied with blood. For the principal genera differ from the rest of animals in that the former are supplied with blood, and the latter are not. And the former include man, viviparous and oviparous quadrupeds, birds, fishes, cetaceans, and all the others that come under no general designation by reason of their not forming genera, but groups of which simply the specific name is predicable, as when we say the serpent, the crocodile. All viviparous quadrupeds then are furnished with an esophagus and a windpipe, situated as in man. The same statement is applicable to oviparous quadrupeds and to birds, only that the latter present diversities in the shapes of these organs. As a general rule, all animals that take up air and breathe it in and out are furnished with a lung, a windpipe, and an esophagus, with the windpipe and esophagus not admitting of diversity in situation, but admitting of diversity in properties, and with the lung admitting of diversity in both these respects. Further, all blooded animals have a heart and a diaphragm or midriff, but in small animals the existence of the latter organ is not so obvious owing to its delicacy and minute size. In regard to the heart, there is an exceptional phenomenon observable in oxen. In other words, there is one species of ox where, though not in all cases, a bone is found inside the heart. And, by the way, the horse's heart also has a bone inside it. The genera referred to above are not in all cases furnished with a lung. For instance, the fish is devoid of the organ, as is also every animal furnished with gills. All blooded animals are furnished with a liver. As a general rule, blooded animals are furnished with a spleen, but with the great majority of non-viviparous but oviparous animals, the spleen is so small as all but to escape observation, and this is the case with almost all birds, as with the pigeon, the kite, the falcon, the owl. In point of fact, the agacephalus is devoid of the organ altogether. With oviparous quadrupeds, the case is much the same as with the viviparous. That is to say, they also have the spleen exceedingly minute, as the tortoise, the freshwater tortoise, the toad, the lizard, the crocodile, and the frog. Some animals have a gallbladder close to the liver, and others have not. Of viviparous quadrupeds, the deer is without the organ, as also the roe, the horse, the mule, the ass, the seal, and some kinds of pigs. Of deer, those that are called echini appear to have gall in their tail, but what is so called does resemble gall in color, though it is not so completely fluid, and the organ internally resembles a spleen. However, without any exception, stags are found to have maggots living inside the head, and the habitat of these creatures is in the hollow underneath the root of the tongue, and in the neighborhood of the vertebra to which the head is attached. These creatures are as large as the largest grubs. They grow all together in a cluster, and they are usually about 20 in number. Deer, then, as has been observed, are without a gallbladder. Their gut, however, is so bitter that even hounds refuse to eat it unless the animal is exceptionally fat. With the elephant also, the liver is unfurnished with a gallbladder. But when the animal is cut in the region where the organ is found in animals furnished with it, there oozes out a fluid resembling gall, in greater or less quantities. Of animals that take in sea water and are furnished with a lung, the dolphin is unprovided with a gallbladder. Birds and fishes all have the organ, as also oviparous quadrupeds, all to a greater or a lesser extent. But of fishes, some have the organ close to the liver, as the dogfishes, the sheatfish, the rhine or angelfish, the smooth skate, the torpedo, and of the lanky fishes, the eel, the pipefish, and the hammer-headed shark. The Callionymus also has the gallbladder close to the liver, and in no other fish does the organ attain so great a relative size. Other fishes have the organ close to the gut, attached to the liver by certain extremely fine ducts. The bonito has the gallbladder stretched alongside the gut, and equaling it in length, and often a double fold of it. Others have the organ in the region of the gut, in some cases far off, in others near, as the fishing frog, the elops, the synagrius, the marina, and the swordfish. Other animals of the same species show this diversity of position, as, for instance, some congers are found with the organ attached close to the liver, and others with it detached from and below it. The case is much the same with birds, that is, some have the gallbladder close to the stomach, and others close to the gut, as the pigeon, the raven, the quail, the swallow, and the sparrow. Some have it near at once to the liver, and to the stomach, as the agacephalus. Others have it near at once to the liver and the gut, as the falcon and the kite. End of chapter 15. Book 2, Chapters 16 and 17 of History of Animals by Aristotle, translated by D'Arcy Wentworth Thompson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. Again, all viviparous quadrupeds are furnished with kidneys and a bladder. Of the ovipara that are not quadrupedal, there is no instance known of an animal, whether fish or bird, provided with these organs. Of the ovipara that are quadrupedal, the turtle alone is provided with these organs, of a magnitude to correspond with the other organs of the animal. In the turtle, the kidney resembles the same organ in the ox. That is to say, it looks like one single organ composed of a number of small ones. The bison also resembles the ox in all its internal parts. Chapter 17. With all animals that are furnished with these parts, the parts are similarly situated, and with the exception of man, the heart is in the middle. In man, however, as has been observed, the heart is placed a little to the left-hand side. In all animals, the pointed end of the heart turns frontwards. Only in fish it would at first sight seem otherwise, for the pointed end is turned not towards the breast, but towards the head and the mouth. And in fish, the apex is attached to a tube, just where the right and left gills meet together. There are other ducts extending from the heart to each of the gills, greater in the greater fish, lesser in the lesser, but in the large fishes the duct at the pointed end of the heart is a tube, white-colored and exceedingly thick. Fishes in some few cases have an esophagus, as the conger and the eel, and in these the organ is small. In fishes that are furnished with an undivided liver, the organ lies entirely on the right side, where the liver is cloven from the root. The larger half of the organ is on the right side, for in some fishes the two parts are detached from one another without any coalescence at the root, as is the case with the dogfish. And there is also a species of hare in what is named the Fig District, near Lake Abolbe, and elsewhere, which animal might be taken to have two livers owing to the length of the connecting ducts, similar to the structure in the lung of birds. The spleen, in all cases, when normally placed, is on the left-hand side, and the kidneys also lie in the same position in all creatures that possess them. There have been known instances of quadrupeds under dissection where the spleen was on the right hand and the liver on the left, but all such cases are regarded as supernatural. In all animals, the windpipe extends to the lung, and the manner how we shall discuss hereafter, and the esophagus, in all that have the organ, extends through the midriff into the stomach. For, by the way, as has been observed, most fishes have no esophagus, but the stomach is united directly with the mouth, so that in some cases, when big fish are pursuing little ones, the stomach tumbles forward into the mouth. All the aforementioned animals have a stomach, and one similarly situated, that is to say, situated directly under the midriff, and they have a gut connected therewith, and closing at the outlet of the residuum, and at what is termed the rectum. However, animals present diversities in the structure of their stomachs. In the first place, of the viviparous quadrupeds, such of the horned animals as are not equally furnished with teeth in both jaws are furnished with 4 such chambers. These animals, by the way, are those that are said to chew the cud. In these animals, the esophagus extends from the mouth downwards along the lung, from the midriff to the big stomach or paunch, and this stomach is rough inside and semi-partitioned. And connected with it, near to the entry of the esophagus, is what from its appearance is termed the reticulum or honeycomb bag. For outside it is like the stomach, but inside it resembles a netted cap, and the reticulum is a great deal smaller than the stomach. Connected with this is the echinus, or many plies, rough inside and laminated, and of about the same size as the reticulum. Next after this comes what is called the enistrum, or abomasum, larger and longer than the echinus, furnished inside with numerous folds or ridges, large and smooth. After all this comes the gut. Such is the stomach of those quadrupeds that are horned and have an unsymmetrical dentition, and these animals differ one from another in the shape and size of the parts, and in the fact of the esophagus reaching the stomach central-wise in some cases and sideways in others. Animals that are furnished equally with teeth in both jaws have one stomach, as man, the pig, the dog, the bear, the lion, the wolf. The thos, by the by, has all its internal organs similar to the wolf's. All these then have a single stomach, and after that the gut. But the stomach in some is comparatively large, as in the pig and bear, and the stomach of the pig has a few smooth folds or ridges. Others have a much smaller stomach, not much bigger than the gut, as the lion, the dog, and man. In the other animals, the shape of the stomach varies in the direction of one or other of those already mentioned. That is, the stomach in some animals resembles that of the pig, in others that of the dog, alike with the larger animals and the smaller ones. In all these animals, diversities occur in regard to the size, the shape, the thickness or the thinness of the stomach, and also in regard to the place where the esophagus opens into it. There is also a difference in structure in the gut of the two groups of animals above mentioned, those with unsymmetrical and those with symmetrical dentition in size, in thickness, and in foldings. The intestines in those animals whose jaws are unequally furnished with teeth are in all cases the larger, for the animals themselves are larger than those in the other category, for very few of them are small, and no single one of the horned animals is very small. And some possess appendages, or ceca, to the gut, but no animal that has not incisors in both jaws has a straight gut. The elephant has a gut constricted into chambers, so constructed that the animal appears to have 4 stomachs. In it the food is found, but there is no distinct and separate receptacle. Its viscera resemble those of the pig, only that the liver is 4 times the size of that of the ox, and the other viscera in like proportion, while the spleen is comparatively small. Much the same may be predicated of the properties of the stomach and the gut in oviparous quadrupeds, as in the land tortoise, the turtle, the lizard, both crocodiles, and in fact in all animals of the like kind. That is to say, their stomach is one and simple, resembling in some cases that of the pig, and in other cases that of the dog. The serpent genus is similar and in almost all respects furnished similarly to the saurians among oviparous land animals, if one could only imagine these saurians to be increased in length and to be devoid of legs. That is to say, the serpent is coated with tessellated scutes, and resembles the saurian in its back and belly, only, by the way, it has no testicles, but like fishes, has two ducts converging into one, and an ovary, long and bifurcate. The rest of its internal organs are identical with those of the saurians, except that, owing to the narrowness and length of the animal, the viscera are correspondingly narrow and elongated, so that they are apt to escape recognition from the similarities in shape. Thus, the windpipe of the creature is exceptionally long, and the esophagus is longer still. And the windpipe commences so close to the mouth that the tongue appears to be underneath it, and the windpipe seems to project over the tongue, owing to the fact that the tongue draws back into a sheath and does not remain in its place as in other animals. The tongue, moreover, is thin and long and black, and can be protruded to a great distance. And both serpents and saurians have this altogether exceptional property in the tongue, that it is forked at the outer extremity, and this property is the more marked in the serpent, for the tips of his tongue are as thin as hairs. The seal also, by the way, has a split tongue. The stomach of the serpent is like a more spacious gut, resembling the stomach of the dog. Then comes the gut, long, narrow, and single to the end. The heart is situated close to the pharynx, small and kidney-shaped, and for this reason the organ might in some cases appear not to have the pointed end turned towards the breast. Then comes the lung, single and articulated, with a membranous passage, very long and quite detached from the heart. The liver is long and simple. The spleen is short and round, as is the case in both respects with the saurians. Its gall resembles that of the fish. The water snakes have it beside the liver, and the other snakes have it usually beside the gut. These creatures are all saw-toothed. Their ribs are as numerous as the days of the month. In other words, they are 30 in number. Some affirm that the same phenomenon is observable with serpents as with swallow chicks. In other words, they say that if you prick out a serpent's eyes, they will grow again. And further, the tails of saurians and of serpents, if they be cut off, will grow again. With fishes, the properties of the gut and stomach are similar. That is, they have a stomach, single and simple, but variable in shape according to species. For in some cases the stomach is gut-shaped, as with the scarus or parrotfish, which fish, by the way, appears to be the only fish that chews the cud. And the whole length of the gut is simple, and if it have a reduplication or kink, it loosens out again into a simple form. An exceptional property in fishes and in birds, for the most part, is the being furnished with gut appendages or ceca. Birds have them low down and few in number. Fishes have them high up about the stomach, and sometimes numerous, as in the goby, the galeas, the perch, the scorpina, the chitharus, the red mullet, and the sparus. The castraeus, or grey mullet, has several of them on one side of the belly, and on the other side only one. Some fish possess these appendages, but only in small numbers, as the hepatus and the glaucus, and, by the way, they are few also in the dorado. These fishes differ also from one another within the same species, for in the dorado one individual has many and another few. Some fishes are entirely without the part, as the majority of the Salacians. As for all the rest, some of them have a few and some a great many, and in all cases where the gut appendages are found in fish, they are found close up to the stomach. In regard to their internal parts, birds differ from other animals and from one another. Some birds, for instance, have a crop in front of the stomach, as the barn door cock, the cushat, the pigeon, and the partridge, and the crop consists of a large hollow skin into which the food first enters, and where it lies undigested. Just where the crop leaves the esophagus, it is somewhat narrow. By and by it broadens out, but where it communicates with the stomach it narrows down again. The stomach or gizzard in most birds is fleshy and hard, and inside is a strong skin which comes away from the fleshy part. Other birds have no crop, but instead of it an esophagus wide and roomy, either all the way or in the part leading to the stomach, as with the daw, the raven, and the carrion crow. The quail also has the esophagus widened out at the lower extremity, and in the agacephalus and the owl, the organ is slightly broader at the bottom than at the top. The duck, the goose, the gull, the cataractes, and the great bustard have the esophagus wide and roomy from one end to the other, and the same applies to a great many other birds. In some birds there is a portion of the stomach that resembles a crop, as in the kestrel. In the case of small birds, like the swallow and the sparrow, neither the esophagus nor the crop is wide, but the stomach is long. Some few have neither a crop nor a dilated esophagus, but the latter is exceedingly long, as in long-necked birds, such as the porphyrio. And, by the way, in the case of all these birds, the excrement is unusually moist. The quail is exceptional in regard to these organs, as compared with other birds. In other words, it has a crop, and at the same time its esophagus is wide and spacious in front of the stomach, and the crop is at some distance, relatively to its size, from the esophagus at that part. Further, in most birds the gut is thin and simple when loosened out. The gut appendages, or ceca in birds, as has been observed, are few in number and are not situated high up, as in fishes, but low down towards the extremity of the gut. Birds, then, have ceca, not all, but the greater part of them, such as the barn-door cock, the partridge, the duck, the night raven, the localus, the ascalaphus, the goose, the swan, the great bustard, and the owl. Some of the little birds also have these appendages, but the ceca in their case are exceedingly minute, as in the sparrow. End of chapter 17 and end of book 2. Book 3, chapter 1 of History of Animals by Aristotle. Translated by D'Arcy Wentworth Thompson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. Now that we have stated the magnitudes, the properties, and the relative differences of the other internal organs, it remains for us to treat of the organs that contribute to generation. These organs in the female are in all cases internal. In the male they present numerous diversities. In the blooded animals, some males are altogether devoid of testicles, and some have the organ but situated internally. And of those males that have the organ internally situated, some have it close to the loin in the neighborhood of the kidney, and others close to the belly. Other males have the organ situated externally. In the case of these last, the penis is in some cases attached to the belly, whilst in others it is loosely suspended, as is the case also with the testicles. And in the cases where the penis is attached to the belly, the attachment varies accordingly as the animal is emprosthoretic or opisthoretic. No fish is furnished with testicles, nor any other creature that has scales, nor any serpent whatever, nor, in short, any animal devoid of feet, save such only as are viviparous within themselves. Birds are furnished with testicles, but these are internally situated close to the loin. The case is similar with oviparous quadrupeds, such as the lizard, the tortoise, and the crocodile. And among the viviparous animals, this peculiarity is found in the hedgehog. Others among those creatures that have the organ internally situated have it close to the belly, as is the case with the dolphin amongst animals devoid of feet, and with the elephant among viviparous quadrupeds. In other cases, these organs are externally conspicuous. We have already alluded to the diversities observed in the attachment of these organs to the belly and the adjacent region. In other words, we have stated that in some cases the testicles are tightly fastened back, as in the pig and its allies, and that in others they are freely suspended, as in man. Fishes, then, are devoid of testicles, as has been stated, and serpents also. They are furnished, however, with two ducts, connected with the midriff and running on to either side of the backbone, coalescing into a single duct above the outlet of the residuum, and by above the outlet I mean the region near to the spine. These ducts in the rutting season get filled with the genital fluid, and if the ducts be squeezed, the sperm oozes out white in color. As to the differences observed in male fishes of diverse species, the reader should consult my treatise on anatomy, and the subject will be hereafter more fully discussed when we describe the specific character in each case. The males of oviparous animals, whether biped or quadruped, are in all cases furnished with testicles close to the loin underneath the midriff. With some animals the organ is whitish, in others somewhat of a sallow hue. In all cases it is entirely enveloped with minute and delicate veins. From each of the two testicles extends a duct, and, as in the case of fishes, the two ducts coalesce into one above the outlet of the residuum. This constitutes the penis, which organ in the case of small ovipara is inconspicuous, but in the case of the larger ovipara, as in the goose and the like, the organ becomes quite visible just after copulation. The ducts, in the case of fishes and in biped and quadruped ovipara, are attached to the loin under the stomach and the gut, in betwixt them, and the great vein, from which ducts or blood vessels extend, one to each of the two testicles. And, just as with fishes, the male sperm is found in the seminal ducts, and the ducts become plainly visible at the rutting season, and in some instances become invisible after the season is past. So also is it with the testicles of birds. Before the breeding season, the organ is small in some birds, and quite invisible in others, but during the season, the organ in all cases is greatly enlarged. This phenomenon is remarkably illustrated in the ring-dove and the partridge, so much so that some people are actually of opinion that these birds are devoid of the organ in the winter time. Of male animals that have their testicles placed frontwards, some have them inside close to the belly, as the dolphin. Some have them outside, exposed to view, close to the lower extremity of the belly. These animals resemble one another thus far in respect to this organ, but they differ from one another in this fact, that some of them have their testicles situated separately by themselves, while others, which have the organ situated externally, have them enveloped in what is termed the scrotum. Again, in all viviparous animals furnished with feet, the following properties are observed in the testicles themselves. From the aorta there extend vein-like ducts to the head of each of the testicles, and another two from the kidneys. These two from the kidneys are supplied with blood, while the two from the aorta are devoid of it. From the head of the testicle alongside of the testicle itself is a duct, thicker and more sinewy than the other just alluded to, a duct that bends back again at the end of the testicle to its head, and from the head of each of the two testicles, the two ducts extend until they coalesce in front at the penis. The duct that bends back again, and that which is in contact with the testicle, are enveloped in one and the same membrane, so that until you draw aside the membrane, they present all the appearance of being a single undifferentiated duct. Further, the duct in contact with the testicle has its moist content qualified by blood, but to a comparatively less extent than in the case of the ducts higher up which are connected with the aorta. In the ducts that bend back towards the tube of the penis, the liquid is white-colored. There also runs a duct from the bladder opening into the upper part of the canal, around which lies, sheath-wise, what is called the penis. All these descriptive particulars may be regarded by the light of the accompanying diagram, wherein the letter alpha marks the starting point of the ducts that extend from the aorta. The letters kappa kappa mark the heads of the testicles, and the ducts descending thereunto. The ducts extending from these along the testicles are marked omega omega. The ducts turning back, in which is the white fluid, are marked beta beta. The penis delta, the bladder epsilon, and the testicles psi psi. By the way, when the testicles are cut off or removed, the ducts draw upwards by contraction. Moreover, when male animals are young, their owner sometimes destroys the organ in them by attrition. Sometimes they castrate them at a later period. And I may here add that a bull has been known to serve a cow immediately after castration, and actually to impregnate her. So much then for the properties of testicles in male animals. In female animals furnished with a womb, the womb is not in all cases the same in form, or endowed with the same properties, but both in the vivipara and the ovipara great diversities present themselves. In all creatures that have the womb close to the genitals, the womb is two-horned, and one horn lies to the right-hand side and the other to the left. Its commencement, however, is single, and so is the orifice, resembling, in the case of the most numerous and largest animals, a tube composed of much flesh and gristle. Of these parts, one is termed the hystera or delphus, whence is derived the word adelphus, and the other part, the tube or orifice, is termed metra. In all biped or quadruped vivipara, the womb is in all cases below the midriff, as in man, the dog, the pig, the horse, and the ox. The same is the case also in all horned animals. At the extremity of the so-called caratia, or horns, the wombs of most animals have a twist or convolution. In the case of those ovipara that lay eggs externally, the wombs are not in all cases similarly situated. Thus, the wombs of birds are close to the midriff, and the wombs of fishes down below, just like the wombs of biped and quadruped vivipara, only that, in the case of the fish, the wombs are delicately formed, membranous and elongated, so much so that in extremely small fish, each of the two bifurcated parts looks like a single egg, and those fishes whose egg is described as crumpling would appear to have inside them a pair of eggs, whereas in reality each of the two sides consists not of one but of many eggs, and this accounts for their breaking up into so many particles. The womb of birds has the lower and tubular portion fleshy and firm, and the part close to the midriff membranous and exceedingly thin and fine, so thin and fine that the eggs might seem to be outside the womb altogether. In the larger birds the membrane is more distinctly visible, and if inflated through the tube, lifts and swells out. In the smaller birds, all these parts are more indistinct. The properties of the womb are similar in oviparous quadrupeds as the tortoise, the lizard, the frog, and the like. For the tube below is single and fleshy, and the cleft portion with the eggs is at the top close to the midriff. With animals devoid of feet that are internally oviparous and viviparous externally, as is the case with the dogfish and the other so-called Selacians, and by this title we designate such creatures destitute of feet and furnished with gills as are viviparous. With these animals the womb is bifurcate, and beginning down below it extends as far as the midriff, as in the case of birds. There is also a narrow part between the two horns running up as far as the midriff, and the eggs are engendered here and above at the origin of the midriff. Afterwards they pass into the wider space and turn from eggs into young animals. However, the differences in respect to the wombs of these fishes, as compared with others of their own species, or with fishes in general, would be more satisfactorily studied in their various forms in specimens under dissection. The members of the serpent genus also present divergencies either when compared with the above-mentioned creatures or with one another. Serpents, as a rule, are oviparous, the viper being the only viviparous member of the genus. The viper is, previously to external parturition, oviparous internally, and owing to this peculiarity, the properties of the womb in the viper are similar to those of the womb in the Selacians. The womb of the serpent is long, in keeping with the body, and starting below from a single duct, extends continuously on both sides of the spine, so as to give the impression of thus being a separate duct on each side of the spine, until it reaches the midriff, where the eggs are engendered in a row, and these eggs are laid not one by one, but all strung together. And all animals that are viviparous, both internally and externally, have the womb situated above the stomach, and all the ovipara underneath near to the loin. Animals that are viviparous externally and internally oviparous present an intermediate arrangement, for the underneath portion of the womb in which the eggs are is placed near to the loin, but the part about the orifice is above the gut. Further, there is the following diversity observable in wombs as compared with one another, namely that the females of horned non-ambidental animals are furnished with cotyledons in the womb when they are pregnant, and such is the case among ambidentals, with the hare, the mouse, and the bat, whereas all other animals that are ambidental, viviparous, and furnished with feet have the womb quite smooth, and in their case the attachment of the embryo is to the womb itself, and not to any cotyledon inside it. The parts then in animals that are not homogeneous with themselves and uniform in their texture, both parts external and parts internal, have the properties above assigned to them. End of chapter 1. Book 3, chapters 2 and 3 of History of Animals by Aristotle, translated by D'Arcy Wentworth Thompson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. In sanguineous animals, the homogeneous or uniform part most universally found is the blood, and its habitat the vein. Next, in degree of universality, their analogues, lymph and fiber, and that which chiefly constitutes the frame of animals, flesh, and whatsoever in the several parts is analogous to flesh. Then bone, and parts that are analogous to bone, as fish bone and gristle. And then again skin, membrane, sinew, hair, nails, and whatever corresponds to these. and furthermore fat, suet, and the excretions. And the excretions are dung, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. Now, as the nature of blood and the nature of the veins have all the appearance of being primitive, we must discuss their properties first of all, and all the more as some previous writers have treated them very unsatisfactorily. And the cause of the ignorance thus manifested is the extreme difficulty experienced in the way of observation. For, in the dead bodies of animals, the nature of the chief veins is undiscoverable, owing to the fact that they collapse at once when the blood leaves them. For the blood pours out of them in a stream, like liquid out of a vessel, since there is no blood separately situated by itself, except a little in the heart, but it is all lodged in the veins. In living animals it is impossible to inspect these parts, for of their very nature they are situated inside the body and out of sight. For this reason, anatomists who have carried on their investigations on dead bodies in the dissecting room have failed to discover the chief roots of the veins, while those who have narrowly inspected bodies of living men, reduced to extreme attenuation, have arrived at conclusions regarding the origin of the veins from the manifestations visible externally. Of these investigators, Suenesis, the physician of Cyprus, writes as follows, quote, "The big veins run thus, from the navel across the loins, along the back, past the lung, in under the breasts, one from right to left and the other from left to right, that from the left through the liver to the kidney and the testicle, that from the right to the spleen and kidney and testicle, and from thence to the penis." Close quote. Diogenes of Apollonia writes thus, quote, "The veins in man are as follows. There are two veins preeminent in magnitude. These extend through the belly along the backbone, one to right, one to left, either one to the leg on its own side, and upwards to the head, past the collar bones, through the throat. From these, veins extend all over the body, from that on the right hand to the right side, and from that on the left hand to the left side. The most important ones, 2 in number, to the heart in the region of the backbone. Other 2 a little higher up through the chest in underneath the armpit, each to the hand on its own side. Of these 2, one being termed the vein splenitis, and the other the vein hepatitis. Each of the pair splits at its extremity. The one branches in the direction of the thumb, and the other in the direction of the palm, and from these run off a number of minute veins, branching off to the fingers and to all parts of the hand. Other veins, more minute, extend from the main veins, from that on the right towards the liver, from that on the left towards the spleen and the kidneys. The veins that run to the legs split at the juncture of the legs with the trunk, and extend right down the thigh. The largest of these goes down the thigh at the back of it, and can be discerned and traced as a big one. The second one runs inside the thigh, not quite as big as the one just mentioned. After this they pass on along the knee to the shin and the foot, as the upper veins were described as passing towards the hands, and arrive at the sole of the foot, and from thence continue to the toes. Moreover, many delicate veins separate off from the great veins towards the stomach and towards the ribs. Quote, "The veins that run through the throat to the head can be discerned and traced in the neck as large ones, and from each one of the 2, where it terminates, there branch off a number of veins to the hand, some from the right side towards the left, and some from the left side towards the right, and the two veins terminate near to each of the two ears. There is another pair of veins in the neck running along the big vein on either side, slightly less in size than the pair just spoken of, and with these the greater part of the veins in the head are connected. This other pair runs through the throat inside, and from either one of the two there extend veins in underneath the shoulder blade and towards the hands, and these appear alongside the veins splenitis and hepatitis as another pair of veins smaller in size. When there is a pain near the surface of the body, the physician lances these two latter veins. But when the pain is within and in the region of the stomach, he lances the veins splenitis and hepatitis, and from these other veins depart to run below the breasts. Quote, there is also another pair running on each side through the spinal marrow to the testicles, thin and delicate. There is further a pair running a little underneath the cuticle through the flesh to the kidneys, and these with men terminate at the testicle, and with women at the womb. These veins are termed the spermatic veins. The veins that leave the stomach are comparatively broad just as they leave, but they become gradually thinner until they change over from right to left, and from left to right. Quote, blood is thickest when it is imbibed by the fleshy parts. When it is transmitted to the organs above mentioned, it becomes thin, warm, and frothy. Close quote. Chapter 3. Such are the accounts given by Synesius and Diogenes. Polybus writes to the following effect. Quote, there are 4 pairs of veins. The first extends from the back of the head through the neck on the outside, past the backbone on either side, until it reaches the loins, and passes on to the legs, after which it goes on through the shins, to the outer side of the ankles, and on to the feet. And it is on this account that surgeons, for pains in the back and loin, bleed in the ham, and in the outer side of the ankle. Another pair of veins runs from the head past the ears, through the neck, which veins are termed the jugular veins. This pair goes on inside along the backbone, past the muscles of the loins, on to the testicles, and onwards to the thighs, and through the inside of the hams, and through the shins, down to the inside of the ankles, and to the feet. And for this reason, surgeons, for pains in the muscles of the loins and in the testicles, bleed on the hams and the inner side of the ankles. The third pair extends from the temples, through the neck, in underneath the shoulder blades, into the lung. Those from right to left going in underneath the breast, and on to the spleen and the kidney. Those from left to right, running from the lung in underneath the breast, and into the liver, and the kidney, and both terminate in the fundament. The fourth pair extend from the front part of the head and the eyes in underneath the neck and the collarbones. From thence they stretch on through the upper part of the upper arms to the elbows, and then through the forearms on to the wrists and the jointings of the fingers, and also through the lower part of the upper arms to the armpits, and so on, keeping above the ribs, until one of the pair reaches the spleen, and the other reaches the liver. And after this they both pass over the stomach and terminate at the penis. Close quote. The above quotations sum up pretty well the statements of all previous writers. Furthermore, there are some writers on natural history who have not ventured to lay down the law in such precise terms as regards the veins, but who all alike agree in assigning the head and the brain as the starting point of the veins, and in this opinion they are mistaken. The investigation of such a subject, as has been remarked, is one fraught with difficulties. But if anyone be keenly interested in the matter, his best plan will be to allow his animals to starve to emaciation, then to strangle them on a sudden, and thereupon to prosecute his investigations. We now proceed to give particulars regarding the properties and functions of the veins. There are 2 blood vessels in the thorax by the backbone, and lying to its inner side, and of these 2, the larger one is situated to the front, and the lesser one is to the rear of it, and the larger is situated rather to the right-hand side of the body, and the lesser one to the left. And by some this vein is termed the aorta, from the fact that even in dead bodies, part of it is observed to be full of air. These blood vessels have their origins in the heart, for they traverse the other viscera in whatever direction they happen to run, without in any way losing their distinctive characteristic as blood vessels, whereas the heart is, as it were, a part of them, and that too more in respect to the frontward and larger one of the 2, owing to the fact that these 2 veins are above and below, with the heart lying midway. The heart in all animals has cavities inside it. In the case of the smaller animals, even the largest of the chambers is scarcely discernible. The second larger is scarcely discernible in animals of medium size, but in the largest animals, all 3 chambers are distinctly seen. In the heart, then, with its pointed and directed frontwards, as has been observed, the largest of the 3 chambers is on the right-hand side, and highest up. The least one is on the left-hand side, and the medium-sized one lies in betwixt the other 2. And the largest one of the 3 chambers is a great deal larger than either of the 2 others. All 3, however, are connected with passages leading in the direction of the lung. But all these communications are indistinctly discernible by reason of their minuteness, except one. The great blood vessel, then, is attached to the biggest of the 3 chambers, the one that lies uppermost and on the right-hand side. It then extends right through the chamber, coming out as blood vessel again, just as though the cavity of the heart were a part of the vessel in which the blood broadens its channel as a river that widens out in a lake. The aorta is attached to the middle chamber, only, by the way, it is connected with it by a much narrower pipe. The great blood vessel then passes through the heart and runs from the heart into the aorta. The great vessel looks as though made of membrane or skin, while the aorta is narrower than it, and is very sinewy, and as it stretches away to the head and to the lower parts, it becomes exceedingly narrow and sinewy. First of all, then, upwards from the heart, there stretches a part of the great blood vessel towards the lung, and the attachment of the aorta, a part consisting of a large undivided vessel. But there split off from it 2 parts, one towards the lung, and the other towards the backbone, and the last vertebra of the neck. The vessel, then, that extends to the lung, as the lung itself is duplicate, divides at first into 2, and then extends along by every pipe and every perforation, greater along the greater ones, lesser along the less, so continuously that it is impossible to discern a single part wherein there is not perforation and vein, for the extremities are indistinguishable from their minuteness, and in point of fact, the whole lung appears to be filled with blood. The branches of the blood vessels lie above the tubes that extend from the windpipe, and that vessel, which extends to the vertebra of the neck and the backbone, stretches back again along the backbone, as Homer represents in the lines, quote, Antilochus, as Thoon turned him round, transpierced his back with a dishonest wound. The hollow vein that to the neck extends, along the chine, the eager javelin rends. Close quote. From this vessel there extend small blood vessels past each rib and each vertebra, and at the vertebra above the kidneys the vessel bifurcates. And in the above way the parts branch off from the great blood vessel. But up above all these, from that part which is connected with the heart, the entire vein branches off in two directions. For its branches extend to the sides and to the collarbones, and then pass on, in men, through the armpits to the arms, in quadrupeds to the forelegs, in birds to the wings, and in fishes to the upper or pectoral fins. The trunks of these veins, where they first branch off, are called the jugular veins, and where they branch off to the neck from the great vein, they run alongside the windpipe, and occasionally, if these veins are pressed externally, men, though not actually choked, become insensible, shut their eyes, and fall flat on the ground. Extending in the way described, and keeping the windpipe in betwixt them, they pass on until they reach the ears at the junction of the lower jaw with the skull. Hence again they branch off into four veins, of which one bends back and descends through the neck and the shoulder, and meets the previous branching off of the vein at the bend of the arm, while the rest of it terminates at the hand and fingers. Each vein of the other pair stretches from the region of the ear to the brain, and branches off in a number of fine and delicate veins into the so-called meninx or membrane which surrounds the brain. The brain itself in all animals is destitute of blood, and no vein, great or small, holds its course therein. But of the remaining veins that branch off from the last mentioned vein, some envelop the head, others close their courses in the organs of sense, and at the roots of the teeth, in veins exceedingly fine and minute. End of chapter 3. Book 3, chapters 4 to 7 of History of Animals by Aristotle. Translated by D'Arcy Wentworth Thompson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. And in like manner, the parts of the lesser one of the two chief blood vessels, designated the aorta, branch off, accompanying the branches from the big vein, only that, in regard to the aorta, the passages are less in size, and the branches vary considerably less than are those of the great vein. So much for the veins as observed in the regions above the heart. The part of the great vein that lies underneath the heart extends freely suspended right through the midriff, and is united both to the aorta and the backbone by slack membranous communications. From it one vein, short and wide, extends through the liver, and from it a number of minute veins branch off into the liver and disappear. From the vein that passes through the liver, two branches separate off, of which one terminates in the diaphragm or so-called midriff, and the other runs up again through the armpit into the right arm, and unites with the other veins at the inside of the bend of the arm. And it is in consequence of this local connection that, when the surgeon opens this vein in the forearm, the patient is relieved of certain pains in the liver, and from the left-hand side of it there extends a short but thick vein to the spleen, and the little veins branching off it disappear in that organ. Another part branches off from the left-hand side of the great vein, and ascends by a course similar to the course recently described into the left arm, only that the ascending vein in the one case is the vein that traverses the liver, while in this case it is distinct from the vein that runs into the spleen. Again, other veins branch off from the big vein, one to the omentum, and another to the pancreas, from which vein run a number of veins through the mesentery. All these veins coalesce in a single large vein along the entire gut and stomach to the esophagus. About these parts there is a great ramification of branch veins. As far as the kidneys, each of the two remaining undivided, the aorta and the big vein extend, and here they get more closely attached to the backbone and branch off, each of the two, into a lambda shape, and the big vein gets to the rear of the aorta. But the chief attachment of the aorta to the backbone takes place in the region of the heart, and the attachment is effected by means of minute and sinewy vessels. The aorta, just as it draws off from the heart, is a tube of considerable volume, but as it advances in its course it gets narrower and more sinewy, and from the aorta there extend veins to the mesentery, just like the veins that extend thither from the big vein, only that the branches in the case of the aorta are considerably less in magnitude. They are, indeed, narrow and fibrillar, and they end in delicate hollow fibre-like veinlets. There is no vessel that runs from the aorta into the liver or the spleen. From each of the two great blood vessels there extend branches to each of the two flanks, and both branches fasten onto the bone. Vessels also extend to the kidneys from the big vein and the aorta, only that they do not open into the cavity of the organ, but their ramifications penetrate into its substance. From the aorta run two other ducts to the bladder, firm and continuous, and there are other ducts from the hollow of the kidneys in no way communicating with the big vein. From the center of each of the two kidneys springs a hollow, sinewy vein running along the backbone right through the loins. By and by, each of the two veins first disappears in its own flank, and soon afterwards reappears stretching in the direction of the flank. The extremities of these attach to the bladder, and also in the male to the penis, and in the female to the womb. From the big vein no vein extends to the womb, but the organ is connected with the aorta by veins numerous and closely packed. Furthermore, from the aorta and the great vein at the points of devarication there branch off other veins. Some of these run to the groins, large hollow veins, and then pass on down through the legs and terminate in the feet and toes. And again another set runs through the groins, and the thighs cross garter fashion from right to left and from left to right, and unite in the hams with the other veins. In the above description we have thrown light upon the course of the veins and their points of departure. In all sanguineous animals the case stands as here set forth in regard to the points of departure and the courses of the chief veins, but the description does not hold equally good for the entire vein system in all these animals. For, in point of fact, the organs are not identically situated in them all, and, what is more, some animals are furnished with organs of which other animals are destitute. At the same time, while the description so far holds good, the proof of its accuracy is not equally easy in all cases, but is easiest in the case of animals of considerable magnitude and supplied abundantly with blood. For in little animals and those scantily supplied with blood, either from natural and inherent causes, or from a prevalence of fat in the body, thorough accuracy in investigation is not equally attainable. For in the latter of these creatures, the passages get clogged, like water channels choked with slush, and the others have a few minute fibers to serve instead of veins. But in all cases, the big vein is plainly discernible, even in creatures of insignificant size. Chapter 5. The sinews of animals have the following properties. For these also the point of origin is the heart. For the heart has sinews within itself in the largest of its 3 chambers, and the aorta is a sinew-like vein. In fact, at its extremity it is actually a sinew, for it is there no longer hollow, and is stretched like the sinews where they terminate at the jointings of the bones. Be it remembered, however, that the sinews do not proceed in unbroken sequence from one point of origin, as do the blood vessels. For the veins have the shape of the entire body, like a sketch of a mannequin, in such a way that the whole frame seems to be filled up with little veins in attenuated subjects. For the space occupied by flesh in fat individuals is filled with little veins in thin ones, whereas the sinews are distributed about the joints and the flexures of the bones. Now, if the sinews were derived in unbroken sequence from a common point of departure, this continuity would be discernible in attenuated specimens. In the ham, or the part of the frame brought into full play in the effort of leaping, is an important system of sinews, and another sinew, a double one, is that called the tendon, and others are those brought into play when a great effort of physical strength is required. That is to say, the epitonos, or backstay, and the shoulder sinews. Other sinews, devoid of specific designation, are situated in the region of the flexures of the bones. For all the bones that are attached to one another are bound together by sinews, and a great quantity of sinews are placed in the neighborhood of all the bones. Only, by the way, in the head there is no sinew, but the head is held together by the sutures of the bones. Sinew is fissile, lengthwise, but crosswise it is not easily broken, but admits of a considerable amount of hard tension. In connection with sinews, a liquid mucus is developed, white and glutinous, and the organ in fact is sustained by it, and appears to be substantially composed of it. Now, vein may be submitted to the actual cautery, but sinew, when submitted to such action, shrivels up altogether, and if sinews be cut asunder, the severed parts will not again cohere. A feeling of numbness is incidental only to parts of the frame where sinew is situated. There is a very extensive system of sinews connected severally with the feet, the hands, the ribs, the shoulder blades, the neck, and the arms. All animals supplied with blood are furnished with sinews, but in the case of animals that have no flexures to their limbs, but are in fact destitute of either feet or hands, the sinews are fine and inconspicuous, and so, as might have been anticipated, the sinews in the fish are chiefly discernible in connection with the fin. Chapter 6. The enes, or fibrous connective tissue, are a something intermediate between sinew and vein. Some of them are supplied with fluid, the lymph, and they pass from sinew to vein, and from vein to sinew. There is another kind of enes, or fiber, that is found in blood, but not in the blood of all animals alike. If this fiber be left in the blood will coagulate. If it be removed or extracted, the blood is found to be incapable of coagulation. While, however, this fibrous matter is found in the blood of the great majority of animals, it is not found in all. For instance, we fail to find it in the blood of the deer, the roe, the antelope, and some other animals. And owing to this deficiency of the fibrous tissue, the blood of these animals does not coagulate to the extent observed in the blood of other animals. The blood of the deer coagulates to about the same extent as that of the hare. That is to say, the blood in either case coagulates, but not into a stiff or jelly-like substance, like the blood of ordinary animals, but only into a flaccid consistency, like that of milk, which is not subjected to the action of rennet. The blood of the antelope admits of a firmer consistency in coagulation, for in this respect it resembles, or only comes a little short of, the blood of sheep. Such are the properties of vein, sinew, and fibrous tissue. Chapter 7. The bones in animals are all connected with one single bone, and are interconnected like the veins, in one unbroken sequence, and there is no instance of a bone standing apart by itself. In all animals furnished with bones, the spine or backbone is the point of origin for the entire osseous system. The spine is composed of vertebrae, and it extends from the head down to the loins. The vertebrae are all perforated, and, above, the bony portion of the head is connected with the topmost vertebrae, and is designated the skull, and the serrated lines on the skull are termed sutures. The skull is not formed alike in all animals. In some animals the skull consists of one single undivided bone, as in the case of the dog. In others it is composite in structure, as in man. And in the human species the suture is circular in the female, while in the male it is made up of 3 separate sutures, uniting above in 3-corner fashion. And instances have been known of a man's skull being devoid of suture altogether. The skull is composed not of 4 bones, but of 6. 2 of these are in the region of the ears, small in comparison with the other 4. From the skull extend the jaws, constituted of bone. Animals in general move the lower jaw. The river crocodile is the only animal that moves the upper one. In the jaws is the tooth system, and the teeth are constituted of bone, and are halfway perforated, and the bone in question is the only kind of bone which it is found impossible to grave with a graving tool. On the upper part of the course of the backbone are the collar bones and the ribs. The chest rests on ribs, and these ribs meet together, whereas the others do not, for no animal has bone in the region of the stomach. Then come the shoulder bones, or blade bones, and the arm bones connected with these, and the bones in the hands connected with the bones of the arms. With animals that have 4 legs, the osseous system of the foreleg resembles that of the arm in man. Below the level of the backbone, after the haunch bone, comes the hip socket, then the leg bones, those in the thighs and those in the shins, which are termed collanes, or limb bones, a part of which is the ankle, while a part of the same is the so-called plectrum in those creatures that have an ankle, and connected with these bones are the bones in the feet. Now, with all animals that are supplied with blood and furnished with feet, and are at the same time viviparous, the bones do not differ greatly one from another, but only in the way of relative hardness, softness, or magnitude. A further difference, by the way, is that in one and the same animal certain bones are supplied with marrow, while others are destitute of it. Some animals might, on casual observation, appear to have no marrow whatsoever in their bones, as is the case with the lion, owing to his having marrow only in small amount, poor and thin, and in very few bones, for marrow is found in his thigh and arm bones. The bones of the lion are exceptionally hard, so hard, in fact, that if they are rubbed hard against one another, they emit sparks like flint stones. The dolphin has bones, and not fish spine. Of the other animals supplied with blood, some differ but little, as is the case with birds. Others have systems analogous, as fishes. For viviparous fishes, such as the cartilaginous species, are grizzle-spined, while the ovipara have a spine which corresponds to the backbone in quadrupeds. This exceptional property has been observed in fishes, that in some of them there are found delicate spines scattered here and there throughout the fleshy parts. The serpent is similarly constructed to the fish. In other words, his backbone is spinous. With oviparous quadrupeds, the skeleton of the larger ones is more or less osseous, of the smaller ones more or less spinous. But all sanguineous animals have a backbone of either one kind or other, that is, composed either of bone or of spine. The other portions of the skeleton are found in some animals and not found in others. But the presence or the absence of this and that part carries with it, as a matter of course, the presence or the absence of the bones, or the spines corresponding to this or that part. For animals that are destitute of arms and legs cannot be furnished with limb bones, and in like manner with animals that have the same parts, but yet have them unlike in form. For in these animals the corresponding bones differ from one another in the way of relative excess or relative defect, or in the way of analogy, taking the place of identity. So much for the osseous or spinous systems in animals. End of chapter 7. Book 3, chapters 8 to 16 of History of Animals by Aristotle. Translated by D'Arcy Wentworth Thompson. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. Grizzle is of the same nature as bone, but differs from it in the way of relative excess or relative defect, and just like bone, cartilage also, if cut, does not grow again. In terrestrial viviparous sanguinea, the grizzle formations are unperforated, and there is no marrow in them, as there is in bones. In the Selachia, however, for be it observed they are grizzle-spined, there is found, in the case of the flat species, in the region of the backbone, a grizzle-like substance analogous to bone, and in this grizzle-like substance there is a liquid resembling marrow. In viviparous animals furnished with feet, grizzle formations are found in the region of the ears, in the nostrils, and around certain extremities of the bones. Chapter 9. Furthermore, there are parts of other kinds, neither identical with, nor altogether diverse from, the parts above enumerated, such as nails, hooves, claws, and horns, and also, by the way, beaks, such as birds are furnished with, all in the several animals that are furnished therewithal. All these parts are flexible and fissile, but bone is neither flexible nor fissile, but frangible. And the colours of horns and nails and claw and hoof follow the colour of the skin and the hair. For according as the skin of an animal is black or white, or of medium hue, so are the horns, the claws, or the hooves, as the case may be, of hue to match. And it is the same with nails. The teeth, however, follow after the bones. Thus in black men, such as the Ethiopians and the like, the teeth and bones are white, but the nails are black, like the whole of the skin. Horns in general are hollow at their point of attachment to the bone, which juts out from the head inside the horn, but they have a solid portion at the tip, and they are simple and undivided in structure. In the case of the stag alone of all animals, the horns are solid throughout, and ramify into branches or antlers. And whereas no other animal is known to shed its horns, the deer sheds its horns annually, unless it has been castrated. And with regard to the effects of castration in animals, we shall have much to say hereafter. Horns attach rather to the skin than to the bone, which will account for the fact that there are found in Phrygia and elsewhere cattle that can move their horns as freely as their ears. Of animals furnished with nails, and, by the way, all animals have nails that have toes, and toes that have feet, except the elephant, and the elephant has toes undivided and slightly articulated, but has no nails whatsoever. Of animals furnished with nails, some are straight-nailed like man, others are crooked-nailed, as the lion among animals that walk, and the eagle among animals that fly. Chapter 10. The following are the properties of hair and of parts analogous to hair, and of skin or hide. All viviparous animals furnished with feet have hair. All oviparous animals furnished with feet have horn-like tesselets. Fishes, and fishes only, have scales, that is, such oviparous fishes as have the crumbling egg or roe. For of the lanky fishes, the conger has no such egg, nor the marina, and the eel has no egg at all. The hair differs in the way of thickness and fineness, and of length, according to the locality of the part in which it is found, and according to the quality of skin or hide on which it grows. For, as a general rule, the thicker the hide, the harder and the thicker is the hair. And the hair is inclined to grow in abundance and to a great length in localities of the bodies hollow and moist, if the localities be fitted for the growth of hair at all. The facts are similar in the case of animals, whether coated with scales or with tesselets. With soft-haired animals the hair gets harder with good feeding, and with hard-haired or bristly animals it gets softer and scantier from the same cause. Hair differs in quality also according to the relative heat or warmth of the locality, just as the hair in man is hard in warm places and soft in cold ones. Again, straight hair is inclined to be soft, and curly hair to be bristly. Chapter 11. Hair is naturally fissile, and in this respect it differs in degree in diverse animals. In some animals the hair goes on gradually hardening into bristle until it no longer resembles hair but spine, as in the case of the hedgehog, and in like manner with the nails. For in some animals the nail differs as regards solidity in no way from bone. Of all animals, man has the most delicate skin, that is, if we take into consideration his relative size. In the skin or hide of all animals there is a mucous liquid, scanty in some animals and plentiful in others, as for instance in the hide of the ox, for men manufacture glue out of it. And, by the way, in some cases glue is manufactured from fishes also. The skin, when cut, is in itself devoid of sensation, and this is especially the case with the skin on the head, owing to there being no flesh between it and the skull. And wherever the skin is quite by itself, if it be cut asunder, it does not grow together again, as is seen in the thin part of the jaw, in the prepuce and the eyelid. In all animals the skin is one of the parts that extends continuous and unbroken, and it comes to a stop only where the natural ducts pour out their contents, and at the mouth and nails. All sanguineous animals then have skin, But not all such animals have hair, save only under the circumstances described above. The hair changes its color as animals grow old, and in man it turns white or gray. With animals in general, the change takes place, but not very obviously, or not so obviously as in the case of the horse. Hair turns gray from the point backwards to the roots, but in the majority of cases, gray hairs are white from the beginning, and this is a proof that grayness of hair does not, as some believe to be the case, imply withering or decrepitude, for no part is brought into existence in a withered or decrepit condition. In the eruptive malady called the white sickness, all the hairs get gray, and instances have been known where the hair became gray while the patients were ill of the malady, whereas the gray hairs shed off and black ones replaced them on their recovery. Hair is more apt to turn gray when it is kept covered than when exposed to the action of the outer air. In men, the hair over the temples is the first to turn gray, and the hair in the front grows gray sooner than the hair at the back, and the hair on the pubes is the last to change color. Some hairs are congenital, others grow after the maturity of the animal, but this occurs in man only. The congenital hairs are on the hand, the eyelids, and the eyebrows. Of the latter growths, the hairs on the pubes are the first to come, then those under the armpits, and thirdly those on the chin. For, singularly enough, the regions where congenital growths and the subsequent growths are found are equal in number. The hair on the hand grows scanty and sheds out to a greater extent and sooner than all the rest. But this remark applies only to hair in front, for no man ever gets bald at the back of his head. Smoothness on the top of the head is termed baldness, but smoothness on the eyebrows is denoted by a special term which means forehead baldness, and neither of these conditions of baldness supervenes in a man until he shall have come under the influence of sexual passion. For no boy ever gets bald, no woman, and no castrated man. In fact, if a man be castrated before reaching puberty, the latter growths of hair never come at all, and if the operation take place subsequently, the aftergrowths, and these only, shed off, or rather, two of the growths shed off, but not that on the pubes. Women do not grow hairs on the chin, except that a scanty beard grows on some women after the monthly courses have stopped, and a similar phenomenon is observed at times in priestesses in Caria, but these cases are looked upon as portentous with regard to coming events. The other aftergrowths are found in women, but more scanty and sparse. Men and women are at times born constitutionally and congenitally incapable of the aftergrowths, and individuals that are destitute even of the growth upon the pubes are constitutionally impotent. Hair, as a rule, grows more or less in length as the wearer grows in age. Chiefly, the hair on the head, then that in the beard, and fine hair grows longest of all. With some people, as they grow old, the eyebrows grow thicker to such an extent that they have to be cut off, and this growth is owing to the fact that the eyebrows are situated at a conjuncture of bones, and these bones, as age comes on, draw apart and exude a gradual increase of moisture or rheum. The eyelashes do not grow in size, but they shed when the wearer comes first under the influence of sexual feelings, and shed all the quicker as this influence is the more powerful, and these are the last hairs to grow gray. Hairs, if plucked out before maturity, grow again, but they do not grow again if plucked out afterwards. Every hair is supplied with a mucous moisture at its root, and immediately after being plucked out, it can lift light articles if it touch them with this mucus. Animals that admit of diversity of color in the hair admit of a similar diversity to start with in the skin and in the cuticle of the tongue. In some cases among men, the upper lip and the chin is thickly covered with hair, and in other cases these parts are smooth, and the cheeks are hairy, and, by the way, smooth-chinned men are less inclined than bearded men to baldness. The hair is inclined to grow in certain diseases, especially in consumption and in old age and after death, and under these circumstances the hair hardens concomitantly with its growth, and the same duplicate phenomenon is observable in respect of the nails. In the case of men of strong sexual passions, the congenital hairs shed the sooner, while the hairs of the aftergrowths are the quicker to come. When men are afflicted with varicose veins, they are less inclined to take on baldness, and if they be bald, when they become thus afflicted, they have a tendency to get their hair again. If a hair be cut, it does not grow at the point of section, but it gets longer by growing upward from below. In fishes, the scales grow harder and thicker with age, and when the animal gets emaciated or is growing old, the scales grow harder. In quadrupeds, as they grow old, the hair in some and the wool in others gets deeper, but scantier in amount, and the hooves or claws get larger in size, and the same is the case with the beaks of birds. The claws also increase in size, as do also the nails. Chapter 12. With regard to winged animals, such as birds, no creature is liable to change of color by reason of age, excepting the crane. The wings of this bird are ash-colored at first, but as it grows old the wings get black. Again, owing to special climatic influences, as when unusual frost prevails, a change is sometimes observed to take place in birds whose plumage is of one uniform color. Thus, birds that have dusky or downright black plumage turn white or grey, as the raven, the sparrow, and the swallow. But no case has ever yet been known of a change of color from white to black. Further, most birds change the color of their plumage at different seasons of the year, so much so that a man ignorant of their habits might be mistaken as to their identity. Some animals change the color of their hair with a change in their drinking water, for in some countries the same species of animal is found white in one district and black in another. And in regard to the commerce of the sexes, water in many places is of such peculiar quality that rams, if they have intercourse with the female after drinking it, beget black lambs, as is the case with the water of the Psucrus, so called from its coldness, a river in the district of Assuritis, in the Chalcidic peninsula, on the coast of Thrace, and in Antandria. There are two rivers, of which one makes the lambs white, and the other black. The river Scamander also has the reputation of making lambs yellow, and that is the reason they say why Homer designates it the Yellow River. Animals, as a general rule, have no hair on their internal surfaces, and in regard to their extremities they have hair on the upper, but not on the lower side. The hare, or dasypod, is the only animal known to have hair inside its mouth and underneath its feet. Further, the so-called mouse whale, instead of teeth, has hairs in its mouth resembling pig's bristles. Hairs, after being cut, grow at the bottom but not at the top. If feathers be cut off, they grow neither at top nor bottom, but shed and fall out. Further, the bee's wing will not grow again after being plucked off, nor will the wing of any creature that has undivided wings. Neither will the sting grow again if the bee lose it, but the creature will die of the loss. Chapter 13. In all sanguineous animals, membranes are found, and membrane resembles a thin, close-textured skin, but its qualities are different, as it admits neither of cleavage nor of extension. Membrane envelops each one of the bones, and each one of the viscera, both in the larger and the smaller animals, though in the smaller animals the membranes are indiscernible from their extreme tenuity and minuteness. The largest of all the membranes are the two that surround the brain, and of these two the one that lines the bony skull is stronger and thicker than the one that envelops the brain. Next in order of magnitude comes the membrane that encloses the heart. If membrane be bared and cut asunder, it will not grow together again, and the bone, thus stripped of its membrane, mortifies. Chapter 14. The omentum or caul, by the way, is membrane. All sanguineous animals are furnished with this organ, but in some animals the organ is supplied with fat, and in others it is devoid of it. The omentum has both its starting point and its attachment with ambidental vivipara in the center of the stomach, where the stomach has a kind of suture. In non-ambidental vivipara, it has its starting point and attachment in the chief of the ruminating stomachs. Chapter 15. The bladder also is of the nature of membrane, but of membrane peculiar in kind, for it is extensile. The organ is not common to all animals, but while it is found in all the vivipara, the tortoise is the only oviparous animal that is furnished therewithal. The bladder, like ordinary membrane, if cut asunder, will not grow together again, unless the section be just at the commencement of the urethra, except indeed in very rare cases, for instances of healing have been known to occur. After death, the organ passes no liquid excretion, but in life, in addition to the normal liquid excretion, it passes at times dry excretion also, which turns into stones in the case of sufferers from that malady. Indeed, instances have been known of concretions in the bladder so shaped as closely to resemble cockle shells. Such are the properties then of vein, sinew and skin, of fibre and membrane, of hair, nail, claw and hoof, of horns, of teeth, of beak, of gristle, of bones, and of parts that are analogous to any of the parts here enumerated. Chapter 16. Flesh, and that which is by nature akin to it in sanguineous animals, is in all cases situated in between the skin and the bone, or the substance analogous to bone. For just as spine is a counterpart of bone, so is the flesh-like substance of animals that are constructed on a spinous system the counterpart of the flesh of animals constructed on an osseous one. Flesh can be divided asunder in any direction, not lengthwise only, as is the case with sinew and vein. When animals are subjected to emaciation, the flesh disappears, and the creatures become a mass of veins and fibers. When they are overfed, fat takes the place of flesh. Where the flesh is abundant in an animal, its veins are somewhat small, and the blood abnormally red. The viscera also and the stomach are diminutive, whereas with animals whose veins are large, the blood is somewhat black. The viscera and the stomach are large, and the flesh is somewhat scanty. And animals with small stomachs are disposed to take on flesh. End of chapter 16. Book 3, chapters 17 to 22 of History of Animals by Aristotle. Translated by D'Arcy Wentworth Thompson. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. Again, fat and suet differ from one another. Suet is frangible in all directions and congeals if subjected to extreme cold, whereas fat can melt but cannot freeze or congeal, and soups made of the flesh of animals supplied with fat do not congeal or coagulate, as is found with horse flesh and pork. But soups made from the flesh of animals supplied with suet do coagulate, as is seen with mutton and goat's flesh. Further, fat and suet differ as to their localities, for fat is found between the skin and flesh, but suet is found only at the limit of the fleshy parts. Also, in animals supplied with fat, the omentum or caul is supplied with fat, and it is supplied with suet in animals supplied with suet. Moreover, ambidental animals are supplied with fat, and non-ambidentals with suet. Of the viscera, the liver in some animals becomes fatty, as among fishes is the case with the Selachia, by the melting of whose livers an oil is manufactured. These cartilaginous fish themselves have no free fat at all in connection with the flesh or with the stomach. The suet in fish is fatty and does not solidify or congeal. All animals are furnished with fat, either intermingled with their flesh or apart. Such as have no free or separate fat are less fat than others in stomach and omentum, as the eel, for it has only a scanty supply of suet about the omentum. Most animals take on fat in the belly, especially such animals as are little in motion. The brains of animals supplied with fat are oily, as in the pig; of animals supplied with suet, parched and dry. But it is about the kidneys, more than any other viscera, that animals are inclined to take on fat, and the right kidney is always less supplied with fat than the left kidney. And be the two kidneys ever so fat, there is always a space devoid of fat in between the two. Animals supplied with suet are specially apt to have it about the kidneys, and especially the sheep, for this animal is apt to die from its kidneys being entirely enveloped. Fat or suet about the kidney is superinduced by overfeeding, as is found at Leontini in Sicily, and consequently in this district they defer driving out sheep to pasture until the day is well on, with the view of limiting their food by curtailment of the hours of pasture. Chapter 18. The part around the pupil of the eye is fatty in all animals, and this part resembles suet in all animals that possess such a part, and that are not furnished with hard eyes. Fat animals, whether male or female, are more or less unfitted for breeding purposes. Animals are disposed to take on fat more when old than when young, and especially when they have attained their full breadth and their full length, and are beginning to grow depthways. Chapter 19. And now to proceed to the consideration of the blood. In sanguineous animals, blood is the most universal and the most indispensable part, and it is not an acquired or adventitious part, but it is a consubstantial part of all animals that are not corrupt or moribund. All blood is contained in a vascular system, to wit, the veins, and is found nowhere else excepting in the heart. Blood is not sensitive to touch in any animal, any more than the excretions of the stomach, and the case is similar with the brain and the marrow. When flesh is lacerated, blood exudes, if the animal be alive, and unless the flesh be gangrened. Blood in a healthy condition is naturally sweet to the taste, and red in color. Blood that deteriorates from natural decay or from disease is more or less black. Blood, at its best, before it undergoes deterioration from either natural decay or from disease, is neither very thick nor very thin. In the living animal it is always liquid and warm, but on issuing from the body it coagulates in all cases except in the case of the deer, the roe, and the like animals. For, as a general rule, blood coagulates unless the fibers be extracted. Bull's blood is the quickest to coagulate. Animals that are internally and externally viviparous are more abundantly supplied with blood than the sanguineous ovipara. Animals that are in good condition, either from natural causes or from their health having been attended to, have the blood neither too abundant, as creatures just after drinking have the liquid inside them in abundance, nor again very scanty, as is the case with animals when exceedingly fat. For animals in this condition have pure blood, but very little of it, and the fatter an animal gets, the less becomes its supply of blood. For whatsoever is fat is destitute of blood. A fat substance is incorruptible, but blood and all things containing it corrupt rapidly, and this property characterizes especially all parts connected with the bones. Blood is finest and purest in man, and thickest and blackest in the bull and the ass, of all vivipara. In the lower and the higher parts of the body, blood is thicker and blacker than in the central parts. Blood beats or palpitates in the veins of all animals alike, all over their bodies, and blood is the only liquid that permeates the entire frames of living animals, without exception and at all times, as long as life lasts. Blood is developed first of all in the heart of animals, before the body is differentiated as a whole. If blood be removed, or if it escape in any considerable quantity, animals fall into a faint or swoon. If it be removed, or if it escape in an exceedingly large quantity, they die. If the blood get exceedingly liquid, animals fall sick, for the blood then turns into something like ichor, or a liquid so thin that it at times has been known to exude through the pores like sweat. In some cases blood, when issuing from the veins, does not coagulate at all, or only here and there. Whilst animals are sleeping, the blood is less abundantly supplied near the exterior surfaces, so that if the sleeping creature be pricked with a pin, the blood does not issue as copiously as it would if the creature were awake. Blood is developed out of ichor by coction, and fat in like manner out of blood. If the blood get diseased, hemorrhoids may ensue in the nostril or at the anus, or the veins may become varicose. Blood, if it corrupt in the body, has a tendency to turn into pus, and pus may turn into a solid concretion. Blood in the female differs from that in the male. For supposing the male and female to be on a par as regards age and general health, the blood in the female is thicker and blacker than in the male, and with the female there is a comparative superabundance of it in the interior. Of all female animals, the female in man is the most richly supplied with blood, and of all female animals the menstruous discharges are the most copious in woman. The blood of these discharges under disease turns into flux. Apart from the menstrual discharges, the female in the human species is less subject to diseases of the blood than the male. Women are seldom afflicted with varicose veins, with hemorrhoids, or with bleeding at the nose, and if any of these maladies supervene, the menses are imperfectly discharged. Blood differs in quantity and appearance according to age. In very young animals, it resembles ichor and is abundant. In the old, it is thick and black and scarce, and in middle-aged animals, its qualities are intermediate. In old animals, the blood coagulates rapidly, even blood at the surface of the body, but this is not the case with young animals. Ichor is, in fact, nothing else but unconcocted blood, either blood that has not yet been concocted or that has become fluid again. Chapter 20. We now proceed to discuss the properties of marrow, for this is one of the liquids found in certain sanguineous animals. All the natural liquids of the body are contained in vessels, as blood in veins, marrow in bones, and other moistures in membranous structures of the skin or gut. In young animals, the marrow is exceedingly sanguineous, but as animals grow old, it becomes fatty in animals supplied with fat, and suet-like in animals with suet. All bones, however, are not supplied with marrow, but only the hollow ones, and not all of these. For of the bones in the lion, some contain no marrow at all, and some are only scantily supplied therewith. And that accounts, as was previously observed, for the statement made by certain writers that the lion is marrowless. In the bones of pigs it is found in small quantities, and in the bones of certain animals of this species it is not found at all. These liquids, then, are nearly always congenital in animals, but milk and sperm come at a later time. Of these latter, that which, whensoever it is present, is secreted, in all cases ready-made, is the milk. Sperm, on the other hand, is not secreted out in all cases, but in some only, as in the case of what are designated thori in fishes. Whatever animals have milk have it in their breasts. All animals have breasts that are internally and externally viviparous, as for instance all animals that have hair, as man and the horse, and the cetaceans, as the dolphin, the porpoise, and the whale. For these animals have breasts and are supplied with milk. Animals that are oviparous or only externally viviparous have neither breasts nor milk, as the fish and the bird. All milk is composed of a watery serum called whey, and a consistent substance called curd or cheese, and the thicker the milk, the more abundant the curd. The milk then of non-ambidentals coagulates, and that is why cheese is made of the milk of such animals under domestication. But the milk of ambidentals does not coagulate, nor their fat either, and the milk is thin and sweet. Now the camel's milk is the thinnest, and that of the human species next after it, and that of the ass next again. But cow's milk is the thickest. Milk does not coagulate under the influence of cold, but rather runs to whey. But under the influence of heat it coagulates and thickens. As a general rule, milk only comes to animals in pregnancy. When the animal is pregnant, milk is found, but for a while it is unfit for use, and then after an interval of usefulness it becomes unfit for use again. In the case of female animals not pregnant, a small quantity of milk has been procured by the employment of special food, and cases have been actually known where women advanced in years on being submitted to the process of milking have produced milk, and in some cases have produced it in sufficient quantities to enable them to suckle an infant. The people that live on and about Mount Eta take such she-goats as decline the male and rub their udders hard with nettles to cause an irritation amounting to pain. Hereupon they milk the animals, procuring at first a liquid resembling blood, then a liquid mixed with purulent matter, and eventually milk, as freely as from females submitting to the male. As a general rule, milk is not found in the male of man, or of any other animal, though from time to time it has been found in a male. For instance, once in Lemnos a he-goat was milked by its dugs, for it has, by the way, 2 dugs close to the penis, and was milked to such effect that cheese was made of the produce, and the same phenomenon was repeated in a male of its own begetting. Such occurrences, however, are regarded as supernatural, and fraught with omen as to futurity. And in point of fact, when the Lemnian owner of the animal inquired of the oracle, the god informed him that the portent foreshadowed the acquisition of a fortune. With some men, after puberty, milk can be produced by squeezing the breasts. Cases have been known where, on their being subjected to a prolonged milking process, a considerable quantity of milk has been adduced. In milk, there is a fatty element which, in clotted milk, gets to resemble oil. Goat's milk is mixed with sheep's milk in Sicily, and wherever sheep's milk is abundant. The best milk for clotting is not only that where the cheese is most abundant, but that also where the cheese is driest. Now, some animals produce not only enough milk to rear their young, but a superfluous amount for general use, for cheese making and for storage. This is especially the case with the sheep and the goat, and next in degree with the cow. Mare's milk, by the way, and milk of the she-ass are mixed in with Phrygian cheese. And there is more cheese in cow's milk than in goat's milk, for graziers tell us that from 9 gallons of goat's milk they can get 19 cheeses of an obol apiece, and from the same amount of cow's milk 30. Other animals give only enough of milk to rear their young withal, and no superfluous amount, and none fitted for cheese making, as is the case with all animals that have more than 2 breasts or dugs. For with none of such animals is milk produced in superabundance or used for the manufacture of cheese. The juice of the fig and rennet are employed to curdle milk. The fig juice is first squeezed out into wool. The wool is then washed and rinsed, and the rinsing put into a little milk, and if this be mixed with other milk, it curdles it. Rennet is a kind of milk, for it is found in the stomach of the animal while it is yet suckling. Chapter 21. Rennet then consists of milk with an admixture of fire, which comes from the natural heat of the animal, as the milk is concocted. All ruminating animals produce rennet, and of ambidentals the hare. Rennet improves in quality the longer it is kept, and cow's rennet after being kept a good while, and also hare's rennet is good for diarrhea, and the best of all rennet is that of the young deer. In milk-producing animals, the comparative amount of the yield varies with the size of the animal and the diversities of pasturage. For instance, there are in Phasis small cattle that in all cases give a copious supply of milk, and the large cows in Epirus yield each one daily some 9 gallons of milk, and half of this from each pair of teats, and the milker has to stand erect, stooping forward a little, as otherwise, if he were seated, he would be unable to reach up to the teats. But, with the exception of the ass, all the quadrupeds in Epirus are of large size, and, relatively, the cattle and the dogs are the largest. Now, large animals require abundant pasture, and this country supplies just such pasturage, and also supplies diverse pasture grounds to suit the diverse seasons of the year. The cattle are particularly large, and likewise the sheep of the so-called Pyrrhic breed, the name being given in honor of King Pyrrhus. Some pasture quenches milk, as median grass or lucerne, and that especially in ruminants. Other feeding renders it copious, as cittisus and vetch. Only, by the way, citicis in flour is not recommended, as it has burning properties, and vetch is not good for pregnant kine, as it causes increased difficulty in parturition. However, beasts that have access to good feeding, as they are benefited thereby in regard to pregnancy, so also being well nourished, produce milk in plenty. Some of the leguminous plants bring milk in abundance, as for instance a large feed of beans with the ewe, the common she-goat, the cow, and the small she-goat, for this feeding makes them drop their udders. And by the way, the pointing of the udder to the ground before parturition is a sign of there being plenty of milk a-coming. Milk remains for a long time in the female, if she be kept from the male and be properly fed, and of quadrupeds this is especially true of the ewe, for the ewe can be milked for 8 months. As a general rule, ruminating animals give milk in abundance, and milk fitted for cheese manufacture. In the neighborhood of Torone, cows run dry for a few days before calving, and have milk all the rest of the time. In women, milk of a livid color is better than white for nursing purposes, and swarthy women give healthier milk than fair ones. Milk that is richest in cheese is the most nutritious, but milk with a scanty supply of cheese is the more wholesome for children. Chapter 22. All sanguineous animals eject sperm. As to what and how it contributes to generation, these questions will be discussed in another treatise. Taking the size of his body into account, man emits more sperm than any other animal. In hairy-coated animals the sperm is sticky, but in other animals it is not so. It is white in all cases, and Herodotus is under a misapprehension when he states that the Ethiopians eject black sperm. Sperm issues from the body white and consistent, if it be healthy, and after quitting the body becomes thin and black. In frosty weather it does not coagulate, but gets exceedingly thin and watery, both in color and consistency. But it coagulates and thickens under the influence of heat. If it be long in the womb before issuing out, it comes more than usually thick, and sometimes it comes out dry and compact. Sperm capable of impregnating or of fructification sinks in water. Sperm incapable of producing that result dissolves away. But there is no truth in what Ctesias has written about the sperm of the elephant. End of chapter 22 and end of book 3. Book 4, Chapter 1 of History of Animals by Aristotle. Translated by D'Arcy Wentworth Thompson. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. We have now treated in regard to blooded animals, of the parts they have in common and of the parts peculiar to this genus or that, and of the parts both composite and simple, whether without or within. We now proceed to treat of animals devoid of blood. These animals are divided into several genera. One genus consists of so-called mollusks, and by the term mollusk we mean an animal that, being devoid of blood, has its flesh-like substance outside, and any hard structure it may happen to have inside, in this respect resembling the red-blooded animals, such as the genus of the cuttlefish. Another genus is that of the Malacostraca. These are animals that have their hard structure outside, and their soft or flesh-like substance inside, and the hard substance belonging to them has to be crushed rather than shattered, and to this genus belongs the crawfish and the crab. A third genus is that of the ostracoderms, or testaceans. These are animals that have their hard substance outside, and their flesh-like substance within, and their hard substance can be shattered but not crushed. And to this genus belong the snail and the oyster. The fourth genus is that of insects, and this genus comprehends numerous and dissimilar species. Insects are creatures that, as the name implies, have nicks either on the belly or on the back, or on both belly and back, and have no one part distinctly osseous, and no one part distinctly fleshy, but are throughout a something intermediate between bone and flesh. That is to say, their body is hard all through, inside and outside. Some insects are wingless, such as the aeolus and the centipede. Some are winged, as the bee, the cockchafer and the wasp. And the same kind is in some cases both winged and wingless, as the ant and the glowworm. In mollusks, the external parts are as follows. In the first place, the so-called feet. Secondly, and attached to these, the head. Thirdly, the mantle sac, containing the internal parts, and incorrectly designated by some writers, the hand. And fourthly, fins round about the sac. In all mollusks, the head is found to be between the feet and the belly. All mollusks are furnished with 8 feet, and in all cases these feet are severally furnished with a double row of suckers, with the exception of one single species of pulp or octopus. The sepia, the small calamary, and the large calamary have an exceptional organ in a pair of long arms or tentacles, having at their extremities a portion rendered rough by the presence of 2 rows of suckers. And with these arms or tentacles they apprehend their food, and draw it into their mouths, and in stormy weather they cling by them to a rock, and sway about in the rough water like ships lying at anchor. They swim by the aid of the fins that they have about the sac. In all cases their feet are furnished with suckers. The octopus, by the way, uses his feelers either as feet or hands. With the 2 which stand over his mouth he draws in food, and the last of his feelers he employs in the act of copulation. And this last one, by the way, is extremely sharp, is exceptional as being of a whitish color, and at its extremity is bifurcate. That is to say, it has an additional something on the rachis, and by rachis is meant the smooth surface or edge of the arm on the far side from the suckers. In front of the sac and over the feelers they have a hollow tube, by means of which they discharge any sea water that they may have taken into the sac of the body in the act of receiving food by the mouth. They can shift the tube from side to side, and by means of it they discharge the black liquid peculiar to the animal. Stretching out its feet, it swims obliquely in the direction of the so-called head, and by this mode of swimming it can see in front, for its eyes are at the top, and in this attitude it has its mouth at the rear. The head, while the creature is alive, is hard, and looks as though it were inflated. It apprehends and retains objects by means of the under surface of its arms, and the membrane in between its feet is kept at full tension. If the animal get on to the sand, it can no longer retain its hold. There is a difference between the octopus and the other mollusks above mentioned. The body of the octopus is small, and his feet are long, whereas in the others the body is large and the feet short. So short, in fact, that they cannot walk on them. Compared with one another, the Teothis, or calamary, is long-shaped, and the sepia flat-shaped, and of the calamaries, the so-called Teothus is much bigger than the Teuthis, for Teuthi have been found as much as 5 ells long. Some sepia attain a length of 2 ells, and the feelers of the octopus are sometimes as long or even longer. The species Teuthus is not a numerous one. The Teuthus differs from the Teuthis in shape, that is, the sharp extremity of the Teuthus is broader than that of the other, and further, the encircling fin goes all round the trunk, whereas it is in part lacking in the Teuthis. Both animals are pelagic. In all cases the hand comes after the feet, in the middle of the feet that are called arms or feelers. There is here situated a mouth and 2 teeth in the mouth, and above these 2 large eyes, and betwixt the eyes a small cartilage enclosing a small brain. And within the mouth it has a minute organ of a fleshy nature, and this it uses as a tongue, for no other tongue does it possess. Next after this on the outside is what looks like a sac. The flesh of which it is made is divisible, not in long straight strips, but in annular flakes, and all mollusks have a cuticle around this flesh. Next after, or at the back of the mouth, comes a long and narrow esophagus, and close after that a crop or craw, large and spherical, like that of a bird. Then comes the stomach, like the 4th stomach in ruminants, and the shape of it resembles the spiral convolution in the trumpet shell. From the stomach there goes back again in the direction of the mouth a thin gut, and the gut is thicker than the esophagus. Mollusks have no viscera, but they have what is called a mytis, and on it a vessel containing a thick black juice. In the sepia or cuttlefish this vessel is the largest, and this juice is most abundant. All mollusks when frightened discharge such a juice, but the discharge is most copious in the cuttlefish. The mytis, then, is situated under the mouth, and the esophagus runs through it, and down below at the point to which the gut extends is the vesicle of the black juice, and the animal has the vesicle and the gut enveloped in one and the same membrane, and by the same orifice discharges both the black juice and the residuum. The animals have also certain hair-like or furry growths in their bodies. In the sepia, the Teuthis and the Teuthus, the hard parts are within towards the back of the body. Those parts are called in one the sepium, and in the other the sword. They differ from one another, for the sepium in the cuttlefish and the Teuthus is hard and flat, being a substance intermediate between bone and fish bone, with in part a crumbling, spongy texture. But in the Teuthis the part is thin and somewhat gristly. These parts differ from one another in shape, as do also the bodies of the animals. The octopus has nothing hard of this kind in its interior, but it has a gristly substance round the hand, which, if the animal grows old, becomes hard. The females differ from the males. The males have a duct in under the esophagus, extending from the mantle cavity to the lower portion of the sac, and there is an organ to which it attaches, resembling a breast. In the female there are 2 of these organs situated higher up. With both sexes there are underneath these organs certain red formations. The egg of the octopus is single, uneven on its surface and of large size. The fluid substance within is all uniform in color, smooth, and in color white. The size of the egg is so great as to fill a vessel larger than the creature's head. The sepia has 2 sacs, and inside them a number of eggs, like in appearance to white hailstones. For the disposition of these parts I must refer to my anatomical diagrams. The males of all these animals differ from the females, and the difference between the sexes is most marked in the sepia. For the back of the trunk, which is blacker than the belly, is rougher in the male than in the female, and in the male the back is striped, and the rump is more sharply pointed. There are several species of the octopus. One keeps close to the surface and is the largest of them all, and near the shore the size is larger than in deep water, and there are others small, variegated in colour, which are not articles of food. There are two others, one called the Helidone, which differs from its congeners in the length of its legs and in having one row of suckers, all the rest of the mollusks having two, and the other nicknamed variously the Boletina, or the onion, and the Ozolis, or the stinkard. There are two others found in shells resembling those of the testaceans. One of them is nicknamed by some persons the Nautilus, or the Pontilus, or by others the polypus egg, and the shell of this creature is something like a separate valve of a deep scallop shell. This polypus lives very often near to the shore and is apt to be thrown up high and dry on the beach. Under these circumstances it is found with its shell detached and dies by and by on dry land. These polypods are small and are shaped as regards the form of their bodies like the Bulbidia. There is another polypus that is placed within a shell like a snail. It never comes out of the shell, but lives inside the shell like the snail, and from time to time protrudes its feelers. So much for mollusks. End of chapter 1. Book 4, chapters 2 and 3 of History of Animals by Aristotle. Translated by D'Arcy Wentworth Thompson. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. With regard to the Malacostraca, or crustaceans, one species is that of the crawfish, and a second, resembling the first, is that of the lobster. The lobster differing from the crawfish in having claws, and in a few other respects as well. Another species is that of the carid, and another is that of the crab, and there are many kinds both of carid and of crab. Of carids there are the so-called cuffi, or hunchbacks, the crangons, or squilla, and the little kind, or shrimps, and the little kind do not develop into a larger kind. Of the crab, the varieties are indefinite and incalculable. The largest of all crabs is one nicknamed Maya. A second variety is the Pagurus, and the crab of Heracleides. And a third variety is the freshwater crab. The other varieties are smaller in size and destitute of special designations. In the neighborhood of Phoenike, there are found on the beach certain crabs that are nicknamed the horsemen, from their running with such speed that it is difficult to overtake them. These crabs, when opened, are usually found empty, and this emptiness may be put down to insufficiency of nutriment. There is another variety, small like the crab, but resembling in shape the lobster. All these animals, as has been stated, have their hard and shelly part outside, where the skin is in other animals, and the fleshy part inside, and the belly is more or less provided with lamellae, or little flaps, and the female here deposits her spawn. The crawfishes have 5 feet on either side, including the claws at the end, and in like manner the crabs have 10 feet in all, including the claws. Of the carids, the hunchbacked or prawns have 5 feet on either side, which are sharp-pointed, those towards the head, and 5 others on either side in the region of the belly, with their extremities flat. They are devoid of flaps on the underside, such as the crawfish has, but on the back they resemble the crawfish. It is very different with the crangon, or squilla. It has 4 front legs on either side, then 3 thin ones close behind on either side, and the rest of the body is for the most part devoid of feet. Of all these animals, the feet bend out obliquely, as is the case with insects, and the claws, where claws are found, turn inwards. The crawfish has a tail and 5 fins on it, and the round-backed carid has a tail and 4 fins. The squilla also has fins at the tail on either side. In the case of both the humpbacked carid and the squilla, the middle part of the tail is spinous, only that in the squilla the part is flattened, and in the carid it is sharp-pointed. Of all animals of this genus, the crab is the only one devoid of a rump, and while the body of the carid and the crawfish is elongated, that of the crab is rotund. In the crawfish, the male differs from the female. In the female, the first foot is bifurcate. In the male, it is undivided. The belly fins in the female are large and overlapping on the neck, while in the male they are smaller and do not overlap. And, further, on the last feet of the male there are spur-like projections, large and sharp, which projections in the female are small and smooth. Both male and female have 2 antennae in front of the eyes, large and rough, and other antennae underneath, small and smooth. The eyes of all these creatures are hard and beady, and can move either to the inner or to the outer side. The eyes of most crabs have a similar facility of movement, or rather, in the crab this facility is developed in a higher degree. The lobster is all over grey-colored, with a mottling of black. Its under or hinder feet, up to the big feet or claws, are 8 in number. Then come the big feet, far larger and flatter at the tips than the same organs in the crawfish, and these big feet or claws are exceptional in their structure, for the right claw has the extreme flat surface, long and thin, while the left claw has the corresponding surface, thick and round. Each of the 2 claws, divided at the end like a pair of jaws, has both below and above a set of teeth, only that in the right claw they are all small and saw-shaped, while in the left claw those at the apex are saw-shaped, and those within are molar-shaped, these latter being in the under part of the cleft claw 4 teeth close together, and in the upper part 3 teeth, not close together. Both right and left claws have the upper part mobile, and bring it to bear against the lower one, and both are curved like bandy legs, being thereby naturally adapted for apprehension and constriction. Above, the 2 large claws come 2 others, covered with hair, a little underneath the mouth, and underneath these the gill-like formations in the region of the mouth, hairy and numerous. These organs the animal keeps in perpetual motion, and the 2 hairy feet it bends and draws in towards its mouth. The feet near the mouth are furnished also with delicate outgrowing appendages. Like the crawfish, the lobster has 2 teeth or mandibles, and above these teeth are its antennae, long, but shorter and finer by far than those of the crawfish, and then 4 other antennae, similar in shape but shorter and finer than the others. Over these antennae come the eyes, small and short, not large like the eyes of the crawfish. Over the eyes is a peaky, rough projection like a forehead, larger than the same part in the crawfish. In fact, the frontal part is more pointed, and the thorax is much broader in the lobster than in the crawfish, and the body in general is smoother and more full of flesh. Of the 8 feet, 4 are bifurcate at the extremities, and 4 are undivided. The region of the so-called neck is outwardly divided into 5 divisions, and sixthly comes the flattened portion at the end, and this portion has 5 flaps or tail fins, and the inner or under parts into which the female drops her spawn are 4 in number and hairy, and on each of the aforesaid parts is a spine turned outwards, short and straight. The body in general, and the region of the thorax in particular, are smooth, not rough as in the crawfish, but on the large claws the outer portion has larger spines. There is no apparent difference between the male and female, for they both have one claw, whichever it may be, larger than the other, and neither male nor female is ever found with both claws of the same size. All crustaceans take in water close by the mouth. The crab discharges it, closing up, as it does so, a small portion of the same, and the crawfish discharges it by way of the gills. And, by the way, the gill-shaped organs in the crawfish are very numerous. The following properties are common to all crustaceans. They have in all cases 2 teeth or mandibles, for the front teeth in the crawfish are 2 in number, and in all cases there is in the mouth a small fleshy structure serving for a tongue, and the stomach is close to the mouth, only that the crawfish has a little esophagus in front of the stomach, and there is a straight gut attached to it. This gut in the crawfish and its congeners and in the carids extends in a straight line to the tail, and terminates where the animal discharges the residuum, and where the female deposits her spawn. In the crab it terminates where the flap is situated, and in the center of the flap. And, by the way, in all these animals the spawn is deposited outside. Further, the female has the place for the spawn running along the gut, and again, all these animals have, more or less, an organ termed the mytis or poppy juice. We must now proceed to review their several differentiae. The crawfish, then, as has been said, has 2 teeth, large and hollow, in which is contained a juice resembling the mytis, and in between the teeth is a fleshy substance shaped like a tongue. After the mouth comes a short esophagus, and then a membranous stomach attached to the esophagus, and at the orifice of the stomach are 3 teeth, 2 facing one another and a third standing by itself underneath. Coming off at a bend from the stomach is a gut, simple and of equal thickness throughout the entire length of the body, until it reaches the anal vent. These are all common properties of the crawfish, the carid and the crab, for the crab, be it remembered, has 2 teeth. Again, the crawfish has a duct attached all the way from the chest to the anal vent, and this duct is connected with the ovary in the female, and with the seminal ducts in the male. This passage is attached to the concave surface of the flesh in such a way that the flesh is in betwixt the duct and the gut, for the gut is related to the convexity, and this duct to the concavity, pretty much as is observed in quadrupeds. And the duct is identical in both the sexes, that is to say, the duct in both is thin and white, and charged with a sallow-colored moisture, and is attached to the chest. The following are the properties of the egg and of the convolutes in the carid. The male, by the way, differs from the female in regard to its flesh, in having in connection with the chest 2 separate and distinct white substances, resembling in colour and conformation the tentacles of the cuttlefish, and they are convoluted like the poppy or quasi-liver of the trumpet shell. These organs have their starting point in cotyledons or papillae, which are situated under the hindmost feet, and hereabouts the flesh is red and blood-coloured, but is slippery to the touch, and insofar unlike flesh. Off from the convolute organ at the chest branches off another coil about as thick as ordinary twine, and underneath there are 2 granular seminal bodies in juxtaposition with the gut. These are the organs of the male. The female has red-colored eggs, which are adjacent to the stomach and to each side of the gut, all along to the fleshy parts, being enveloped in a thin membrane. Such are the parts internal and external of the carid. Chapter 3. The inner organs of sanguineous animals happen to have specific designations, for these animals have in all cases the inner viscera, but this is not the case with the bloodless animals. But what they have in common with red-blooded animals is the stomach, the esophagus, and the gut. With regard to the crab, it has already been stated that it has claws and feet, and their position has been set forth. Furthermore, for the most part, they have the right claw bigger and stronger than the left. It has also been stated that in general, the eyes of the crab look sideways. Further, the trunk of the crab's body is single and undivided, including its head, and any other part it may possess. Some crabs have eyes placed sideways on the upper part, immediately under the back, and standing a long way apart, and some have their eyes in the center and close together like the crabs of Heracleides and the so-called grannies. The mouth lies underneath the eyes, and inside it there are 2 teeth, as is the case with the crawfish, only that in the crab the teeth are not rounded but long, and over the teeth are 2 lids, and in betwixt them are structures such as the crawfish has besides its teeth. The crab takes in water near by the mouth, using the lids as a check to the inflow, and discharges the water by 2 passages above the mouth, closing by means of the lids the way by which it entered, and the 2 passageways are just underneath the eyes. When it has taken in water, it closes its mouth by means of both lids, and ejects the water in the way above described. Next, after the teeth, comes the esophagus, very short, so short in fact that the stomach seems to come straightway after the mouth. Next, after the esophagus, comes the stomach, 2-horned, to the center of which is attached a simple and delicate gut, and the gut terminates outwards at the operculum, as has been previously stated. The crab has the parts in between the lids in the neighborhood of the teeth similar to the same parts in the crawfish. Inside the trunk is a sallow juice, and some few little bodies, long and white, and others spotted red. The male differs from the female in size and breadth, and in respect of the ventral flap, for this is larger in the female than in the male, and stands out further from the trunk, and is more hairy, as is the case also with the female in the crawfish. So much then for the organs of the Malacostraca or Crustacea. End of chapter 3. Book 4, Chapter 4 of History of Animals by Aristotle. Translated by D'Arcy Wentworth Thompson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. With the Ostracoderma, or testaceans, such as the land snails and the sea snails, and all the oysters, so called, and also with the sea urchin genus, the fleshy part, in such as have flesh, is similarly situated to the fleshy part in the crustaceans. In other words, it is inside the animal, and the shell is outside, and there is no hard substance in the interior. As compared with one another, the testaceans present many diversities, both in regard to their shells and to the flesh within. Some of them have no flesh at all, as the sea urchin. Others have flesh, but it is inside and wholly hidden, except the hand, as in the land snails and the so-called Cocalia, and among pelagic animals, in the purple murex, the syrinx or trumpet shell, the sea snail, and the spiral-shaped testaceans in general. Of the rest, some are bivalved and some univalved, and by bivalves I mean such as are enclosed within two shells, and by univalved such as are enclosed within a single shell, and in these last the fleshy part is exposed, as in the case of the limpet. Of the bivalves, some can open out, like the scallop and the mussel, for all such shells are grown together on one side, and are separate on the other, so as to open and shut. Other bivalves are closed on both sides alike, like the solan or razorfish. Some testaceans there are that are entirely enveloped in shell, and expose no portion of their flesh outside, as the tethya or ascidians. Again, in regard to the shells themselves, the testaceans present differences when compared with one another. Some are smooth-shelled, like the solan, the mussel, and some clams, viz. Those that are nicknamed milk shells, while others are rough-shelled, such as the pool oyster or edible oyster, the pina, and certain species of cockles, and the trumpet shells, and of these some are ribbed, such as the scallop and a certain kind of clam or cockle, and some are devoid of ribs, as the pina, and another species of clam. Testaceans also differ from one another in regard to the thickness or thinness of their shell, both as regards the shell in its entirety and as regards specific parts of the shell, for instance, the lips. For some have thin-lipped shells, like the mussel, and others have thick-lipped shells, like the oyster. A property common to the above-mentioned, and, in fact, to all testaceans, is the smoothness of their shells inside. Some also are capable of motion, like the scallop, and indeed some aver that scallops can actually fly, owing to the circumstance that they often jump right out of the apparatus by means of which they are caught. Others are incapable of motion, and are attached fast to some external object, as is the case with the pina. All the spiral-shaped testaceans can move and creep, and even the limpet relaxes its hold to go in quest of food. In the case of the univalves and the bivalves, the fleshy substance adheres to the shell so tenaciously that it can only be removed by an effort. In the case of the stromboids, it is more loosely attached. And a peculiarity of all the stromboids is the spiral twist of the shell in the part farthest away from the head. They are also furnished from birth with an operculum, and further, all stromboid testaceans have their shells on the right-hand side, and move not in the direction of the spire, but the opposite way. Such are the diversities observed in the external parts of these animals. The internal structure is almost the same in all these creatures, and in the stromboids especially, for it is in size that these latter differ from one another, and in accidents of the nature of excess or defect, and there is not much difference between most of the univalves and bivalves. But while those that open and shut differ from one another but slightly, they differ considerably from such as are incapable of motion. And this will be illustrated more satisfactorily hereafter. The spiral-shaped testaceans are all similarly constructed, but differ from one another, as has been said, in the way of excess or defect. For the larger species have larger and more conspicuous organs, and the smaller have smaller and less conspicuous, and furthermore, in relative hardness or softness, and in other such accidents or properties. All the stromboids, for instance, have the flesh that extrudes from the mouth of the shell, hard and stiff, some more and some less. From the middle of this protrudes the head and two horns, and these horns are large in the large species, but exceedingly minute in the smaller ones. The head protrudes from them all in the same way, and if the animal be alarmed, the head draws in again. Some of these creatures have a mouth and teeth as the snail, teeth sharp and small and delicate. They have also a proboscis, just like that of the fly, and the proboscis is tongue-shaped. The syrinx and the purple murex have this organ firm and solid, and just as the myops or horsefly and the estrus or gadfly can pierce the skin of a quadruped, so is this proboscis proportionately stronger in these testaceans, for they bore right through the shells of other shellfish on which they prey. The stomach follows close upon the mouth, and, by the way, this organ in the snail resembles a bird's crop. Underneath come two white firm formations, mastoid or papillary in form, and similar formations are found in the cuttlefish also, only that they are of a firmer consistency in the cuttlefish. After the stomach comes an esophagus, simple and long, extending to the poppy or quasi-liver, which is in the innermost recess of the shell. All these statements may be verified in the case of the purple murex and the syrinx, by observation within the whorl of the shell. What comes next to the esophagus is the gut. In fact, the gut is continuous with the esophagus and runs its whole length, uncomplicated, to the outlet of the residuum. The gut has its point of origin in the region of the coil of the mecon, or so-called poppy, and is wider hereabouts. For remember, the mecon is for the most part a sort of excretion in all testaceans. It then takes a bend and runs up again towards the fleshy part, and terminates by the side of the head, where the animal discharges its residuum. And this holds good in the case of all stromboid testaceans, whether terrestrial or marine. From the stomach there is drawn in a parallel direction with the esophagus, in the larger snails, a long white duct, enveloped in a membrane, resembling in colour the mastoid formations higher up, and in it are nicks or interruptions, as in the egg mass of the crawfish, only, by the way, the duct of which we are treating is white, and the egg mass of the crawfish is red. This formation has no outlet nor duct, but is enveloped in a thin membrane with a narrow cavity in its interior, and from the gut downward extend black and rough formations in close connection, something like the formations in the tortoise, only not so black. Marine snails also have these formations, and the white ones, only that the formations are smaller in the smaller species. The non-spiral univalves and bivalves are in some respects similar in construction, and in some respects dissimilar to the spiral testaceans. They all have a head and horns, and a mouth, and the organ resembling a tongue. But these organs in the smaller species are indiscernible owing to the minuteness of these animals, and some are indiscernible even in the larger species, when dead, or when at rest and motionless. They all have the mecon or poppy, but not all in the same place, nor of equal size, nor similarly open to observation. Thus the limpets have this organ deep down in the bottom of the shell, and the bivalves at the hinge connecting the two valves. They also have, in all cases, the hairy growths or beards, in a circular form, as in the scallops, and with regard to the so-called egg, in those that have it, when they have it, it is situated in one of the semicircles of the periphery, as is the case with the white formation in the snail. For this white formation in the snail corresponds to the so-called egg of which we are speaking. But all these organs, as has been stated, are distinctly traceable in the larger species, while in the small ones they are in some cases almost, and in others altogether indiscernible. Hence they are most plainly visible in the large scallops, and these are the bivalves that have one valve flat-shaped like the lid of a pot. The outlet of the excretion is in all these animals, save for the exception to be afterwards related, on one side. For there is a passage whereby the excretion passes out. And remember, the mecon or poppy, as has been stated, is an excretion in all these animals, an excretion enveloped in a membrane. The so-called egg has no outlet in any of these creatures, but is merely an excrescence in the fleshy mass, and it is not situated in the same region with the gut, but the egg is situated on the right-hand side, and the gut on the left. Such are the relations of the anal vent in most of these animals, but in the case of the wild limpet, called by some the sea ear, the residuum issues beneath the shell, for the shell is perforated to give an outlet. In this particular limpet, the stomach is seen coming after the mouth, and the egg-shaped formations are discernible. But for the relative positions of these parts, you are referred to my treatise on anatomy. The so-called carcinium, or hermit crab, is in a way intermediate between the crustaceans and the testaceans. In its nature it resembles the crawfish kind, and it is born simple of itself, but by its habit of introducing itself into a shell and living there, it resembles the testaceans, and so appears to partake of the characters of both kinds. In shape, to give a simple illustration, it resembles a spider, only that the part below the head and thorax is larger in this creature than in the spider. It has two thin red horns, and underneath these horns 2 long eyes, not retreating inwards, nor turning sideways like the eyes of the crab, but protruding straight out, and underneath these eyes the mouth, and round about the mouth several hair-like growths, and next after these 2 bifurcate legs or claws, whereby it draws in objects towards itself, and 2 other legs on either side, and a 3rd small one. All below the thorax is soft, and when opened in dissection is found to be sallow-colored within. From the mouth there runs a single passage right on to the stomach, but the passage for the excretions is not discernible. The legs and the thorax are hard, but not so hard as the legs and the thorax of the crab. It does not adhere to its shell like the purple murex and the syrinx, but can easily slip out of it. It is longer when found in the shell of the stromboids than when found in the shell of the neritae. And, by the way, the animal found in the shell of the neritae is a separate species, like to the other in most respects, but of its bifurcate feet or claws, the right-hand one is small and the left-hand one is large, and it progresses chiefly by the aid of this latter and larger one. In the shells of these animals, and in certain others, there is found a parasite whose mode of attachment is similar. The particular one which we have just described is named the Silurus. The Neritis has a smooth, large, round shell, and resembles the syrinx in shape, only the poppy juice is, in its case, not black but red. It clings with great force near the middle. In calm weather, then, they go free afield, but when the wind blows, the carcinia take shelter against the rocks. The neritae themselves cling fast like limpets, and the same is the case with the hemorrhoid or aporid, and all others of the like kind. And, by the way, they cling to the rock when they turn back their operculum, for this operculum seems like a lid. In fact, this structure represents the one part in the stromboids of that which in the bivalves is a duplicate shell. The interior of the animal is fleshy, and the mouth is inside, and it is the same with the hemorrhoid, the purple murex, and all such like animals. Such of the little crabs as have the left foot or claw the bigger of the two are found in the Neritae, but not in the stromboids. There are some snail shells which have inside them creatures resembling those little crayfish that are also found in fresh water. These creatures, however, differ in having the part inside the shell soft. But as to their characters, you are referred to my treatise on anatomy. End of chapter 4. Book 4, chapters 5 to 7 of History of Animals by Aristotle. Translated by D'Arcy Wentworth Thompson. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. The urchins are devoid of flesh, and this is a character peculiar to them. And while they are in all cases empty and devoid of any flesh within, they are in all cases furnished with the black formations. There are several species of the urchin, and one of these is that which is made use of for food. This is the kind in which are found the so-called eggs, large and edible, in the larger and smaller specimens alike. For even when as yet very small, they are provided with them. There are two other species, the spatangus and the so-called brussus. These animals are pelagic and scarce. Further, there are the echinometra, or mother urchins, the largest in size of all the species. In addition to these, there is another species, small in size but furnished with large hard spines. It lives in the sea at a depth of several fathoms, and is used by some people as a specific for cases of strangury. In the neighborhood of Torone, there are sea urchins of a white color, shells, spines, eggs, and all, and that are longer than the ordinary sea urchin. The spine in this species is not large nor strong, but rather limp, and the black formations in connection with the mouth are more than usually numerous, and communicate with the external duct, but not with one another. In point of fact, the animal is in a manner divided up by them. The edible urchin moves with greatest freedom and most often, and this is indicated by the fact that these urchins have always something or other on their spines. All urchins are supplied with eggs, but in some of the species the eggs are exceedingly small and unfit for food. Singularly enough, the urchin has what we may call its head and its mouth down below, and a place for the issue of the residuum up above. And this same property is common to all stromboids and to limpets. For the food on which the creature lives lies down below. Consequently, the mouth has a position well adapted for getting at the food, and the excretion is above, near to the back of the shell. The urchin has also 5 hollow teeth inside, and in the middle of these teeth a fleshy substance serving the office of a tongue. Next to this comes the esophagus, and then the stomach divided into 5 parts and filled with excretion, all the 5 parts uniting at the anal vent, where the shell is perforated for an outlet. Underneath the stomach, in another membrane, are the so-called eggs, identical in number in all cases, and that number is always an odd number, to wit, 5. Up above, the black formations are attached to the starting point of the teeth, and they are bitter to the taste and unfit for food. A similar, or at least an analogous formation is found in many animals, as for instance in the tortoise, the toad, the frog, the stromboids, and generally in the mollusks. But the formation varies here and there in color, and in all cases is altogether uneatable, or more or less unpalatable. In reality, the mouth apparatus of the urchin is continuous from one end to the other, but to outward appearance it is not so, but looks like a horn lantern with the panes of horn left out. The urchin uses its spines as feet, for it rests its weight on these, and then, moving, shifts from place to place. Chapter 6. The so-called Tathium, or Ascidian, has of all these animals the most remarkable characteristics. It is the only mollusk that has its entire body concealed within its shell, and the shell is a substance intermediate between hide and shell, so that it cuts like a piece of hard leather. It is attached to rocks by its shell, and is provided with two passages placed at a distance from one another, very minute and hard to see, whereby it admits and discharges the sea water. For it has no visible excretion, whereas of shellfish in general, some resemble the urchin in this matter of excretion, and others are provided with the so-called mecon, or poppy juice. If the animal be opened, it is found to have, in the first place, a tendinous membrane running round inside the shell-like substance, and within this membrane is the flesh-like substance of the Ascidian, not resembling that in other mollusks. But this flesh, to which I now allude, is the same in all Ascidia. And this substance is attached in two places to the membrane and the skin, obliquely, and at the point of attachment the space is narrowed from side to side, where the fleshy substance stretches towards the passages that lead outwards through the shell. And here it discharges and admits food and liquid matter, just as it would if one of the passages were a mouth and the other an anal vent. And one of the passages is somewhat wider than the other one. Inside it has a pair of cavities, one on either side, a small partition separating them, and one of these two cavities contains the liquid. The creature has no other organ, whether motor or sensory, nor, as was said, in the case of the others is it furnished with any organ connected with excretion, as other shellfish are. The colour of the Ascidian is in some cases sallow, and in other cases red. There is furthermore the genus of the sea nettles, peculiar in its way. The sea nettle, or sea anemone, clings to rocks like certain of the testaceans, but at times relaxes its hold. It has no shell, but its entire body is fleshy. It is sensitive to touch, and if you put your hand to it, it will seize and cling to it, as the cuttlefish would do with its feelers, and in such a way as to make the flesh of your hand swell up. Its mouth is in the center of its body, and it lives adhering to the rock as an oyster to its shell. If any little fish come up against it, it clings to it. In fact, just as I described it above as doing to your hand, so it does to anything edible that comes in its way, and it feeds upon sea urchins and scallops. Another species of the sea nettle roams freely abroad. The sea nettle appears to be devoid altogether of excretion, and in this respect it resembles a plant. Of sea nettles there are two species, the lesser and more edible, and the larger hard ones, such as are found in the neighbourhood of Chalcis. In winter time their flesh is firm, and accordingly they are sought after as articles of food. But in summer weather they are worthless, for they become thin and watery, and if you catch at them, they break at once into bits, and cannot be taken off the rocks entire, and being oppressed by the heat, they tend to slip back into the crevices of the rocks. So much for the external and the internal organs of mollusks, crustaceans, and testaceans. Chapter 7. We now proceed to treat of insects in like manner. This genus comprises many species, and though several kinds are clearly related to one another, these are not classified under one common designation, as in the case of the bee, the drone, the wasp, and all such insects, and again as in the case of those that have their wings in a sheath or shard, like the cockchafer, the carabus or stag beetle, the cantharis or blister beetle, and the like. Insects have three parts common to them all: the head, the trunk containing the stomach, and a third part in betwixt these two, corresponding to what in other creatures embraces chest and back. In the majority of insects this intermediate part is single, but in the long and multipedal insects it has practically the same number of segments as of Nyx. All insects, when cut in two, continue to live, excepting such as are naturally cold by nature, or such as from their minute size chill rapidly, though, by the way, wasps, notwithstanding their small size, continue living after severance. In conjunction with the middle portion, either the head or the stomach can live, but the head cannot live by itself. Insects that are long in shape and many-footed can live for a long while after being cut in twain, and the severed portions can move in either direction, backwards or forwards. Thus the hinder portion, if cut off, can crawl either in the direction of the section or in the direction of the tail, as is observed in the Scolopendra. All insects have eyes, but no other organ of sense discernible, except that some insects have a kind of a tongue, corresponding to a similar organ common to all testaceans, and by this organ such insects taste and imbibe their food. In some insects this organ is soft, in other insects it is firm, as it is, by the way, in the purple fish among testaceans. In the horsefly and the gadfly this organ is hard, and indeed it is hard in most insects. In point of fact, such insects as have no sting in the rear use this organ as a weapon, and, by the way, such insects as are provided with this organ are unprovided with teeth, with the exception of a few insects. The fly, by a touch, can draw blood with this organ, and the gnat can prick or sting with it. Certain insects are furnished with prickers or stings. Some insects have the sting inside, as the bee and the wasp, others outside, as the scorpion. And, by the way, this is the only insect furnished with a long tail. And further, the scorpion is furnished with claws, as is also the creature resembling a scorpion found within the pages of books. In addition to their other organs, flying insects are furnished with wings. Some insects are dipterous or double-winged, as the fly. Others are tetrapterous or furnished with 4 wings, as the bee. And, by the way, no insect with only 2 wings has a sting in the rear. Again, some winged insects have a sheath or shard for their wings, as the cockchafer, whereas in others the wings are unsheathed, as in the bee. But in the case of all alike, flight is in no way modified by tail steerage, and the wing is devoid of quill structure or division of any kind. Again, some insects have antennae in front of their eyes, as the butterfly and the horned beetle. Such of them as have the power of jumping have the hinder legs the longer, and these long hind legs whereby they jump bend backwards like the hind legs of quadrupeds. All insects have the belly different from the back, as in fact is the case with all animals. The flesh of an insect's body is neither shell-like, nor is it like the internal substance of shell-covered animals, nor is it like flesh in the ordinary sense of the term, but it is a something intermediate in quality. Wherefore they have nor spine, nor bone, nor sepia bone, nor enveloping shell, but their body by its hardness is its own protection, and requires no extraneous support. However, insects have a skin, but the skin is exceedingly thin. These and such like are the external organs of insects. Internally, next after the mouth comes a gut, in the majority of cases, straight and simple down to the outlet of the residuum, but in a few cases the gut is coiled. No insect is provided with any viscera, or is supplied with fat. and these statements apply to all animals devoid of blood. Some have a stomach also, and attached to this the rest of the gut, either simple or convoluted, as in the case of the acris or grasshopper. The pteryx or cicada alone of such creatures, and in fact alone of all creatures, is unprovided with a mouth. But it is provided with the tongue-like formation found in insects furnished with frontward stings, and this formation in the cicada is long, continuous, and devoid of any split, and by the aid of this the creature feeds on dew, and on dew only, and in its stomach no excretion is ever found. Of the cicada there are several kinds, and they differ from one another in relative magnitude, and in this respect, that the acatis or chirper is provided with a cleft or aperture under the hyposoma, and has in it a membrane quite discernible, whilst the membrane is indiscernible in the tedigonia. Furthermore, there are some strange creatures to be found in the sea, which from their rarity we are unable to classify. Experienced fishermen affirm some that they have at times seen in the sea animals like sticks, black, rounded, and of the same thickness throughout. Others that they have seen creatures resembling shields, red in colour and furnished with fins packed close together, and others that they have seen creatures resembling the male organ in shape and size, with a pair of fins in the place of the testicles. And they aver that on one occasion a creature of this description was brought up on the end of a night line. So much then for the parts external and internal, exceptional and common of all animals. End of chapter 7. Chapters 8 and 9 of Book 4 of History of Animals by Aristotle. Translated by D'Arcy Wentworth Thompson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. We now proceed to treat of the senses, for there are diversities in animals with regard to the senses, seeing that some animals have the use of all the senses, and others the use of a limited number of them. The total number of the senses, for we have no experience of any special sense not here included, is 5. Sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. Man, then, and all vivipara that have feet, and further all red-blooded ovipara, appear to have the use of all the 5 senses, except where some isolated species has been subjected to mutilation, as in the case of the mole. For this animal is deprived of sight. It has no eyes visible, but if the skin, a thick one by the way, be stripped off the head, about the place in the exterior where eyes usually are, the eyes are found inside in a stunted condition, furnished with all the parts found in ordinary eyes. That is to say, we find there the black rim, and the fatty part surrounding it. But all these parts are smaller than the same parts in ordinary visible eyes. There is no external sign of the existence of these organs in the mole, owing to the thickness of the skin drawn over them, so that it would seem that the natural course of development were congenitally arrested. For extending from the brain at its junction with the marrow are 2 strong sinewy ducts, running past the sockets of the eyes, and terminating at the upper eye teeth. All the other animals of the kinds above mentioned have a perception of colour and of sound, and the senses of smell and taste. The 5th sense, that namely of touch, is common to all animals whatsoever. In some animals the organs of sense are plainly discernible, and this is especially the case with the eyes. For animals have a special locality for the eyes, and also a special locality for hearing. That is to say, some animals have ears, while others have the passage for sound discernible. It is the same with the sense of smell. That is to say, some animals have nostrils, and others have only the passages for smell, such as birds. It is the same also with the organ of taste, the tongue. Of aquatic, red-blooded animals, fishes possess the organ of taste, namely the tongue, but it is in an imperfect and amorphous form. In other words, it is osseous and undetached. In some fish, the palate is fleshy, as in the freshwater carp, so that by an inattentive observer it might be mistaken for a tongue. There is no doubt but that fishes have the sense of taste, for a great number of them delight in special flavors, and fishes freely take the hook if it be baited with a piece of flesh from a tunny, or from any fat fish, obviously enjoying the taste and the eating of food of this kind. Fishes have no visible organs for hearing or for smell, for what might appear to indicate an organ for smell in the region of the nostril has no communication with the brain. These indications, in fact, in some cases lead nowhere, like blind alleys, and in other cases lead only to the gills. But for all this, fishes undoubtedly hear and smell, for they are observed to run away from any loud noise, such as would be made by the rowing of a galley, so as to become easy of capture in their holes. For, by the way, though a sound be very slight in the open air, it has a loud and alarming resonance to creatures that hear under water. And this is shown in the capture of the dolphin. For when the hunters have enclosed a shoal of these fishes with a ring of their canoes, they set up from inside the canoes a loud splashing in the water, and by so doing induce the creatures to run in a shoal, high and dry, up on the beach, and so capture them while stupefied with the noise. And yet, for all this, the dolphin has no organ of hearing discernible. Furthermore, when engaged in their craft, fishermen are particularly careful to make no noise with oar or net, and after they have spied a shoal, they let down their nets at a spot so far off that they count upon no noise being likely to reach the shoal, occasioned either by oar or by the surging of their boats through the water. And the crews are strictly enjoined to preserve silence until the shoal has been surrounded. And at times, when they want the fish to crowd together, they adopt the stratagem of the dolphin hunter. In other words, they clatter stones together, that the fish may, in their fright, gather close into one spot, and so they envelop them with their nets. Before surrounding them, then, they preserve silence as was said. But after hemming the shoal in, they call on every man to shout out aloud and make any kind of noise, for on hearing the noise and hubbub, the fish are sure to tumble into the nets from sheer fright. Further, when fishermen see a shoal of fish feeding at a distance, disporting themselves in calm, bright weather on the surface of the water, if they are anxious to descry the size of the fish, and to learn what kind of a fish it is, they may succeed in coming upon the shoal, whilst yet basking at the surface, if they sail up without the slightest noise. But if any man make a noise previously, the shoal will be seen to scurry away in alarm. Again, there is a small river fish, called the cottus or bullhead. This creature burrows under a rock, and fishers catch it by clattering stones against the rock, and the fish, bewildered at the noise, darts out of its hiding place. From these facts it is quite obvious that fishes can hear, and indeed some people from living near the sea and frequently witnessing such phenomena affirm that of all living creatures the fish is the quickest of hearing. And, by the way, Of all fishes, the quickest of hearing are the kestrias or mullet, the crimps, the labrax or bass, the salpe or saup, the chromis or skyna, and such like. Other fishes are less quick of hearing, and, as might be expected, are more apt to be found living at the bottom of the sea. The case is similar in regard to the sense of smell. Thus, as a rule, fishes will not touch a bait that is not fresh. Neither are they all caught by one and the same bait, but they are severally caught by baits suited to their several likings, and these baits they distinguish by their sense of smell. And, by the way, some fishes are attracted by malodorous baits, as the salp, for instance, is attracted by excrement. Again, a number of fishes live in caves, and accordingly fishermen, when they want to entice them out, smear the mouth of a cave with strong-smelling pickles, and the fish are soon attracted to the smell. And the eel is caught in a similar way, for the fisherman lays down an earthen pot that has held pickles, after inserting a wheel in the neck thereof. As a general rule, fishes are especially attracted by savory smells. For this reason, fishermen roast the fleshy parts of the cuttlefish, and use it as bait on account of its smell, for fish are peculiarly attracted by it. They also bake the octopus, and bait their fish baskets or wheels with it, entirely, as they say, on account of its smell. Furthermore, gregarious fishes, if fish washings or bilge water be thrown overboard, are observed to scud off to a distance from apparent dislike of the smell. And it is asserted that they can at once detect by smell the presence of their own blood, and this faculty is manifested by their hurrying off to a great distance whenever fish blood is spilt in the sea. And, as a general rule, if you bait your wheel with a stinking bait, the fish refuse to enter the wheel or even to draw near. But if you bait the wheel with a fresh and savory bait, they come at once from long distances and swim into it. And all this is particularly manifest in the dolphin, for, as was stated, it has no visible organ of hearing, and yet it is captured when stupefied with noise, and so, while it has no visible organ for smell, it has the sense of smell remarkably keen. It is manifest, then, that the animals above mentioned are in possession of all the five senses. All other animals may, with very few exceptions, be comprehended within four genera, to wit, mollusks, crustaceans, testaceans, and insects. Of these four genera, the mollusk, the crustacean, and the insect have all the senses. At all events, they have sight, smell, and taste. As for insects, both winged and wingless, they can detect the presence of scented objects afar off, as, for instance, bees and snipes detect the presence of honey at a distance, and they do so, recognizing it by smell. Many insects are killed by the smell of brimstone. Ants, if the apertures to their dwellings be smeared with powdered origanum and brimstone, quit their nests, and most insects may be banished with burnt hartshorn, or better still, by the burning of the gum styrax. The cuttlefish, the octopus, and the crawfish may be caught by bait. The octopus, in fact, clings so tightly to the rocks that it cannot be pulled off, but remains attached even when the knife is employed to sever it, and yet, if you apply flea-bane to the creature, it drops off at the very smell of it. The facts are similar in regard to taste, for the food that insects go in quest of is of divers kinds, and they do not all delight in the same flavours. For instance, the bee never settles on a withered or wilted flower, but on fresh and sweet ones, and the conops or gnat settles only on acrid substances and not on sweet. The sense of touch, by the way, as has been remarked, is common to all animals. Testaceans have the senses of smell and taste. With regard to their possession of the sense of smell, that is proved by the use of baits, exempli gratia, in the case of the purple fish, for this creature is enticed by baits of rancid meat, which it perceives and is attracted to from a great distance. The proof that it possesses a sense of taste hangs by the proof of its sense of smell. For whenever an animal is attracted to a thing by perceiving its smell, it is sure to like the taste of it. Further, all animals furnished with a mouth derive pleasure or pain from the touch of sapid juices. With regard to sight and hearing, we cannot make statements with thorough confidence or on irrefutable evidence. However, the solan or razor fish, if you make a noise, appears to burrow in the sand, and to hide himself deeper when he hears the approach of the iron rod. For the animal, be it observed, juts a little out of its hole, while the greater part of the body remains within. And scallops, if you present your finger near their open valves, close them tight again, as though they could see what you were doing. Furthermore, when fishermen are laying bait for neritai, they always get to leeward of them, and never speak a word while so engaged, under the firm impression that the animal can smell and hear, and they assure us that if any one speaks aloud, the creature makes efforts to escape. With regard to testaceans of the walking or creeping species, the urchin appears to have the least developed sense of smell, and of the stationary species, the ascidian and the barnacle. So much for the organs of sense, in the general run of animals. We now proceed to treat of voice. Chapter 9. Voice and sound are different from one another, and language differs from voice and sound. The fact is that no animal can give utterance to voice except by the action of the pharynx, and consequently such animals as are devoid of lung have no voice, and language is the articulation of vocal sounds by the instrumentality of the tongue. Thus the voice and larynx can emit vocal or vowel sounds. Non-vocal or consonantal sounds are made by the tongue and the lips, and out of these vocal and non-vocal sounds language is composed. Consequently, animals that have no tongue at all, or that have a tongue not freely detached, have neither voice nor language, although, by the way, they may be enabled to make noises or sounds by other organs than the tongue. Insects, for instance, have no voice and no language, but they can emit sound by internal air or wind, though not by the emission of air or wind. For no insects are capable of respiration, but some of them make a humming noise, like the bee, and the other winged insects, and others are said to sing, as the cicada. And all these latter insects make their special noises by means of the membrane that is underneath the hyposoma. Those insects, that is to say, whose body is thus divided, as for instance, one species of cicada, which makes the sound by means of the friction of the air. Flies and bees and the like produce their special noise by opening and shutting their wings in the act of flying, for the noise made is by the friction of air between the wings when in motion. The noise made by grasshoppers is produced by rubbing or reverberating with their long hind legs. No mollusk or crustacean can produce any natural voice or sound. Fishes can produce no voice, for they have no lungs, nor windpipe and pharynx, but they emit certain inarticulate sounds and squeaks, which is what is called their voice, as the lyra or gurnard and the skyna. For these fishes make a grunting kind of noise, and the capris or boarfish in the river Achelous, and the chalcis and the cuckoo fish. For the chalcis makes a sort of piping sound, and the cuckoo fish makes a sound greatly like the cry of the cuckoo, and is nicknamed from the circumstance. The apparent voice in all these fishes is a sound caused in some cases by a rubbing motion of their gills, which, by the way, are prickly, or in other cases by internal parts about their bellies, for they all have air or wind inside them, by rubbing and moving, which they produce the sounds. Some cartilaginous fish seem to squeak. But in these cases the term voice is inappropriate. The more correct expression would be sound. For the scallop, when it goes along supporting itself on the water, which is technically called flying, makes a whizzing sound, and so does the sea swallow or flying fish. For this fish flies in the air clean out of the water, being furnished with fins broad and long. Just then, as in the flight of birds, the sound made by their wings is obviously not voice, so is it in the case of all these other creatures. The dolphin, when taken out of the water, gives a squeak and moans in the air, but these noises do not resemble those above mentioned, for this creature has a voice, and can therefore utter vocal or vowel sounds, for it is furnished with a lung and a windpipe, but its tongue is not loose, nor has it lips so as to give utterance to an articulate sound, or a sound of vowel and consonant in combination. Of animals which are furnished with tongue and lung, the oviparous quadrupeds produce a voice, but a feeble one, in some cases a shrill piping sound like the serpent, in others a thin faint cry, in others a low hiss like the tortoise. The formation of the tongue in the frog is exceptional. The front part of the tongue, which in other animals is detached, is tightly fixed in the frog, as it is in all fishes, but the part towards the pharynx is freely detached, and may, so to speak, be spat outwards, and it is with this that it makes its peculiar croak. The croaking that goes on in the marsh is the call of the males to the females at rutting time, and, by the way, all animals have a special cry for the like end at the like season, as is observed in the case of goats, swine, and sheep. The bullfrog makes its croaking noise by putting its underjaw on a level with the surface of the water, and extending its upper jaw to its utmost capacity. The tension is so great that the upper jaw becomes transparent, and the animal's eyes shine through the jaw like lamps. For, by the way, the commerce of the sexes takes place usually in the night time. Birds can utter vocal sounds, and such of them can articulate best as have the tongue moderately flat, and also such as have thin delicate tongues. In some cases the male and the female utter the same note, in other cases different notes. The smaller birds are more vocal and given to chirping than the larger ones, but in the pairing season every species of bird becomes particularly vocal. Some of them call when fighting, as the quail. Others cry or crow when challenging to combat, as the partridge, or when victorious, as the barn door cock. In some cases, cock birds and hens sing alike, as is observed in the nightingale, only that the hen stops singing when brooding or rearing her young. In other birds, the cocks sing more than the hens. In fact, with barn door fowls and quails, the cock sings and the hen does not. Viviparous quadrupeds utter vocal sounds of different kinds, but they have no power of converse. In fact, this power or language is peculiar to man. For while the capability of talking implies the capability of uttering vocal sounds, the converse does not hold good. Men that are born deaf are in all cases also dumb. That is, they can make vocal sounds, but they cannot speak. Children, just as they have no control over other parts, so have no control at first over the tongue. But it is so far imperfect, and only frees and detaches itself by degrees, so that in the interval children for the most part lisp and stutter. Vocal sounds and modes of language differ according to locality. Vocal sounds are characterized chiefly by their pitch, whether high or low, and the kinds of sound capable of being produced are identical within the limits of one and the same species. But articulate sound, that one might reasonably designate language, differs both in various animals and also in the same species according to diversity of locality, as, for instance, some partridges cackle, and some make a shrill twittering noise. Of little birds, some sing a different note from the parent birds, if they have been removed from the nest, and have heard other birds singing. And a mother nightingale has been observed to give lessons in singing to a young bird, from which spectacle we might obviously infer that the song of the bird was not equally congenital with mere voice, but was something capable of modification and of improvement. Men have the same voice or vocal sounds, but they differ from one another in speech or language. The elephant makes a vocal sound of a wind-like sort by the mouth alone, unaided by the trunk, just like the sound of a man panting or sighing. But if it employ the trunk as well, the sound produced is like that of a hoarse trumpet. End of chapter 9. Chapters 10 and 11 of Book 4 of History of Animals by Aristotle. Translated by D'Arcy Wentworth Thompson. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. With regard to the sleeping and waking of animals, all creatures that are red-blooded and provided with legs give sensible proof that they go to sleep, and that they waken up from sleep. For, as a matter of fact, all animals that are furnished with eyelids shut them up when they go to sleep. Furthermore, it would appear that not only do men dream, but horses also, and dogs, and oxen, aye, and sheep, and goats, and all viviparous quadrupeds. And dogs show their dreaming by barking in their sleep. With regard to oviparous animals, we cannot be sure that they dream, but most undoubtedly they sleep. And the same may be said of water animals, such as fishes, mollusks, crustaceans, to wit, crawfish, and the like. These animals sleep without doubt, although their sleep is of very short duration. The proof of their sleeping cannot be got from the condition of their eyes, for none of these creatures are furnished with eyelids, but can be obtained only from their motionless repose. Apart from the irritation caused by lice, and what are nicknamed fleas, fish are met with in a state so motionless that one might easily catch them by hand. And, as a matter of fact, these little creatures, if the fish remain long in one position, will attack them in myriads and devour them. For these parasites are found in the depths of the sea, and are so numerous that they devour any bait made of fish's flesh, if it be left long on the ground at the bottom. And fishermen often draw up a cluster of them, all clinging on to the bait. But it is from the following facts that we may more reasonably infer that fishes sleep. Very often it is possible to take a fish off its guard, so far as to catch hold of it, or to give it a blow unawares, and all the while that you are preparing to catch or strike it, the fish is quite still, but for a slight motion of the tail. And it is quite obvious that the animal is sleeping from its movements, if any disturbance be made during its repose, for it moves just as you would expect in a creature suddenly awakened. Further, owing to their being asleep, fish may be captured by torchlight. The watchmen in the tunny fishery often take advantage of the fish being asleep to envelop them in a circle of nets, and it is quite obvious that they were thus sleeping by their lying still and allowing the glistening under parts of their bodies to become visible, while the capture is taking place. They sleep in the night time more than during the day, and so soundly at night that you may cast the net without making them stir. Fish, as a general rule, sleep close to the ground, or to the sand, or to a stone at the bottom, or after concealing themselves under a rock or the ground. Flat fish go to sleep in the sand, and they can be distinguished by the outlines of their shapes in the sand, and are caught in this position by being speared with pronged instruments. The bass, the chrysophorus or gilt-head, the mullet, and fish of the like sort are often caught in the daytime by the prong, owing to their having been surprised when sleeping, for it is scarcely probable that such fish could be pronged while awake. Cartilaginous fish sleep at times so soundly that they may be caught by hand. The dolphin and the whale, and all such as are furnished with a blowhole, sleep with the blowhole over the surface of the water, and breathe through the blowhole while they keep up a quiet flapping of their fins. Indeed, some mariners assure us that they have actually heard the dolphin snoring. Mollusks sleep like fishes, and crustaceans also. It is plain also that insects sleep, for there can be no mistaking their condition of motionless repose. In the bee, the fact of its being asleep is very obvious, for at night time bees are at rest and cease to hum. But the fact that insects sleep may be very well seen in the case of common everyday creatures, for not only do they rest at night time from dimness of vision, and, by the way, all hard-eyed creatures see but indistinctly, but even if a lighted candle be presented, they continue sleeping quite as soundly. Of all animals, man is most given to dreaming. Children and infants do not dream, but in most cases dreaming comes on at the age of 4 or 5 years. Instances have been known of full-grown men and women that have never dreamed at all. In exceptional cases of this kind, it has been observed that when a dream occurs in advanced life, it prognosticates either actual dissolution or a general breakup of the system. So much then for sensation, and for the phenomena of sleeping and of awakening. Chapter 11. With regard to sex, some animals are divided into male and female, but others are not so divided, but can only be said in a comparative way to bring forth young and to be pregnant. In animals that live confined to one spot, there is no duality of sex, nor is there such in fact in any testations. In mollusks and in crustaceans we find male and female, and indeed in all animals furnished with feet, biped or quadruped, in short, in all such as by copulation engender either live young, or egg, or grub. In the several genera, with however certain exceptions, there either absolutely is, or absolutely is not a duality of sex. Thus in quadrupeds the duality is universal, while the absence of such duality is universal in testations. And of these creatures, as with plants, some individuals are fruitful, and some are not. But among insects and fishes, some cases are found wholly devoid of this duality of sex. For instance, the eel is neither male nor female, and can engender nothing. In fact, those who assert that eels are at times found with hair-like or worm-like progeny attached, make only random assertions, from not having carefully noticed the locality of such attachments, For no eel nor animal of this kind is ever viviparous, unless previously oviparous, and no eel was ever yet seen with an egg. And animals that are viviparous have their young in the womb, and closely attached, and not in the belly. For if the embryo were kept in the belly, it would be subjected to the process of digestion like ordinary food. When people rest duality of sex in the eel on the assertion that the head of the male is bigger and longer, and the head of the female smaller and more snubbed, they are taking diversity of species for diversity of sex. There are certain fish that are nicknamed the epitragiae, or kepen fish, and, by the way, fish of this description are found in fresh water, as the carp and the balagros. This sort of fish never has either roe or milt, but they are hard and fat all over, and are furnished with a small gut, and these fish are regarded as of super excellent quality. Again, just as in testaceans and in plants there is what bears and engenders, but not what impregnates, so is it among fishes with the pseta, the erythrinus, and the cani. For these fish are in all cases found furnished with eggs. As a general rule, in red-blooded animals furnished with feet and not oviparous, the male is larger and longer lived than the female, except with the mule, where the female is longer lived and bigger than the male. Whereas in oviparous and vermiparous creatures, as in fishes and in insects, the female is larger than the male, as, for instance, with the serpent, the phalangium or venom spider, the gecko and the frog. The same difference in size of the sexes is found in fishes, as, for instance, in the smaller cartilaginous fishes, in the greater part of the gregarious species, and in all that live in and about the rocks. The fact that the female is longer lived than the male is inferred from the fact that female fishes are caught older than males. Furthermore, in all animals the upper and front parts are better, stronger, and more thoroughly equipped in the male than in the female, whereas in the female those parts are the better that may be termed hinder parts or under parts. And this statement is applicable to man and to all vivipara that have feet. Again, the female is less muscular and less compactly jointed, and more thin and delicate in the hair, that is, where hair is found, and where there is no hair, less strongly furnished in some analogous substance. And the female is more flaccid in texture of flesh, and more knock-kneed, and the shin bones are thinner, and the feet are more arched and hollow in such animals as are furnished with feet. And with regard to voice, the female in all animals that are vocal has a thinner and sharper voice than the male, except, by the way, with kine, for the lowing and bellowing of the cow has a deeper note than that of the bull. With regard to organs of defense and offense, such as teeth, tusks, horns, spurs, and the like, these in some species the male possesses and the female does not, as, for instance, the hind has no horns, and where the cockbird has a spur, the hen is entirely destitute of the organ, and in like manner the sow is devoid of tusks. In other species, such organs are found in both sexes, but are more perfectly developed in the male, as, for instance, the horn of the bull is more powerful than the horn of the cow. End of chapter 11 and end of book 4. Chapters 1 to 7 of book 5 of History of Animals by Aristotle, translated by D'Arcy Wentworth Thompson. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. As to the parts internal and external, that all animals are furnished withal, and further, as to the senses, to voice and sleep, and the duality of sex, all these topics have now been touched upon. It now remains for us to discuss, duly and in order, their several modes of propagation. These modes are many and diverse, and in some respects are like, and in other respects are unlike to one another. As we carried on our previous discussion genus by genus, so we must attempt to follow the same divisions in our present argument, only that whereas in the former case we started with a consideration of the parts of man, in the present case it behoves us to treat of man last of all, because he involves most discussion. We shall commence then with testations, and then proceed to crustaceans, and then to the other genera in due order. And these other genera are severally mollusks and insects, then fishes, viviparous, and fishes oviparous, and next birds, and afterwards we shall treat of animals provided with feet, both such as are oviparous and such as are viviparous. And we may observe that some quadrupeds are viviparous, but that the only viviparous biped is man. Now, there is one property that animals are found to have in common with plants. For some plants are generated from the seed of plants, whilst other plants are self-generated through the formation of some elemental principle similar to a seed. And of these latter plants, some derive their nutriment from the ground, whilst others grow inside other plants, as is mentioned by the way in my treatise on botany. So with animals, some spring from parent animals according to their kind, whilst others grow spontaneously and not from kindred stock. And of these instances of spontaneous generation, some come from putrefying earth or vegetable matter, as is the case with a number of insects, while others are spontaneously generated in the inside of animals out of the secretions of their several organs. In animals where generation goes by heredity, wherever there is duality of sex, generation is due to copulation. In the group of fishes, however, there are some that are neither male nor female, and these, while they are identical generically with other fish, differ from them specifically. But there are others that stand altogether isolated and apart by themselves. Other fishes there are that are always female and never male, and from them are conceived what correspond to the wind eggs in birds. Such eggs, by the way, in birds are all unfruitful, but it is their nature to be independently capable of generation up to the egg stage, unless, indeed, there be some other mode than the one familiar to us of intercourse with the male. But concerning these topics we shall treat more precisely later on. In the case of certain fishes, however, after they have spontaneously generated eggs, these eggs develop into living animals, only that in certain of these cases development is spontaneous, and in others is not independent of the male. And the method of proceeding in regard to these matters will be set forth by and by, for the method is somewhat like to the method followed in the case of birds. But whensoever creatures are spontaneously generated, either in other animals, in the soil, or on plants, or in the parts of these, and when such are generated male and female, then from the copulation of such spontaneously generated males and females there is generated a something never identical in shape with the parents, but a something imperfect. For instance, the issue of copulation in lice is nits, in flies, grubs, in fleas, grubs egg-like in shape. And from these issues the parent species is never reproduced, nor is any animal produced at all, but the like nondescripts only. First, then, we must proceed to treat of covering in regard to such animals as cover and are covered, and then after this to treat in due order of other matters, both the exceptional and those of general occurrence. Chapter 2. Those animals, then, cover and are covered in which there is a duality of sex, and the modes of covering in such animals are not in all cases similar nor analogous. For the red-blooded animals that are viviparous and furnished with feet have in all cases organs adapted for procreation, but the sexes do not in all cases come together in like manner. Thus opisthoretic animals copulate with a rearward presentiment, as is the case with the lion, the hare, and the lynx, though, by the way, in the case of the hare, the female is often observed to cover the male. The case is similar in most other such animals, that is to say, the majority of quadrupeds copulate as best they can, the male mounting the female, and this is the only method of copulating adopted by birds, though there are certain diversities of method observed even in birds. For in some cases the female squats on the ground and the male mounts on top of her, as is the case with the cock and hen bustard, and the barn door cock and hen. In other cases the male mounts without the female squatting, as with the male and female crane. For with these birds the male mounts on to the back of the female and covers her, and, like the cock sparrow, consumes but very little time in the operation. Of quadrupeds, bears perform the operation lying prone on one another, in the same way as other quadrupeds do while standing up, that is to say, with the belly of the male pressed to the back of the female. Hedgehogs copulate erect, belly to belly. With regard to large-sized vivipara, the hind only very rarely sustains the mounting of the stag to the full conclusion of the operation, and the same is the case with the cow as regards the bull, owing to the rigidity of the penis of the bull. In point of fact, the females of these animals elicit the sperm of the male in the act of withdrawing from underneath him, and, by the way, this phenomenon has been observed in the case of the stag and hind, domesticated, of course. Covering with the wolf is the same as with the dog. Cats do not copulate with a rearward presentiment on the part of the female, but the male stands erect and the female puts herself underneath him. And by the way, the female cat is peculiarly lecherous, and wheedles the male on to sexual commerce, and caterwauls during the operation. Camels copulate with the female in a sitting posture, and the male straddles over and covers her, not with the hinder presentiment on the female's part, but like the other quadrupeds mentioned above, and they pass the whole day long in the operation. When thus engaged, they retire to lonely spots, and none but their keeper dare approach them. And, be it observed, the penis of the camel is so sinewy that bowstrings are manufactured out of it. Elephants also copulate in lonely places, and especially by riversides, in their usual haunts. The female squats down and straddles with her legs, and the male mounts and covers her. The seal covers like all opisthoretic animals, and in this species the copulation extends over a lengthened time, as is the case with the dog and bitch, and the penis in the male seal is exceptionally large. Chapter 3. Oviparous quadrupeds cover one another in the same way. That is to say, in some cases the male mounts the female precisely as in the viviparous animals, as is observed in both the land and the sea tortoise. Lacuna. And these creatures have an organ in which the ducts converge, and with which they perform the act of copulation, as is also observed in the toad, the frog, and all other animals of the same group. Chapter 4. Long animals devoid of feet, like serpents and murina, intertwine in coition, belly to belly, and in fact serpents coil round one another so tightly as to present the appearance of a single serpent with a pair of heads. The same mode is followed by the saurians, that is to say, they coil round one another in the act of coition. Chapter 5. All fishes, with the exception of the flat Salacians, lie down side by side and copulate belly to belly. Fishes, however, that are flat and furnished with tails, as the ray, the trigon, and the like, copulate not only in this way, but also, where the tail from its thinness is no impediment, by mounting of the male upon the female belly to back. But the rhina, or angelfish, and other like fishes, where the tail is large, copulate only by rubbing against one another, sideways, belly to belly. Some men assure us that they have seen some of the Salacia copulating hindways, like dog and bitch. In all the cartilaginous species, the female is larger than the male, and the same is the case with other fishes for the most part. And among cartilaginous fishes are included, besides those already named, the boss, the lamia, the iatos, the narke or torpedo, the fishing frog, and all the galeodes or sharks and dogfish. Cartilaginous fishes, then, of all kinds, have in many instances been observed copulating in the way above mentioned. For, by the way, in viviparous animals the process of copulation is of longer duration than in the ovipara. It is the same with the dolphin and with all cetaceans. That is to say, they come side by side, male and female, and copulate, and the act extends over a time which is neither short nor very long. Again, in cartilaginous fishes, the male in some species differs from the female in the fact that he is furnished with two appendages hanging down from about the exit of the residuum, and that the female is not so furnished. And this distinction between the sexes is observed in all the species of the sharks and dogfish. Now, neither fishes nor any animals devoid of feet are furnished with testicles, but male serpents and male fishes have a pair of ducts which fill with milk or sperm at the rutting season, and discharge in all cases a milk-like juice. These ducts unite as in birds, for birds, by the way, have their testicles in their interior, and so have all ovipara that are furnished with feet. And this union of the ducts is so far continued and of such extension as to enter the receptive organ in the female. In viviparous animals furnished with feet there is outwardly one and the same duct for the sperm and the liquid residuum, but there are separate ducts internally, as has been observed in the differentiation of the organs. And with such animals as are not viviparous, the same passage serves for the discharge also of the solid residuum, although internally there are two passages, separate but near to one another. And these remarks apply to both male and female, for these animals are unprovided with a bladder, except in the case of the tortoise. And the she-tortoise, though furnished with a bladder, has only one passage. And tortoises, by the way, belong to the ovipara. In the case of oviparous fishes, the process of coition is less open to observation. In point of fact, some are led by the want of actual observation to surmise that the female becomes impregnated by swallowing the seminal fluid of the male. And there can be no doubt that this proceeding on the part of the female is often witnessed. For at the rutting season the females follow the males and perform this operation, and strike the males with their mouths under the belly, and the males are thereby induced to part with the sperm sooner and more plentifully. And further, at the spawning season the males go in pursuit of the females, and as the female spawns, the males swallow the eggs, and the species is continued in existence by the spawn that survives this process. On the coast of Phoenicia, they take advantage of these instinctive propensities of the two sexes to catch both one and the other. That is to say, by using the male of the grey mullet as a decoy, they collect and net the female, and by using the female, the male. The repeated observation of this phenomenon has led to the notion that the process was equivalent to coition, but the fact is that a similar phenomenon is observable in quadrupeds. For At the rutting season, both the males and the females take to running at their genitals, and the two sexes take to smelling each other at those parts. With partridges, by the way, if the female gets to leeward of the male, she becomes thereby impregnated, and often, when they happen to be in heat, she is affected in this wise by the voice of the male, or by his breathing down on her as he flies overhead. And, by the way, both the male and the female partridge keep the mouth wide open and protrude the tongue in the process of coition. The actual process of copulation on the part of oviparous fishes is seldom accurately observed, owing to the fact that they very soon fall aside and slip asunder. But, for all that, the process has been observed to take place in the manner above described. Chapter 6. Mollusks, such as the octopus, the sepia, and the calamary, have sexual intercourse all in the same way. That is to say, they unite at the mouth by an interlacing of their tentacles. When then the octopus rests its so-called head against the ground and spreads abroad its tentacles, the other sex fits into the outspreading of these tentacles, and the two sexes then bring their suckers into mutual connection. Some assert that the male has a kind of penis in one of his tentacles, the one in which are the two largest suckers, and they further assert that the organ is tendinous in character, growing attached right up to the middle of the tentacle, and that the latter enables it to enter the nostril or funnel of the female. Now, cuttlefish and calamaries swim about closely intertwined, with mouths and tentacles facing one another and fitting closely together, and swim thus in opposite directions, and they fit their so-called nostrils into one another, and the one sex swims backwards and the other frontwards during the operation, and the female lays its spawn by the so-called blowhole, and, by the way, some declare that it is at this organ that the coition really takes place. Chapter 7. Crustaceans copulate, as the crawfish, the lobster, the carid, and the like, just like the opisthoretic quadrupeds, when the one animal turns up its tail and the other puts his tail on the other's tail. Copulation takes place in the early spring near to the shore, and in fact the process has often been observed in the case of all these animals. Sometimes it takes place about the time when the figs begin to ripen. Lobsters and carids copulate in like manner. Crabs copulate at the front parts of one another, belly to belly, throwing their overlapping opercula to meet one another. First the smaller crab mounts the larger at the rear. After he has mounted, the larger one turns on one side. Now the female differs in no respect from the male, except in the circumstance that its operculum is larger, more elevated, and more hairy, and into this operculum it spawns its eggs, and in the same neighborhood is the outlet of the residuum. In the copulative process of these animals, there is no protrusion of a member from one animal into the other. End of chapter 7. Chapters 8 to 13 of Book 5 of History of Animals by Aristotle. Translated by D'Arcy Wentworth Thompson. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. Insects copulate at the hinder end, and the smaller individuals mount the larger, and the smaller individual is the male. The female pushes from underneath her sexual organ into the body of the male above, this being the reverse of the operation observed in other creatures, and this organ, in the case of some insects, appears to be disproportionately large when compared to the size of the body, and that, too, in very minute creatures. In some insects, the disproportion is not so striking. This phenomenon may be witnessed if anyone will pull asunder flies that are copulating, and, by the way, these creatures are, under the circumstances, averse to separation, for the intercourse of the sexes in their case is of long duration, as may be observed with common everyday insects, such as the fly and the cantharus. They all copulate in the manner above described. The fly, the cantharus, the sphondile, the phalangium spider, and any others of the kind that copulate at all. The phalangia, that is to say, such of the species as spin webs, perform the operation in the following way. The female takes hold of the suspended web at the middle and gives a pull, and the male gives a counter pull. This operation they repeat until they are drawn in together and interlaced at the hinder ends, for, by the way, this mode of copulation suits them in consequence of the rotundity of their stomachs. So much for the modes of sexual intercourse in all animals. But with regard to the same phenomenon, there are definite laws followed as regards the season of the year and the age of the animal. Animals in general seem naturally disposed to this intercourse at about the same period of the year, and that is when winter is changing into summer. And this is the season of spring, in which almost all things that fly or walk or swim take to pairing. Some animals pair and breed in autumn also, and in winter, as is the case with certain aquatic animals and certain birds. Man pairs and breeds at all seasons, as is the case also with domesticated animals, owing to the shelter and good feeding they enjoy. That is to say, with those whose period of gestation is also comparatively brief, as the sow and the bitch, and with those birds that breed frequently. Many animals time the season of intercourse with a view to the right nurture subsequently of their young. In the human species, the male is more under sexual excitement in winter, and the female in summer. With birds, the far greater part, as has been said, pair and breed during the spring and early summer, with the exception of the halcyon. The halcyon breeds at the season of the winter solstice. Accordingly, when this season is marked with calm weather, the name of halcyon days is given to the 7 days preceding, and to as many following the solstice, as Simonides the poet says. Quote, God lulls for 14 days the winds to sleep in winter, and this temperate interlude men call the holy season, when the deep cradles the mother halcyon and her brood. Close quote. And these days are calm, when southerly winds prevail at the solstice, northerly ones having been the accompaniment of the Pleiades. The halcyon is said to take 7 days for building her nest, and the other 7 for laying and hatching her eggs. In our country, there are not always halcyon days about the time of the winter solstice, but in the Sicilian seas the season of calm is almost periodical. The bird lays about 5 eggs. Chapter 9. The Aithia, or diver, and the Larus, or gull, lay their eggs on rocks bordering on the sea, 2 or 3 at a time. But the gull lays in the summer, and the diver at the beginning of spring, just after the winter solstice, and it broods over its eggs as birds do in general, and neither of these birds resorts to a hiding place. The halcyon is the most rarely seen of all birds. It is seen only about the time of the setting of the Pleiades and the winter solstice, when ships are lying at anchor in the roads. It will hover about a vessel, and then disappear in a moment, and Stesichorus, in one of his poems, alludes to this peculiarity. The nightingale also breeds at the beginning of summer, and lays 5 or 6 eggs. From autumn until spring, it retires to a hiding place. Insects copulate and breed in winter also, that is, when the weather is fine and south winds prevail. Such, I mean, as do not hibernate, as the fly and the ant. The greater part of wild animals bring forth once and once only in the year, except in the case of animals like the hare, where the female can become superfetally impregnated. In like manner, the great majority of fishes breed only once a year, like the shoal fishes, or, in other words, such as are caught in nets, the tunny, the plamis, the grey mullet, the chalcis, the mackerel, the sina, the pseta, and the like, with the exception of the labrax or bass, for this fish, alone amongst those mentioned, breeds twice a year, and the second brood is the weaker of the two. The trichias and the rock fishes breed twice a year. The red mullet breeds thrice a year, and is exceptional in this respect. This conclusion, in regard to the red mullet, is inferred from the spawn, for the spawn of the fish may be seen in certain places at 3 different times of the year. The scorpina breeds twice a year. The sarg breeds twice, in the spring and in the autumn. The salp breeds once a year only, in the autumn. The female tunny breeds only once a year, but owing to the fact that the fish in some cases spawn early and in others late, it looks as though the fish bred twice over. The first spawning takes place in December before the solstice, and the latter spawning in the spring. The male tunny differs from the female in being unprovided with the fin beneath the belly, which is called apharius. Chapter 10. Of cartilaginous fishes, the rhina or angelfish is the only one that breeds twice, for it breeds at the beginning of autumn and at the setting of the Pleiades, and of the 2 seasons it is in better condition in the autumn. It engenders at a birth 7 or 8 young. Certain of the dog fishes, for example the spotted dog, seem to breed twice a month, and this results from the circumstance that the eggs do not all reach maturity at the same time. Some fishes breed at all seasons, as the murrhina. This animal lays a great number of eggs at a time, and the young when hatched are very small, but grow with great rapidity, like the young of the hippurus, for these fishes, from being diminutive at the outset, grow with exceptional rapidity to an exceptional size. Be it observed that the murrhina breeds at all seasons, but the hippurus only in the spring. The smerus differs from the smerrhina, for the murrhina is mottled and weakly, whereas the smerus is strong and of one uniform color, and the color resembles that of the pine tree, and the animal has teeth inside and out. They say that in this case, as in other similar ones, the one is the male and the other the female of a single species. They come out onto the land and are frequently caught. Fishes, then, as a general rule, attain their full growth with great rapidity, but this is especially the case among small fishes, with the coracinae, or crowfish. It spawns, by the way, near the shore in weedy and tangled spots. The orphos also, or sea perch, is small at first, and rapidly attains a great size. The palamas and the tunny breed in the Euxine, and nowhere else. The kestrius, or mullet, the chrysophorus, or gilt-head, and the labrax, or bass, breed best where rivers run into the sea. The orcas, or large-sized tunny, the scorpius, and many other species spawn in the open sea. Chapter 11. Fish, for the most part, breed some time or other during the 3 months between the middle of March and the middle of June. Some few breed in autumn, as for instance the salp and the sargus, and such others of this sort as breed shortly before the autumn equinox. Likewise the electric ray and the angelfish. Other fishes breed both in winter and in summer, as was previously observed, as for instance in winter time the bass, the grey mullet, and the bellone or pipefish, And in summertime, from the middle of June to the middle of July, the female tunny, about the time of the summer solstice, and the tunny lays a sac-like enclosure in which are contained a number of small eggs. The ruides, or shoalfishes, breed in summer. Of the grey mullets, the kelon begins to be in roe between the middle of November and the middle of December, as also the sarg and the smuxon or muxon, and the cephalus, and their period of gestation is 30 days. And, by the way, some of the grey mullet species are not produced from copulation, but grow spontaneously from mud and sand. As a general rule, then, fishes are in roe in the springtime, while some, as has been said, are so in summer, in autumn, or in winter. But whereas the impregnation in the springtime follows a general law, impregnation in the other seasons does not follow the same rule, either throughout or within the limits of one genus. And further, conception in these variant seasons is not so prolific. And indeed, we must bear this in mind, that just as with plants and quadrupeds, diversity of locality has much to do not only with general physical health, but also with the comparative frequency of sexual intercourse and generation, so also with regard to fishes, locality of itself has much to do not only in regard to the size and vigor of the creature, but also in regard to its parturition and its copulations, causing the same species to breed oftener in one place and seldomer in another. Chapter 12. The mollusks also breed in spring. Of the marine mollusks, one of the first to breed is the sepia. It spawns at all times of the day, and its period of gestation is 15 days. After the female has laid her eggs, the male comes and discharges the milt over the eggs, and the eggs thereupon harden. And the two sexes of this animal go about in pairs, side by side, and the male is more mottled and more black on the back than the female. The octopus pairs in winter and breeds in spring, lying hidden for about 2 months. Its spawn is shaped like a vine tendril, and resembles the fruit of the white poplar. The creature is extraordinarily prolific, for the number of individuals that come from the spawn is something incalculable. The male differs from the female in the fact that its head is longer, and that the organ called by the fishermen its penis in the tentacle is white. The female, after laying her eggs, broods over them, and in consequence gets out of condition by reason of not going in quest of food during the hatching period. The purple murex breeds about springtime, and the syrinx at the close of the winter. And as a general rule, the testaceans are found to be furnished with their so-called eggs in springtime, and in autumn, with the exception of the edible urchin, for this animal has the so-called eggs in most abundance in these seasons, but at no season is unfurnished with them, and it is furnished with them in especial abundance in warm weather, or when a full moon is in the sky. Only, by the way, these remarks do not apply to the sea urchin found in the Pyrenean Straits, for this urchin is at its best for table purposes in the winter, and these urchins are small but full of eggs. Snails are found by observations to become in all cases impregnated about the same season. Chapter 13. Of birds, the wild species, as has been stated, as a general rule, pair and breed only once a year. The swallow, however, and the blackbird breed twice. With regard to the blackbird, however, its first brood is killed by inclemency of weather, for it is the earliest of all birds to breed, but the second brood it usually succeeds in rearing. Birds that are domesticated or that are capable of domestication breed frequently, just as the common pigeon breeds all through the summer, and as is seen in the barn-door hen. For the barn-door cock and hen have intercourse, and the hen breeds, at all seasons alike, excepting, by the way, during the days about the winter solstice. Of the pigeon family, there are many diversities, for the peristera, or common pigeon, is not identical with the pileus or rock pigeon. In other words, the rock pigeon is smaller than the common pigeon and is less easily domesticated. It is also black and small, red-footed and rough-footed, and in consequence of these peculiarities it is neglected by the pigeon fancier. The largest of all the pigeon species is the fata, or ring-dove, and the next in size is the oenas, or stock-dove, and the stock-dove is a little larger than the common pigeon. The smallest of all the species is the turtle-dove. Pigeons breed and hatch at all seasons if they are furnished with a sunny place and all requisites. Unless they are so furnished, they breed only in the summer. The spring brood is the best, or the autumn brood. At all events, without doubt, the produce of the hot season, the summer brood, is the poorest of the three. End of chapter 13. Chapters 14 and 15 of Book 5 of History of Animals by Aristotle. Translated by D'Arcy Wentworth Thompson. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. Further, animals differ from one another in regard to the time of life that is best adapted for sexual intercourse. To begin with, in most animals, the secretion of the seminal fluid and its generative capacity are not phenomena simultaneously manifested, but manifested successively. Thus, in all animals, the earliest secretion of sperm is unfruitful, or if it be fruitful, the issue is comparatively poor and small. And this phenomenon is especially observable in man, in viviparous quadrupeds, and in birds. For in the case of man and the quadruped, the offspring is smaller, and in the case of the bird, the egg. For animals that copulate of one and the same species, the age for maturity is in most species tolerably uniform, unless it occurs prematurely by reason of abnormality, or is postponed by physical injury. In man, then, maturity is indicated by a change of the tone of voice, by an increase in size and an alteration in appearance of the sexual organs, as also in an increase of size and alteration in appearance of the breasts, and above all, in the hair growth at the pubes. Man begins to possess seminal fluid about the age of 14, and becomes generatively capable at about the age of 21 years. In other animals, there is no hair growth at the pubes, for some animals have no hair at all, and others have none on the belly, or less on the belly than on the back. But still, in some animals the change of voice is quite obvious, and in some animals other organs give indication of the commencing secretion of the sperm, and the onset of generative capacity. As a general rule, the female is sharper toned in voice than the male, and the young animal than the elder. For, by the way, the stag has a much deeper toned bay than the hind. Moreover, the male cries chiefly at rutting time, and the female under terror and alarm, and the cry of the female is short, and that of the male prolonged. With dogs also, as they grow old, the tone of the bark gets deeper. There is a difference observable also in the neighings of horses. That is to say, the female foal has a thin, small neigh, and the male foal a small neigh, yet bigger and deeper toned than that of the female, and a louder one as time goes on. And when the young male and female are 2 years old and take to breeding, the neighing of the stallion becomes loud and deep, and that of the mare louder and shriller than heretofore. And this change goes on until they reach the age of about 20 years. And after this time, the neighing in both sexes becomes weaker and weaker. As a rule, then, as was stated, the voice of the male differs from the voice of the female in animals where the voice admits of a continuous and prolonged sound, in the fact that the note in the male voice is more deep and bass. Not, however, in all animals, for the contrary holds good in the case of some, as for instance in kine. For here the cow has a deeper note than the bull, and the calves a deeper note than the cattle. And we can thus understand the change of voice in animals that undergo gelding. For male animals that undergo this process assume the characters of the female. The following are the ages at which various animals become capacitated for sexual commerce. The ewe and the she-goat are sexually mature when 1 year old, and this statement is made more confidently in respect to the she-goat than to the ewe. The ram and the he-goat are sexually mature at the same age. The progeny of very young individuals among these animals differs from that of other males, for the males improve in the course of the 2nd year, when they become fully mature. The boar and the sow are capable of intercourse when 8 months old, and the female brings forth when 1 year old, the difference corresponding to her period of gestation. The boar is capable of generation when 8 months old, but with a sire under a year in age, the litter is apt to be a poor one. The ages, however, are not invariable. Now and then the boar and the sow are capable of intercourse when 4 months old, and are capable of producing a litter which can be reared when 6 months old, but at times the boar begins to be capable of intercourse when 10 months. He continues sexually mature until he is 3 years old. The dog and the bitch are, as a rule, sexually capable and sexually receptive when a year old, and sometimes when 8 months old. But the priority in date is more common with the dog than with the bitch. The period of gestation with the bitch is 60 days, or 61 or 62, or 63 at the utmost. The period is never under 60 days, or, if it is, the litter comes to no good. The bitch, after delivering a litter, submits to the male in 6 months, but not before. The horse and the mare are, at the earliest, sexually capable and sexually mature when 2 years old. The issue, however, of parents of this age is small and poor. As a general rule, these animals are sexually capable when 3 years old, and they grow better for breeding purposes until they reach 20 years. The stallion is sexually capable up to the age of 33 years, and the mare up to 40. So that, in point of fact, the animals are sexually capable all their lives long. For the stallion, as a rule, lives for about 35 years, and the mare for a little over 40, although, by the way, a horse has been known to live to the age of 75. The ass and the she-ass are sexually capable when 30 months old, but, as a rule, they are not generatively mature until they are 3 years old, or 3 years and a half. An instance has been known of a she-ass bearing and bringing forth a foal when only a year old. A cow has been known to calve when only a year old, and the calf grew as big as might be expected, but no more. So much for the dates in time at which these animals attain to generative capacity. In the human species, the male is generative at the longest up to 70 years, and the female up to 50, but such extended periods are rare. As a rule, the male is generative up to the age of 65, and to the age of 45, the female is capable of conception. The ewe bears up to 8 years, and if she be carefully tended, up to 11 years. In fact, the ram and the ewe are sexually capable pretty well all their lives long. He-goats, if they be fat, are more or less unserviceable for breeding, and this, by the way, is the reason why country folk say of a vine, when it stops bearing, that it is running the goat. However, if an over-fat he-goat be thinned down, he becomes sexually capable and generative. Rams single out the oldest ewes for copulation, and show no regard for the young ones, and, as has been stated, the issue of the younger ewes is poorer than that of the older ones. The boar is good for breeding purposes until he is 3 years of age, but after that age his issue deteriorates, for after that age his vigor is on the decline. The boar is most capable after a good feed, and with the first sow it mounts. If poorly fed or put to many females, the copulation is abbreviated and the litter is comparatively poor. The first litter of the sow is the fewest in number. At the second litter she is at her prime. The animal, as it grows old, continues to breed, but the sexual desire abates. When they reach 15 years, they become unproductive and are getting old. If a sow be highly fed, it is all the more eager for sexual commerce, whether old or young. But if it be overfattened in pregnancy, it gives the less milk after parturition. With regard to the age of the parents, the litter is the best when they are in their prime, but with regard to the seasons of the year, the litter is the best that comes at the beginning of winter, and the summer litter the poorest, consisting, as it usually does, of animals small and thin and flaccid. The boar, if it be well fed, is sexually capable at all hours, night and day, but otherwise is peculiarly salacious early in the morning. As it grows old, the sexual passion dies away, as we have already remarked. Very often a boar, when more or less impotent from age or debility, finding itself unable to accomplish the sexual commerce with due speed, and growing fatigued with the standing posture, will roll the sow over on the ground, and the pair will conclude the operation side by side of one another. The sow is sure of conception if it drops its lugs in rutting time. If the ears do not thus drop, it may have to rut a second time before impregnation takes place. Bitches do not submit to the male throughout their lives, but only until they reach a certain maturity of years. As a general rule, they are sexually receptive and conceptive until they are 12 years old, although, by the way, cases have been known where dogs and bitches have been respectively procreative and conceptive to the ages of 18 and even of 20 years. But, as a rule, age diminishes the capability of generation and of conception with these animals as with all others. The female of the camel is opisthoretic, and submits to the male in the way above described, and the season for copulation in Arabia is about the month of October. Its period of gestation is 12 months, and it is never delivered of more than one foal at a time. The female becomes sexually receptive, and the male sexually capable at the age of 3 years. After parturition, an interval of a year elapses before the female is again receptive to the male. The female elephant becomes sexually receptive when 10 years old at the youngest, and when 15 at the oldest, and the male is sexually capable when 5 years old or 6. The season for intercourse is spring. The male allows an interval of 3 years to elapse after commerce with a female, and after it has once impregnated a female, it has no intercourse with her again. The period of gestation with the female is 2 years, and only one young animal is produced at a time. In other words, it is uniparous, and the embryo is the size of a calf, 2 or 3 months old. Chapter 15. So much for the copulations of such animals as copulate. We now proceed to treat of generation both with respect to copulating and non-copulating animals, and we shall commence with discussing the subject of generation in the case of the testaceans. The testacea is almost the only genus that throughout all its species is non-copulative. The porphyri, or purple murices, gather together to some one place in the springtime, and deposit the so-called honeycomb. This substance resembles the comb, only that it is not so neat and delicate, and looks as though a number of husks of white chickpeas were all stuck together. but none of these structures has any open passage, and the porphyra does not grow out of them, but these and all other testations grow out of mud and decaying matter. The substance is in fact an excretion of the porphyra and the syrinx, for it is deposited by the syrinx as well. Such then of the testations as deposit the honeycomb are generated spontaneously like all other testations, but they certainly come in greater abundance in places where their congeners have been living previously. At the commencement of the process of depositing the honeycomb, they throw off a slippery mucus, and of this the husk-like formations are composed. These formations, then, all melt and deposit their contents on the ground, and at this spot there are found on the ground a number of minute porphyri, and porphyri are caught at times with these animalculae upon them, some of which are too small to be differentiated in form. If the porphyri are caught before producing this honeycomb, they sometimes go through the process in fishing creels, not here and there in the baskets, but gathering to some one spot altogether, just as they do in the sea, and, owing to the narrowness of their new quarters, they cluster together like a bunch of grapes. There are many species of the purple murex, and some are large, as those found off Sigeum and Lectum. Others are small, as those found in the Euripus and on the coast of Caria. And those that are found in bays are large and rough. In most of them, the peculiar bloom from which their name is derived is dark to blackness. In others, it is reddish and small in size. Some of the large ones weigh upwards of a mina apiece. But the specimens that are found along the coast and on the rocks are small-sized, and the bloom in their case is of a reddish hue. Further, as a general rule, in northern waters the bloom is blackish, and in southern waters of a reddish hue. The murex is caught in the springtime, when engaged in the construction of the honeycomb, but it is not caught at any time about the rising of the dog star, for at that period it does not feed but conceals itself and burrows. The bloom of the animal is situated between the mecon or quasi-liver and the neck, and the co-attachment of these is an intimate one. In colour it looks like a white membrane, and this is what people extract, and if it be removed and squeezed it stains your hand with the colour of the bloom. There is a kind of vein that runs through it, and this quasi-vein would appear to be in itself the bloom, and the qualities by the way of this organ are astringent. It is after the murex has constructed the honeycomb that the bloom is at its worst. Small specimens they break in pieces, shells and all, for it is no easy matter to extract the organ. But in dealing with the larger ones, they first strip off the shell and then abstract the bloom. For this purpose, the neck and mecon are separated, for the bloom lies in between them, above the so-called stomach. Hence the necessity of separating them in abstracting the bloom. Fishermen are anxious always to break the animal in pieces while it is yet alive, for if it die before the process is completed, it vomits out the bloom, and for this reason the fishermen keep the animals in creels until they have collected a sufficient number and can attend to them at their leisure. Fishermen in past times used not to lower creels or attach them to the bait, so that very often the animal got dropped off in the pulling up. At present, however, they always attach a basket, so that if the animal fall off it is not lost. The animal is more inclined to slip off the bait if it be full inside. If it be empty, it is difficult to shake it off. Such are the phenomena connected with the porphyra or murex. The same phenomena are manifested by the syrinx or trumpet shell, and the seasons are the same in which the phenomena are observable. Both animals also, the murex and the syrinx have their opercula similarly situated, and in fact all the stromboids, and this is congenital with them all, and they feed by protruding the so-called tongue underneath the operculum. The tongue of the murex is bigger than one's finger, and by means of it, it feeds and perforates conchylea and the shells of its own kind. Both the murex and the syrinx are long-lived. The murex lives for about 6 years, and the yearly increase is indicated by a distinct interval in the spiral convolution of the shell. The mussel also constructs a honeycomb. With regard to the limnostriae, or lagoon oysters, wherever you have slimy mud, there you are sure to find them beginning to grow. Cockles and clams and razorfishes and scallops grow spontaneously in sandy places. The pinna grows straight up from its tuft of anchoring fibers in sandy and slimy places. These creatures have inside them a parasite nicknamed the pinnagard, in some cases a small carid, and in other cases a little crab. If the pinna be deprived of this pinnagard, it soon dies. As a general rule, then, all testaceans grow by spontaneous generation in mud, differing from one another according to the differences of the material. Oysters growing in slime, and cockles, and the other testaceans above mentioned on sandy bottoms, and in the hollows of the rocks the ascidian and the barnacle, and common sorts, such as the limpet and the nerites. All these animals grow with great rapidity, especially the murex and the scallop, for the murex and the scallop attain their full growth in a year. In some of the testaceans, white crabs are found very diminutive in size. They are most numerous in the trough-shaped mussel. In the pinna also is found the so-called pinnagard. They are found also in the scallop and in the oyster. These parasites never appear to grow in size. Fishermen declare that the parasite is congenital with the larger animal. Scallops burrow for a time in the sand, like the murex. Shellfish, then, grow in the way above mentioned, and some of them grow in shallow water, some on the sea shore, some in rocky places, some on hard and stony ground, and some in sandy places. Some shift about from place to place, others remain permanent on one spot. Of those that keep to one spot, the pinnae are rooted to the ground. The razorfish and the clam keep to the same locality, but are not so rooted, but still, if forcibly removed, they die. The starfish is naturally so warm that whatever it lays hold of is found, when suddenly taken away from the animal, to have undergone a process like boiling. Fishermen say that the starfish is a great pest in the Strait of Pyrrha. In shape, it resembles a star as seen in an ordinary drawing. The so-called lungs are generated spontaneously. The shells that painters use are a good deal thicker, and the bloom is outside the shell on the surface. These creatures are mostly found on the coast of Caria. The hermit crab grows spontaneously out of soil and slime, and finds its way into untenanted shells. As it grows, it shifts to a larger shell, as for instance into the shell of the nerites, or of the strombus, or the like, and very often into the shell of the small syrinx. After entering a new shell, it carries it about and begins again to feed, and by, as it grows, it shifts again into another larger one. End of chapter 15. Chapters 16 to 18 of Book 5 of History of Animals by Aristotle. Translated by D'Arcy Wentworth Thompson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. Moreover, the animals that are unfurnished with shells grow spontaneously, like the testaceans, as, for instance, the sea nettles and the sponges in rocky caves. Of the sea nettle or sea anemone there are two species, and of these one species lives in hollows and never loosens its hold upon the rocks, and the other lives on smooth, flat reefs, free and detached, and shifts its position from time to time. Limpets also detach themselves and shift from place to place. In the chambered cavities of sponges, pinnagards or parasites are found, and over the chambers there is a kind of spider's web, by the opening and closing of which they catch minute fishes, that is to say, they open the web to let the fish get in, and close it again to entrap them. Of sponges there are three species. The first is of loose porous texture. The second is close textured. The third, which is nicknamed the sponge of Achilles, is exceptionally fine and close textured and strong. This sponge is used as a lining to helmets and greaves, for the purpose of deadening the sound of the blow, and this is a very scarce species. Of the close-textured sponges, such as are particularly hard and rough are nicknamed goats. Sponges grow spontaneously, either attached to a rock or on sea branches, and they get their nutriment in slime. A proof of this statement is the fact that when they are first secured, they are found to be full of slime. This is characteristic of all living creatures that get their nutriment by close local attachment. And, by the way, the close-textured sponges are weaker than the more openly porous ones because their attachment extends over a smaller area. It is said that the sponge is sensitive, and as a proof of this statement, they say that if the sponge is made aware of an attempt being made to pluck it from its place of attachment, it draws itself together, and it becomes a difficult task to detach it. It makes a similar contractile movement in windy and boisterous weather, obviously with the object of tightening its hold. Some persons express doubts as to the truth of this assertion, as, for instance, the people of Torone. The sponge breeds parasites, worms, and other creatures on which, if they be detached, the rock fishes prey, as they prey also on the remaining stumps of the sponge. But if the sponge be broken off, it grows again from the remaining stump, and the place is soon as well covered as before. The largest of all sponges are the loose-textured ones, and these are peculiarly abundant on the coast of Lycia. The softest are the close-textured sponges, for, by the way, the so-called sponges of Achilles are harder than these. As a general rule, sponges that are found in deep, calm waters are the softest, for usually windy and stormy weather has a tendency to harden them, as it has to harden all similar growing things, and to arrest their growth. And this accounts for the fact that the sponges found in the Hellespont are rough and close-textured, and, as a general rule, sponges found beyond or inside Cape Malea are, respectively, comparatively soft or comparatively hard. But, by the way, the habitat of the sponge should not be too sheltered and warm, for it has a tendency to decay like all similar vegetable-like growths. And this accounts for the fact that the sponge is at its best when found in deep water close to shore. For, owing to the depth of the water, they enjoy shelter alike from stormy winds and from excessive heat. Whilst they are still alive and before they are washed and cleaned, they are blackish in color. Their attachment is not made at one particular spot, nor is it made all over their bodies, for vacant pore spaces intervene. There is a kind of membrane stretched over the underparts, and in the underparts the points of attachment are the more numerous. On the topmost of the pores are closed, but 4 or 5 are open and visible, and we are told by some that it is through these pores that the animal takes its food. There is a particular species that is named the aplysia, or the unwashable, from the circumstance that it cannot be cleaned. This species has the large open and visible pores, but all the rest of the body is close textured, and if it be dissected, it is found to be closer and more glutinous than the ordinary sponge, and, in a word, something lung-like in consistency. And on all hands it is allowed that this species is sensitive and long-lived. They are distinguished in the sea from ordinary sponges from the circumstance that the ordinary sponges are white, while the slime is in them, but that these sponges are, under any circumstances, black. And so much with regard to sponges and to generation in the testaceans. Chapter 17. Of crustaceans, the female crawfish, after copulation, conceives and retains its eggs for about 3 months, from about the middle of May to about the middle of August. They then lay the eggs into the folds underneath the belly, and their eggs grow like grubs. This same phenomenon is observable in mollusks also, and in such fishes as are oviparous, for in all these cases the egg continues to grow. The spawn of the crawfish is of a loose or granular consistency, and is divided into 8 parts, for, corresponding to each of the flaps on the side, there is a gristly formation to which the spawn is attached, and the entire structure resembles a cluster of grapes, for each gristly formation is split into several parts. This is obvious enough if you draw the parts asunder, but at first sight the whole appears to be one and indivisible. And the largest are not those nearest to the outlet, but those in the middle, and the farthest off are the smallest. The size of the small eggs is that of a small seed in a fig, and they are not quite close to the outlet, but placed middleways, for at both ends, tailwards and trunkwards, there are 2 intervals devoid of eggs, for it is thus that the flaps also grow. The side flaps then cannot close, but by placing the end flap on them, the animal can close up all, and this end flap serves them for a lid. And in the act of laying its eggs, it seems to bring them towards the gristly formations by curving the flap of its tail, and then squeezing the eggs towards the said gristly formations, and maintaining a bent posture, it performs the act of laying. The gristly formations at these seasons increase in size and become receptive of the eggs, for the animal lays its eggs into these formations just as the sepia lays its eggs among twigs and driftwood. It lays its eggs then in this manner, and after hatching them for about 20 days it rids itself of them all in one solid lump, as is quite plain from outside. And out of these eggs, crawfish form in about 15 days, and these crawfish are caught at times less than a finger's breadth, or 7/10 of an inch in length. The animal then lays its eggs before the middle of September, and after the middle of that month throws off its eggs in a lump. With the humped carids or prawns, the time for gestation is 4 months or thereabouts. Crawfish are found in rough and rocky places, lobsters in smooth places, and neither crawfish nor lobsters are found in muddy ones. And this accounts for the fact that lobsters are found in the Hellespont and on the coast of Thasos, and crawfish in the neighborhood of Sigeum and Mount Athos. Fishermen, accordingly, when they want to catch these various creatures out at sea, take bearings on the beach and elsewhere, that tell them where the ground at the bottom is stony, and where soft with slime. In winter and spring these animals keep in near to land. In summer they keep in deep water, thus at various times seeking respectively for warmth or coolness. The so-called Arctus or bear crab lays its eggs at about the same time as the crawfish, and consequently in winter and in the springtime before laying their eggs they are at their best, and after laying at their worst. they cast their shell in the springtime, just as serpents shed their so-called old age or slough, both directly after birth and in later life. This is true both of crabs and crawfish. And, by the way, all crawfish are long-lived. Chapter 18. Mollusks, after pairing and copulation, lay a white spawn, and this spawn, as in the case of the testacea, gets granular in time. The octopus discharges into its hole or into a potsherd or into any similar cavity a structure resembling the tendrils of a young vine or the fruit of the white poplar, as has been previously observed. The eggs, when the female has laid them, are clustered round the sides of the hole. They are so numerous that if they be removed, they suffice to fill a vessel much larger than the animal's body, in which they were contained. Some 50 days later, the eggs burst, and the little polypuses creep out like little spiders in great numbers. The characteristic form of their limbs is not yet to be discerned in detail, but their general outline is clear enough. And, by the way, they are so small and helpless that the greater number perish. It is a fact that they have been seen so extremely minute as to be absolutely without organization, but nevertheless, when touched, they moved. The eggs of the sepia look like big black myrtle berries, and they are linked all together like a bunch of grapes, clustered round a center, and are not easily sundered from one another. For the male exudes over them some moist glairy stuff which constitutes the sticky gum. These eggs increase in size, and they are white at the outset, but black and larger after the sprinkling of the male seminal fluid. When it has come into being, the young sepia is first distinctly formed inside out of the white substance, and when the egg bursts, it comes out. The inner part is formed as soon as the female lays the egg, something like a hailstone. And out of this substance the young sepia grows by a head attachment, just as young birds grow by a belly attachment. What is the exact nature of the navel attachment has not yet been observed, except that as the young sepia grows, the white substance grows less and less in size, and at length, as happens with the yolk in the case of birds, the white substance in the case of the young sepia disappears. In the case of the young sepia, as in the case of the young of most animals, the eyes at first seem very large. To illustrate this by way of a figure, let A represent the ovum, B and C the eyes, and D the sapitium or body of the little sepia. The female sepia goes pregnant in the springtime and lays its eggs after 15 days of gestation. After the eggs are laid, there comes in another 15 days something like a bunch of grapes, and at the bursting of these, the young sepia issue forth. But if, when the young ones are fully formed, you sever the outer covering a moment too soon, the young creatures eject excrement, and their color changes from white to red in their alarm. Crustaceans then hatch their eggs by brooding over them, as they carry them about beneath their bodies. But the octopus, the sepia, and the like hatch their eggs without stirring from the spot where they may have laid them, and this statement is particularly applicable to the sepia. In fact, the nest of the female sepia is often seen exposed to view close in to shore. The female octopus at times sits brooding over her eggs, and at other times squats in front of her hole, stretching out her tentacles on guard. The sepia lays her spawn near to land in the neighborhood of seaweed or reeds, or any off-sweepings, such as brushwood, twigs, or stones, and fishermen place heaps of faggots here and there on purpose, and onto such heaps the female deposits a long continuous row, in shape like a vine tendril. It lays or spurts out the spawn with an effort, as though there were difficulty in the process. The female calamary spawns at sea, and it emits the spawn, as does the sepia in the mass. The calamary and the cuttlefish are short-lived, as with few exceptions, they never see the year out. And the same statement is applicable to the octopus. From one single egg comes one single sepia, and this is likewise true of the young calamary. The male calamary differs from the female, for if its gill region be dilated and examined, there are found two red formations resembling breasts, with which the male is unprovided. In the sepia, apart from this distinction in the sexes, the male, as has been stated, is more mottled than the female. End of chapter 18. Chapters 19 and 20 of Book 5 of History of Animals by Aristotle, translated by D'Arcy Wentworth Thompson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. With regard to insects, that the male is less than the female, and that he mounts upon her back, and how he performs the act of copulation, and the circumstance that he gives over reluctantly, all this has already been set forth. In most cases of insect copulation, this process is speedily followed up by parturition. All insects engender grubs, with the exception of a species of butterfly, and the female of this species lays a hard egg, resembling the seed of the necas, with a juice inside it. But from the grub the young animal does not grow out of a mere portion of it, as a young animal grows from a portion only of an egg, but the grub entire grows, and the animal becomes differentiated out of it. And of insects, some are derived from insect congeners, as the venom spider and the common spider from the venom spider and the common spider, and so with the Atelebus or locust, the acris or grasshopper, and the tetix or cicada. Other insects are not derived from living parentage, but are generated spontaneously, some out of dew falling on leaves, ordinarily in springtime, but not seldom in winter, when there has been a stretch of fair weather and southerly winds. Others grow in decaying mud or dung, others in timber, green or dry, some in the hair of animals, some in the flesh of animals, some in excrements, and some from excrement after it has been voided, and some from excrement yet within the living animal, like the helminths or intestinal worms. And of these intestinal worms there are three species, one named the flatworm, another the roundworm, and the third the ascarid. These intestinal worms do not in any case propagate their kind. The flatworm, however, in an exceptional way, clings fast to the gut, and lays a thing like a melon seed, by observing which indication the physician concludes that his patient is troubled with the worm. The so-called psyche or butterfly is generated from caterpillars, which grow on green leaves, chiefly leaves of the raffinus, which some call crambe or cabbage. At first it is less than a grain of millet. It then grows into a small grub, and in 3 days it is a tiny caterpillar. After this it grows on, and becomes quiescent and changes its shape, and is now called a chrysalis. The outer shell is hard, and the chrysalis moves if you touch it. It attaches itself by cobweb-like filaments, and is unfurnished with mouth or any other apparent organ. After a little while the outer covering bursts asunder, and out flies the winged creature that we call the psyche or butterfly. At first, when it is a caterpillar, it feeds and ejects excrement, but when it turns into the chrysalis, it neither feeds nor ejects excrement. The same remarks are applicable to all such insects as are developed out of the grub, both such grubs as are derived from the copulation of living animals, and such as are generated without copulation on the part of parents. For the grub of the bee, the anthrena, and the wasp, whilst it is young, takes food and voids excrement. But when it has passed from the grub shape to its defined form and become what is termed a nympha, it ceases to take food and to void excrement, and remains tightly wrapped up and motionless until it has reached its full size, when it breaks the formation with which the cell is closed, and issues forth. The insects named the Hupera and the Pinia are derived from similar caterpillars, which move in an undulatory way, progressing with one part and then pulling up the hinder parts by a bend of the body. The developed insect in each case takes its peculiar color from the parent caterpillar. From one particular large grub, which has, as it were, horns, and in other respects differs from grubs in general, there comes by a metamorphosis of the grub, first a caterpillar, then the cocoon, then the Nicodalus, and the creature passes through all these transformations within 6 months. A class of women unwind and reel off the cocoons of these creatures, and afterwards weave a fabric with the threads thus unwound. A Coan woman of the name of Pamphylia, daughter of Plateus, being credited with the first invention of the fabric. After the same fashion, the carabus or stag beetle comes from grubs that live in dry wood. At first the grub is motionless, but after a while the shell bursts and the stag beetle issues forth. From the cabbage is engendered the cabbage worm, and from the leek the Prasocoris or leekbane. This creature is also winged. From the flat animalcule that skims over the surface of rivers comes the estrus or gadfly, and this accounts for the fact that gadflies most abound in the neighborhood of waters on whose surface these animalcules are observed. From a certain small, black, and hairy caterpillar comes first a wingless glowworm, and this creature again suffers a metamorphosis, and transforms into a winged insect named the bostrocus or hair curl. Gnats grow from ascarids, and ascarids are engendered in the slime of wells, or in places where there is a deposit left by the draining off of water. This slime decays and first turns white, then black, and finally blood red. And at this stage there originate in it, as it were, little tiny bits of red weed, which at first wriggle about, all clinging together, and finally break loose and swim in the water, and are hereupon known as ascarids. After a few days they stand straight up on the water, motionless and hard, and by the husk breaks off and the gnats are seen sitting upon it, until the sun's heat or a puff of wind sets them in motion, when they fly away. With all grubs and all animals that break out from the grub state, generation is due primarily to the heat of the sun or to wind. Ascarids are more likely to be found, and grow with unusual rapidity, in places where there is a deposit of a mixed and heterogeneous kind, as in kitchens and in ploughed fields, for the contents of such places are disposed to rapid putrefaction. In autumn also, owing to the drying up of moisture, they grow in unusual numbers. The tick is generated from couch grass, the cockchafer from a grub that is generated in the dung of the cow or the ass. The cantharus or scarabaeus rolls a piece of dung into a ball, lies hidden within it during the winter, and gives birth therein to small grubs, from which grubs come new canthari. Certain winged insects also come from the grubs that are found in pulse, in the same fashion as in the cases described. Flies grow from grubs in the dung that farmers have gathered up into heaps. For those who are engaged in this work assiduously gather up the compost, and this they technically term working up the manure. The grub is exceedingly minute to begin with. First, even at this stage, it assumes a reddish color, and then from a quiescent state it takes on the power of motion, as though born to it. It then becomes a small motionless grub, It then moves again, and again relapses into immobility. It then comes out a perfect fly, and moves away under the influence of the sun's heat or of a puff of air. The myops, or horsefly, is engendered in timber. The orsodacna, or budbane, is a transformed grub, and this grub is engendered in cabbage stalks. The cantharus comes from the caterpillars that are found on fig trees, or pear trees, or fir trees, for on all these grubs are engendered, and also from caterpillars found on the dog rose. And the cantharus takes eagerly to ill-scented substances, from the fact of its having been engendered in ill-scented woods. The conops comes from a grub that is engendered in the slime of vinegar. And, by the way, living animals are found in substances that are usually supposed to be incapable of putrefaction. For instance, worms are found in long-lying snow, and snow of this description gets reddish in color, and the grub that is engendered in it is red, as might have been expected, and it is also hairy. The grubs found in the snows of Media are large and white, and all such grubs are little disposed to motion. In Cyprus, in places where copper ore is smelted, with heaps of the ore piled on day after day, an animal is engendered in the fire, somewhat larger than a bluebottle fly, furnished with wings, which can hop or crawl through the fire. And the grubs and these latter animals perish when you keep the one away from the fire, and the other from the snow. Now, the salamander is a clear case in point to show us that animals do actually exist, that fire cannot destroy. For this creature, so the story goes, not only walks through the fire, but puts it out in doing so. On the river Hypanis, in the Cimmerian Bosporus, about the time of the summer solstice, there are brought down towards the sea by the stream what look like little sacks rather bigger than grapes, out of which at their bursting issues a winged quadruped. The insect lives and flies about until the evening, but as the sun goes down it pines away and dies at sunset, having lived just one day, from which circumstance it is called the ephemeron. As a rule, insects that come from caterpillars and grubs are held at first by filaments resembling the threads of a spider's web. Such is the mode of generation of the insects above enumerated. Chapter 20. The wasps that are nicknamed the ichneumons or hunters, less in size, by the way, than the ordinary wasp, kill spiders and carry off the dead bodies to a wall or some such place with a hole in it. This hole they smear over with mud and lay their grubs inside it, and from the grubs come the hunter wasps. Some of the coleoptera and of the small and nameless insects make small holes or cells of mud on a wall or on a gravestone, and there deposit their grubs. With insects, as a general rule, the time of generation from its commencement to its completion comprises 3 or 4 weeks. With grubs and grub-like creatures, the time is usually 3 weeks, and in the oviparous insects, as a rule, 4. But in the case of oviparous insects, the egg formation comes at the close of 7 days from copulation, and during the remaining 3 weeks the parent broods over and hatches its young, i.e., where this is the result of copulation, as in the case of the spider and its congeners. As a rule, the transformations take place in intervals of 3 or 4 days, corresponding to the lengths of interval at which the crises recur in intermittent fevers. So much for the generation of insects. Their death is due to the shriveling of their organs, just as the larger animals die of old age. Winged insects die in autumn from the shrinking of their wings. The myops dies from dropsy in the eyes. End of chapter 20. chapters 21 to 27 of Book 5 of History of Animals by Aristotle, translated by D'Arcy Wentworth Thompson. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. With regard to the generation of bees, different hypotheses are in vogue. Some affirm that bees neither copulate nor give birth to young, but that they fetch their young. And some say that they fetch their young from the flower of the calantrum. Others assert that they bring them from the flower of the reed. Others from the flower of the olive. And in respect to the olive theory, it is stated as a proof that, when the olive harvest is most abundant, the swarms are most numerous. Others declare that they fetch the brood of the drones from such things as above mentioned, but that the working bees are engendered by the rulers of the hive. Now, of these rulers there are two kinds. The better kind is red in color. The inferior kind is black and variegated. The ruler is double the size of the working bee. These rulers have the abdomen, or part below the waist, half as large again, and they are called by some the mothers, from an idea that they bear or generate the bees. And, as a proof of this theory of their motherhood, they declare that the brood of the drones appears even when there is no ruler bee in the hive, but that the bees do not appear in his absence. Others again assert that these insects copulate, and that the drones are male and the bees female. The ordinary bee is generated in the cells of the comb, but the ruler bees in cells down below attached to the comb, suspended from it, apart from the rest, 6 or 7 in number, and growing in a way quite different from the mode of growth of the ordinary brood. Bees are provided with a sting, but the drones are not so provided. The rulers are provided with stings, but they never use them. And this latter circumstance will account for the belief of some people that they have no stings at all. Chapter 22. Of bees there are various species. The best kind is a little round mottled insect. Another is long and resembles the anthrena. A third is black and flat-bellied and is nicknamed the robber. A fourth kind is the drone, the largest of all, but stingless and inactive. And this proportionate size of the drone explains why some bee masters place a network in front of the hives, for the network is put to keep the big drones out, while it lets the little bees go in. Of the king bees there are, as has been stated, 2 kinds. In every hive there are more kings than one, and a hive goes to ruin if there be too few kings, not because of anarchy thereby ensuing, but, as we are told, because these creatures contribute in some way to the generation of the common bees. The hive will go also to ruin if there be too large a number of kings in it, for the members of the hives are thereby subdivided into too many separate factions. Whenever the springtime is late a-coming, and when there is drought and mildew, then the progeny of the hive is small in number. But when the weather is dry, they attend to the honey, and in rainy weather their attention is concentrated on the brood, and this will account for the coincidence of rich olive harvests and abundant swarms. The bees first work at the honeycomb, and then put the pupae in it. By the mouth say those who hold the theory of their bringing them from elsewhere. After putting in the pupae, they put in the honey for subsistence, and this they do in the summer and autumn, and, by the way, the autumn honey is the better of the two. The honeycomb is made from flowers, and the materials for the wax they gather from the resinous gum of trees, while honey is distilled from dew, and is deposited chiefly at the risings of the constellations, or when a rainbow is in the sky. And, as a general rule, there is no honey before the rising of the Pleiades. The bee, then, makes the wax from flowers. The honey, however, it does not make, but merely gathers what is deposited out of the atmosphere. And as a proof of this statement, we have the known fact that occasionally beekeepers find the hives filled with honey within the space of 2 or 3 days. Furthermore, in autumn flowers are found, but honey, if it be withdrawn, is not replaced. Now, after the withdrawal of the original honey, when no food or very little is in the hives, there would be a fresh stock of honey if the bees made it from flowers. Honey, if allowed to ripen and mature, gathers consistency, for at first it is like water and remains liquid for several days. If it be drawn off during these days, it has no consistency, but it attains consistency in about 20 days. The taste of thyme honey is discernible at once, from its peculiar sweetness and consistency. The bee gathers from every flower that is furnished with a calyx or cup, and from all other flowers that are sweet-tasted, without doing injury to any fruit. And the juices of the flowers it takes up with the organ that resembles a tongue, and carries off to the hive. Swarms are robbed of their honey on the appearance of the wild fig. They produce the best larvae at the time the honey is a-making. The bee carries wax and bee's bread round its legs, but vomits the honey into the cell. After depositing its young, it broods over it like a bird. The grub, when it is small, lies slantwise in the comb, but by and by rises up straight by an effort of its own, and takes food, and holds on so tightly to the honeycomb as actually to cling to it. The young of bees and of drones is white, and from the young come the grubs, and the grubs grow into bees and drones. The egg of the king bee is reddish in color, and its substance is about as consistent as thick honey, and from the first it is about as big as the bee that is produced from it. From the young of the king bee there is no intermediate stage, it is said, of the grub, but the bee comes at once. Whenever the bee lays an egg in the comb, there is always a drop of honey set against it. The larva of the bee gets feet and wings as soon as the cell has been stopped up with wax, and when it arrives at its completed form, it breaks its membrane and flies away. It ejects excrement in the grub state, but not afterwards. That is, not until it has got out of the encasing membrane, as we have already described. If you remove the heads from off the larvae before the coming of the wings, the bees will eat them up, and if you nip off the wings from a drone and let it go, the bees will spontaneously bite off the wings from off all the remaining drones. The bee lives for 6 years as a rule, as an exception for 7 years. If a swarm lasts for 9 years or 10, great credit is considered due to its management. In Pontus are found bees exceedingly white in color, and these bees produce their honey twice a month. The bees in Themyscira, on the banks of the river Thermodon, build honeycombs in the ground and in hives, and these honeycombs are furnished with very little wax, but with honey of great consistency, and the honeycomb, by the way, is smooth and level. But this is not always the case with these bees, but only in the winter season. For in Pontus the ivy is abundant, and it flowers at this time of the year, and it is from the ivy flower that they derive their honey. A white and very consistent honey is brought down from the upper country to Amisus, which is deposited by bees on trees, without the employment of honeycombs, and this kind of honey is produced in other districts in Pontus. There are bees also that construct triple honeycombs in the ground, and these honeycombs supply honey but never contain grubs. But the honeycombs in these places are not all of this sort, nor do all the bees construct them. Chapter 23. Anthraeni and wasps construct combs for their young. When they have no king, but are wandering about in search of one, the anthrene constructs its comb on some high place, and the wasp inside a hole. When the anthrene and the wasp have a king, they construct their combs underground. Their combs are in all cases hexagonal, like the comb of the bee. They are composed, however, not of wax, but of a bark-like filamented fibre, and the comb of the anthrene is much neater than the comb of the wasp. Like the bee, they put their young just like a drop of liquid on to the side of the cell, and the egg clings to the wall of the cell. But the eggs are not deposited in the cells simultaneously. On the contrary, in some cells are creatures big enough to fly. In others are nymphae, and in others are mere grubs. As in the case of bees, excrement is observed only in the cells where the grubs are found. As long as the creatures are in the nymph condition, they are motionless, and the cell is cemented over. In the comb of the anthrene, there is found in the cell of the young a drop of honey in front of it. The larvae of the anthrene and the wasp make their appearance, not in the spring but in the autumn, and their growth is especially discernible in times of full moon. And, by the way, the eggs and the grubs never rest at the bottom of the cells, but always cling on to the side wall. Chapter 24. There is a kind of humble-bee that builds a cone-shaped nest of clay against a stone, or in some similar situation, besmearing the clay with something like spittle. And this nest or hive is exceedingly thick and hard. In point of fact, one can hardly break it open with a spike. Here the insects lay their eggs, and white grubs are produced, wrapped in a black membrane. Apart from the membrane, there is found some wax in the honeycomb, and this wax is much sallower in hue than the wax in the honeycomb of the bee. Chapter 25. Ants copulate and engender grubs, and these grubs attach themselves to nothing in particular, but grow on and on from small and rounded shapes, until they become elongated and defined in shape, and they are engendered in springtime. Chapter 26. The land scorpion also lays a number of egg-shaped grubs, and broods over them. When the hatching is completed, the parent animal, as happens with the parent spider, is ejected and put to death by the young ones. For very often the young ones are about 11 in number. Chapter 27. Spiders in all cases copulate in the way above mentioned, and generate at first small grubs, and these grubs metamorphose in their entirety, and not partially into spiders. For, by the way, the grubs are round-shaped at the outset, and the spider, when it lays its eggs, broods over them, and in 3 days the eggs or grubs take definite shape. All spiders lay their eggs in a web, but some spiders lay in a small and fine web, and others in a thick one, and some, as a rule, lay in a round-shaped case or capsule, and some are only partially enveloped in the web. The young grubs are not all developed at one and the same time into young spiders, but the moment the development takes place, the young spider makes a leap and begins to spin his web. The juice of the grub, if you squeeze it, is the same as the juice found in the spider when young. That is to say, it is thick and white. The meadow spider lays its eggs into a web, one half of which is attached to itself, and the other half is free, and on this the parent broods until the eggs are hatched. The phalangia lay their eggs in a sort of strong basket, which they have woven, and brood over it until the eggs are hatched. The smooth spider is much less prolific than the phalangium, or hairy spider. These phalangia, when they grow to full size, very often envelop the mother phalangium, and eject and kill her, and not seldom they kill the father phalangium as well, if they catch him. For, by the way, he has the habit of cooperating with the mother in the hatching. The brood of a single phalangium is sometimes 300 in number. The spider attains its full growth in about 4 weeks. End of chapter 27.